Chapter 1. Strange Eyes. Ninghai City, beneath a residential building. Chunyu was sorting through the scrap he had just collected, loading it onto his tricycle. He was a student in the archaeology department at Ninghai University, scraping by through collecting scrap metal and junk to save up for tuition and living expenses. "What's this?" Chunyu shook out a tattered piece of clothing when a hazelnut-sized, crystal-clear bead fell out, somewhat resembling quartz. He picked it up and examined it closely. There seemed to be something inside the bead, but it wasn't quite clear. So he tilted his head back and held the bead up to the sunlight, hoping to see it better. Under the sun's rays, the bead burst forth with a dazzling rainbow light that shot straight into Chunyu's eyes. "Ouch, my eyes!" He felt a burning pain as if his eyes were on fire. Frantically, he tossed the bead aside and rubbed his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He had thought he'd found a treasure, never expecting it would burn his eyes instead. Fuming with anger, he cursed loudly and stomped around in frustration. "You trash collector, what's your problem? A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my sight now, or I'll set the dog on you." Just then, a shrewish voice filled with abuse rang out. Chunyu rubbed his eyes a few more times, feeling the pain subsiding, then looked up toward the source of the noise. Standing about 2 meters away was a middle-aged woman with a waist thick as a barrel, holding a spotted dog in her arms. The spotted dog, emboldened by its owner's presence, bared its teeth and let out a series of aggressive barks at Chunyu. Name: Lu Finfong. Age: 38. Height: 158 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Will contract rabies in 3 minutes. When Chunyu looked at the middle-aged woman, a string of information suddenly appeared in his mind, leaving him astonished. Shifting his gaze in amazement, he focused on the Dalmatian, where another set of details emerged. Breed: Dalmatian, commonly known as spotted dog. Age: 2 years. Height: 39 centimeters. Weight: 15 kilograms. Bitten by a stray dog, infected with rabies. Chunyu thought there was something wrong with his brain. He shook his head and looked again, only to see that the Dalmatian's leg was injured, clearly bitten by some animal. "You poor, vulgar bumpkin, what are you staring at? Can't you hear me talking to you? Are you deaf or blind? Get lost. If you delay my Dian getting to the vet, can you even afford to pay for it?" The middle-aged woman wore a look of disdain, her domineering scowl dripping with utter contempt for Chunyu. Chunyu had just been jumping around wildly and ended up in the middle of the road, but there was still enough space beside him for a 200-pound man to pass through effortlessly. He couldn't be bothered to argue with such an unreasonable woman. Remembering the bizarre information in his mind, he tentatively asked, "You're Lu Finfong, right? The Dalmatian you're holding was bitten by a stray dog. How do you know my name?" The middle-aged woman was startled at first, then warily snapped, "Looking at your shifty eyes, you're definitely no good. Secretly gathering information about me. What nefarious purpose do you have?" Chunyu was both astonished and thrilled. From her response, he could confirm the information was accurate. Could it be that this misfortune has turned into a blessing? Had his eyes mutated to read information about whatever he saw? "Damn lunatic. I don't have time for your nonsense." The middle-aged woman cursed impatiently as she strode past, shoving the Dalmatian toward Chunyu, clearly ready to unleash the dog if things turned ugly. Chunyu quickly retreated several steps in fear. It wasn't the dog itself he was afraid of, but rather the rabies it might be carrying. After some thought, he still kindly warned, "Your dog might have rabies. Let go quickly, or you might get bitten. You're the one with rabies. Your whole family has rabies. Crazy bastard." The middle-aged woman mistook his kindness for malice, shouting abuses while brandishing the Dalmatian as a threat. The Dalmatian barked wildly, then suddenly began twisting its body madly. Its eyes gradually turned red before it unexpectedly bared its fangs and bit the woman's arm. "Ouch!" The middle-aged woman cried out in pain, hurriedly releasing her grip. The Dalmatian, now even more frenzied after landing, began fiercely biting at the woman's calves. When Chunyu looked at the Dalmatian again, information flashed in his mind. Rabies outbreak. Extremely aggressive. Better stay away. The terrified woman rolled on the ground like a barrel, flailing wildly as she screamed in horror. "Help! A mad dog is biting me. Someone save me." This snobbish shrew who judged everyone by appearances, with her rude and unreasonable behavior, had only herself to blame for getting bitten. Chenyu initially didn't want to intervene, but it was a human life after all. Softening for a moment, he picked up a wooden stick about the thickness of an egg from a nearby flower bed and swung it down at the dog's head, silently apologizing in his heart. With that single strike, the Dalmatian was knocked to the ground, but quickly got back up, lunging madly at Chenyu. Not wanting to get bitten and risk rabies, Chenyu saw the dog's movements with unusual clarity in his vision. Instinctively swinging the stick again, he hit the dog squarely on the head, sending it tumbling to the ground once more. Then, stealing his resolve, he delivered several more blows until the Dalmatian convulsed uncontrollably and could no longer rise. The middle-aged woman, now somewhat relieved to be rescued, said apologetically, "Young man, I'm really sorry. Earlier, I was too frantic trying to save the Indian. Please don't hold it against me. Could you hurry and call an ambulance for me?" Chenyu felt this sounded more reasonable, so his earlier resentment lessened, and he dialed 120 for help. The middle-aged woman had several bites on her leg, flesh torn and bleeding profusely. She kept crying out in pain, unable to walk on her own. Afterwards, Chenyu used the woman's phone to call her husband. After about 10 minutes, a slightly thin middle-aged man arrived driving a Volkswagen. It was Lu Fenfang's husband, Li Changgue, a professional jade dealer. Chenyu took one look and immediately read Li Changgue's basic information. Combined with the incident of the dog biting Lu Fenfang, it further confirmed that his eyes had mutated, granting him the ability to foresee events. After understanding what had happened, Li Changgue repeatedly thanked Chenyu. Just then, an ambulance arrived. He hurriedly helped his wife onto the vehicle and rushed off for treatment. Chenyu thought Li Changgue seemed like a decent person and repeatedly reminded him to ensure his wife received the rabies vaccine. There might still be hope to save her. After finishing up, Chenyu rode his tricycle for collecting recyclables to the scrap yard to deliver the goods, finishing work early. Now that he had gained this special ability, his first thought was how to make money, essentially bidding farewell to collecting scraps. He was about to embark on a glorious and prestigious life. Along the way, Chenyu excitedly looked left and right, reading the information of various people and objects, becoming more familiar with the ability brought by his mutated eyes. Before he knew it, he arrived at a junkyard. When his gaze swept over a pile of books in the yard, another chain of information surfaced in his mind. The scrapbooks weigh 9 kilograms and are worth between 2 to 3 million yuan. Squeak! Chenyu abruptly slammed the brakes on his tricycle, feeling dizzy at the thought. 2 to 3 million yuan, even just 2 million would be enough to suddenly become a millionaire. No matter what, I must get my hands on them. Just about 10 kilograms of old books would only fetch around 20 yuan if sold as scrap. How could they possibly be worth over 2 million? Chapter 2. The $1 Million Lottery Ticket. Why, if it isn't little Chun? It's been ages since you last came to sell scrap to me. Thought you'd quit the business. The voice of a middle-aged man interrupted Chun Yu's reverie. It was Wang Laifu, the owner of this scrap recycling station. When Chenyu first started collecting scrap, he often sold his haul at this station. But over time, he realized Wang Laifu was a shrewd businessman who offered lower prices than competitors, so he stopped coming. To get his hands on that pile of old books, Chenyu forced an awkward smile and said, "I've been busy with school exams recently and haven't collected much scrap. Happened to be free today, so I gathered a bit, selling it all to you." As he spoke, he pushed his tricycle into the yard piled high with scrap, deliberately parking it near the stack of old books. Clearly, these books had just been collected and hadn't been processed yet. After unloading the scrap goods, Chenyu didn't bother haggling over the price. After weighing everything, the total came to 103 yuan. "Wait here a moment. I'll go inside to get your money." While Wang Laifu went back inside, Chenyu quickly flipped through the pile of old books, only to find the information showed each book was worth just a few yuan at best. Having studied archaeology, he knew that the older the books, the more valuable they tended to be, so he specifically picked out those that looked yellowed with age. Just as he thought the information might be wrong and that striking it rich with a 1 million yuan find was just a pipe dream, His hand landed on a book from the 1960s or 70s titled Q&A on the General Line of Social Construction. The information immediately displayed contains one 10,000 yuan herding horse note from the first set of RMB, hailed as the treasure and king of currency notes, valued at 2 to 3 million yuan. The first set of RMB holds special historical significance and has always been revered by collectors as the founding ancestor. Issued long ago with just 7 years in circulation, it remains the shortest circulated RMB set to date, making it the rarest and most challenging to collect in the market. Chinyu suddenly realized it wasn't the stack of books that was valuable, but the hidden treasure within. His ocular ability could even detect concealed valuables, which was absolutely mind-blowing. "Xiao Chun, here's your money. Take good care of it." At that moment, Wang Laifu emerged from the house holding 103 yuan and handed it to Chinyu. Chinyu didn't take the money and casually picked up 6 or 7 old books, saying, "These books happen to be useful to me. I want to buy them. Name your price, Lao Wang." Wang Laifu's eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he smiled and replied, "Little Chun, you know the rules of our recycling business. We buy as scrap, but we can't sell at scrap prices. For those books you picked, 100 yuan will do. Too clever by half. Even a crafty merchant like you can get tricked sometimes. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Chinyu secretly rejoiced, but put on a reluctant face, bargaining, "Over 10 yuan per book is too expensive. You'll have to let me pick 5 more. All right then, I won't give you the money for the scrap, but you can pick any 5 more books instead. Fair enough? I'm being pretty generous, don't you think?" Wang Laifu said with a smile, putting on an air of exaggerated magnanimity. He bought this stack of books for less than 20 bucks, and just a few of them could easily sell for 100, making a profit of 5-fold or more. Wang Laifu was in high spirits, completely unaware that while he was picking up sesame seeds, he had dropped a treasure worth 2 or 3 million. Chinyu suppressed his excitement, deliberately selecting 5 more books with feigned nonchalance before riding off on his tricycle. Keeping his distance from the scrapyard, he glanced back and, seeing no sign of Wang Laifu, couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. "I'm rich, filthy rich. 2 or 3 million easily in my pocket. From now on, this young master is a millionaire. Let's see who dares look down on me for being a junk collector." Amidst his laughter, he couldn't wait to pull out that copy of Q&A on the General Line of Social Construction, carefully peeling open the yellowed pages to reveal a 10,000 yuan banknote nestled within. The banknote was relatively well preserved, about 60 to 70% of its original condition, roughly the same size as today's 100 yuan bills. Its front side was primarily purple, featuring on the left a Mongol herding horses across the grasslands, with 10,000 yuan prominently inscribed on the right in bold characters. The middle of the reverse side contains text written in Mongolian, with an Arabic numeral 10,000 on each side. This small piece of paper currency holds a value of 2 to 3 million. Such is the charm of antique collectibles. Chinyu could hardly resist kissing the banknote fervently. His first bucket of gold for making a fortune depended on it. But after the initial excitement faded, he realized a problem. Who should he sell it to? If it couldn't be sold and remained in his hands, useless for eating or drinking, it would be no different from waste paper. Only by selling it could its true value be realized. So, he decided to head to Ninghai City's largest antique and Jade Street to try his luck and find a buyer. The antique street was constructed in an ancient style, with shops lining both sides of the road and special stalls set up for vendors. It was usually bustling with activity and lively atmosphere. Chinyu was selling cultural relics worth 2 to 3 million, something ordinary people couldn't afford. He needed to find a big spending buyer. He had visited the antique street before and knew of a shop called Jubiozai, which was practically the largest storefront on the entire street and likely had substantial financial backing. So Chinyu went nowhere else, riding his tricycle straight to Jubiozai, where a red sports car was parked out front. His tricycle felt almost embarrassed to park beside it. He found the sports car somewhat familiar, and information flashed in his mind. Ferrari 488, worth 4.1 million. Owner, Song Yen. Turns out, it was the ride of Song Yen, the campus belle and a celebrated figure at Ninghai University. No wonder it looked familiar. He had seen it a few times at school. Upon entering, he spotted a girl in a fitted white dress, tall and graceful, almost ethereal, holding a scroll and conversing with the old proprietor of Jibiozai. The girl was none other than Song Yin, the campus belle of Ning University. Her features were as refined as a work of art, her beauty breathtakingly divine, and her demeanor elegantly aloof, like an icy snow lotus that could only be admired from afar. "Young man, please wait a moment," the old shopkeeper politely greeted Chunyu, then donned a pair of gloves. With great care, he slowly unrolled the scroll Song Yin had brought, picked up a magnifying glass, and began meticulously appraising it. Curious, Chunyu also glanced at it. It was a landscape painting. Strangely, only half of it was painted, while the other half remained blank. Instantly, a string of information surfaced in his mind, and he muttered to himself, "This painting is a fake. Looks like the campus belle got fooled." Antiques are a game for the wealthy, and there's no shortage of people who've gone bankrupt after mistakenly buying fakes. But Song Yin wouldn't, because the Song family is one of Ninghai City's elite, with nothing left but money to spare. This painting is genuine, an authentic work by the early Qing dynasty master Shi Tao. After careful examination, the old dealer delivered his appraisal with absolute confidence. His expertise lay precisely in authenticating calligraphy and paintings. Having appraised Shi Tao's genuine works before, he was certain he couldn't be mistaken this time. Hearing this, a faint smile finally broke through Song Yan's otherwise aloof beauty. She'd finally managed to snag a bargain. Though she majored in financial management, her frequent visits to antique markets with her grandfather over the years had sparked a deep fascination with antiquities. Chunyu was taken aback. The painting was clearly a fake. Could the shop owner be deliberately deceiving Song Yin? At this thought, he felt compelled to intervene. After all, they were fellow alumni. How could he stand by and watch Song Yin get scammed, especially when she was such a beauty? "Shopkeeper Liu, you must be mistaken. This painting is a fake." Chapter 3. Exposing the fake painting. "Young man, you can eat whatever you please, but mind your words. Careless talk can bring trouble." The old shopkeeper, surnamed Liu, was over 60 years old. Seeing that Chunyu was just a scruffy young man in his early 20s, dressed shabbily, yet daring to question his appraisal, he grew furious. Song Yin gave Chunyu a cold glance, her beautiful eyes flashing with disdain. As the campus belle, she had seen too many boys who made outrageous remarks just to grab her attention. Moreover, Chunyu was around her age, plainly dressed, and obviously inexperienced. His knowledge of cultural relics couldn't be that profound. How dare he claim the painting was fake after just a few glances? It was clearly a cheap attempt to show off. Do you even understand Shi Tao's work? Have you seen his genuine pieces? What basis do you have to say I misidentified it? Do you think you can bear the consequences of tarnishing my reputation? Manager Liu's rapid-fire questioning stemmed from the intense importance placed on reputation in the antiques trade. For an appraiser like him, a single misjudgment could destroy a lifetime's worth of credibility. Furious inside, he was determined to teach Chunyu a lesson about the vast gap between their abilities. "I studied archaeology and know a little. I wouldn't dare make baseless claims," Chunyu replied calmly. His previous success with the eye special ability had made him completely confident in it now. What arrogance and presumptuousness! Song Yin couldn't help but sneer coldly. By declaring the painting fake, Chunyu wasn't just doubting Manager Liu's expertise, but also insulting her own appraisal skills. Such a loose-tongued braggart was truly detestable. "I tried to help you, but ended up getting nothing but ingratitude. Women are truly unreasonable." Chunyu felt a surge of anger and was determined to prove himself. With a touch of arrogance, he narrowed his eyes at Song Yin and Manager Liu, challenging them directly. "What if I can prove the painting is a fake and make you admit it willingly? If that painting is fake, you can name any condition and I'll agree to it. But if you fail to convince me, you'll suffer consequences so painful you'll never forget them." Song Yin, the treasured heiress of the prestigious Song family, certainly had the right to make such a threat. This was also why, despite her fairy-like beauty, no one dared to harass her lightly. Moreover, since childhood, she had been proud and aloof, never taking Chunyu's words seriously. Her lack of experience might lead to mistakes, but Manager Liu was a renowned connoisseur in the circle. There was no way he could be wrong. Both of them believed the painting was genuine. Could they really be outmatched by a guy barely in his 20s? If it's a fake, I'll grant you one condition. But if it's genuine, you must promise never to dabble in antiques again, lest you harm yourself and others, Manager Liu said, his tone bordering on intimidation. He knew Song Yan as the eldest daughter of the Song family. She had exceptional discernment, combined with his own lifetime of expertise in antiques. How could he possibly lose to some brash young upstart? Deal, it's settled then. Chen Yu, youthful and impetuous, refused to back down in the heat of the moment and immediately agreed to the bet. Under the scornful, doubtful gazes of the two men beside him, Chen Yu calmly pointed at the scroll and said, Shi Tao's painting style emphasizes bold, vigorous brushstrokes with a refreshing clarity and remarkable individuality. Am I right? A flicker of surprise passed through Manager Liu's eyes. He hadn't expected Chen Yu's claim of knowing a little to actually reflect some genuine understanding. Yet his tone remained dismissive as he retorted, Since you're aware of this, then you should clearly recognize that this painting perfectly embodies Master Shi Tao's distinctive style. Chen Yu shook his head, pointing at the blank space, and said, Shi Tao's paintings emphasize momentum the most. How could a painter who pursues boldness and unrestrained style, with works renowned for their exuberance, leave 50% of the canvas blank? Blank space is a common artistic technique, leaving room for imagination. The towering mountains in this painting, paired with the blank space, highlight a sublime artistic conception. It's a work of ingenious craftsmanship. If you don't understand, don't make presumptuous comments, or you'll only embarrass yourself. Shopkeeper Liu retorted with a proud expression, looking at Chen Yu as if he were a clown. Song Yan, hearing Shopkeeper Liu's eloquent explanation, thought it reflected the discernment of a true expert and nodded in deep agreement, casting a mocking glance at Chen Yu. Chen Yu sighed helplessly and explained matter-of-factly. As far as I know, Shi Tao gained fame at a young age, and many collectors at that time admired his works so much that they became his followers. As a result, there were numerous forgeries of his pieces. History records workshops specialized in forging Shi Tao's works, including those from Yangzhou-made, Guangdong-made, and Suzhou-made schools. The forger of this painting was quite clever, knowing that the more one copies, the easier it is to be detected, so he only reproduced half of it to create a false impression of a blank section. The authentic work is called Fine Rain and Twisted Pine Trees, which you can probably find online. Feel free to compare them if you don't believe me. Upon hearing this, Song Yin immediately took out her phone, quickly searched for Fine Rain and Twisted Pine Trees, enlarged it, and began scrutinizing the details. The more she looked, the worse her expression became, because the painting she had purchased was almost identical to the lower half of Fine Rain and Twisted Pine, proving that hers was undoubtedly a fake. Shopkeeper Liu also repeatedly compared the two, dumbfounded and standing frozen on the spot like a wooden chicken. So, was I wrong? Chen Yu finally scored a point, but being naturally humble, he didn't press the advantage aggressively, instead giving them an out. This painting is a Qing dynasty imitation, and the paper itself is also from that era. Coupled with the counterfeiter's remarkably skillful reproduction, it easily passes as genuine. Without seeing the original, it'd be very hard to tell them apart. It's perfectly normal to misjudge antiquities, especially for someone as young and beautiful as Song Xiaohua. Lack of experience is understandable. Chen Yu's well-intentioned consolation struck Song Yan's ears as mockery. Proud and ambitious, it wounded her pride deeply that she, a peer of Chen Yu's, had failed to spot the fake while he had succeeded, making her seem far inferior to him. If you hadn't seen the genuine article, you'd never have noticed it was a replica either. Dare to bet again? What an ungrateful woman. I don't have time for your madness. Chen Yu was speechless. He took out the 10,000 yuan grazing horse banknote from between the book pages and placed it on the counter. Shopkeeper Liu, a bet's a bet. I'll sell you this king of banknotes for 3 million. Shopkeeper Liu wore an awkward expression. Losing to a young upstart made him lose face. If word got out, it would be downright humiliating. Fortunately, Chen Yu didn't take the opportunity to mock or ridicule him, preserving some dignity for the old man. This significantly improved Lu's opinion of Chen Yu. Hearing Chen Yu state his terms, shopkeeper Lu picked up his magnifying glass again and began examining the note with renewed seriousness. After repeated verification, he concluded that this pasturing horses by the king of tickets was indeed genuine. 3 million might be a bit steep, but it was within the estimated range, acceptable. Besides, he'd lost a bet to Chen Yu. Even if Chen Yu demanded a higher price, he'd have no choice but to swallow his pride. Yet, Chen Yu didn't seize the opportunity to fleece him, which made him view the young man in a new light. Young man, I underestimated you earlier. My apologies for any disrespect. Who would have thought someone so young could possess such insight and still remain humble? Truly admirable. Our Jubiozai will gladly acquire this pasturing horses by the king of tickets. Song Yin didn't think much of Chen Yu, but curiosity about the sold item got the better of her. She asked doubtfully, Manager Lu, what is this? Manager Lu took Chen Yu's bank account details, instructed the finance staff to transfer the money, and casually explained, this is the first set of 10,000 yuan banknotes issued after the founding of the People's Republic, also known as the grazing horse note. Its surviving quantity is extremely rare, hailed as the king of banknotes or king of currency. Song Yin didn't know much about banknote collecting and was unfamiliar with the grazing horse note, but its value of 3 million yuan clearly marked it as a rare treasure. Judging by Chen Yu's attire, he hardly seemed like someone possessing family heirlooms. Unable to hide her astonishment, she asked, how much did you pay for it? Chapter 4. The school beauty gets extorted facing the school beauty's inquiry. Chen Yu smiled and held up a single finger. Is a million or 100,000? Song Yin guessed. Chen Yu shook his head without saying a word. Could it be 10,000? A flash of astonishment crossed Song Yan's coldly beautiful face, turning 10,000 into 3 million through a lucky find. That was just too unbelievable. In all her years in the antiques trade, she'd suffered more losses than gains, let alone achieving a staggering 300-fold profit. Then again, she suspected Chen Yu might be exaggerating. Even she had never encountered such fortunate deals. How could a plainly dressed guy like him possibly have such luck? Chen Yu still hadn't stated his stance, afraid that revealing he bought it for just 100 yuan might send the proud school beauty into a rage. At that moment, Chen Yu's phone chimed with a bank notification of a deposit. Carefully counting the zeros, he saw 3 followed by 6 zeros, exactly 3 million yuan. Unable to contain his excitement, a joyful smile crept across his face. From this moment on, he officially joined the ranks of millionaires. Let's see who would dare look down on him now. With the deal concluded and his spirits high, Chen Yu bid farewell to shopkeeper Lu and strode out, already planning to treat himself to a lavish meal at an upscale restaurant. From behind came Song Yan's furious voice. You stop right there? You haven't answered my question yet. How incredibly rude. I bought it for $100, satisfied now? Chen Yu stopped and answered somewhat impatiently. If not for Song Yan's persistent questioning, he wouldn't have planned to say anything. It's always better to keep a low profile. 100 yuan? Song Yin was completely shocked. Buying something worth 3 million for just 100? A 30,000-fold profit? Impossible. You're lying. You must be bragging. She hadn't even believed her earlier guess of 10,000 yuan, let alone a mere 100. But mostly it was her arrogant pride, refusing to admit that Chen Yu could be better than her. Whether I'm bragging or not has nothing to do with you. By the way, you just lost the bet and still owe me a favor. How do you plan to compensate me? Chen Yu said with a sly smile. I demand a rematch. Each of us will pick one item under 10,000 yuan from the antique street, and whoever finds the more valuable treasure wins. If you win, I'll owe you 2 favors. If I win, our bet is settled. Song Yin was a proud daughter of heaven, arrogant and headstrong. Losing to an ordinary guy like Chen Yu was unbearable. She had to win back her pride. Faced with the competitive campus belle, Chen Yu could only sigh helplessly. Seeing Song Yan's determined stance, he knew he wouldn't be able to leave today unless he agreed. Reluctantly, he nodded. Fine, I'll show some gentlemanly grace and give you one more chance. The wager was made again, and the two walked out of Treasure Collector's Pavilion together, heading to the area specifically designated for stalls. With the stunningly beautiful Song Yin by his side, even Chun Yu's head-turning rate increased. Most men looked at him with a mix of admiration and envy. Chun Yu muttered to himself, "Too bad their envy is useless. It's not like she's my girlfriend." Arriving at a stall specializing in porcelain, Song Yin stopped in her tracks, widened her gorgeous eyes, focused her mind, and began carefully examining the items one by one. After scanning the stall, she kept shaking her head. Most of the porcelain on display were modern replicas with no collectible value. Chun Yu was also examining the items on the stall one by one as information continuously surfaced in his mind. Modern porcelain, production date, September 7th, 2018, value 60 yuan. Modern porcelain, production date, June 2nd, 2018, value 70 yuan. Blue and white peony cup, Jingdezhun production from the Kangxi era, value. Blue and white rose cup, Jingdezhun production from the Kangxi era, value. When Chun Yu scanned two seemingly unremarkable porcelain cups, his eyes lit up and his heart surged with wild excitement. The mutated ability of his eyes truly was overpowered. Another big score was within his grasp. "Boss, how much for this?" Chun Yu suppressed his joy, feigning indifference as he casually picked up a 10-centimeter tall brush holder with floral patterns and asked. Song Yin turned to look. Without even scrutinizing it closely, she could tell the brush holder was a modern craft piece. She curled her lip, thinking to herself that she had guessed right. He was clearly an amateur. His previous victory in authenticating the painting was pure luck. Song Yin gave a haughty sniff and turned to search for treasures at other stalls, accidentally brushing against a ceramic bowl at the very edge of the stall. With a sharp crack, the ceramic bowl fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. "Oh no, this is my family's heirloom rouge red bowl, priceless beyond measure. And you broke it. Pay up now." The stall owner had already noticed Song Yin, more beautiful than a celebrity, with extraordinary poise and dressed head to toe in designer brands. Clearly, she came from money. Now that he'd caught her in this mishap, he wasn't going to miss his chance to squeeze her for all she was worth. "Sorry, it wasn't intentional. How much do I owe you?" Song Yin had never been in such a situation before and felt momentarily flustered. 100,000, not a penny less. This is a family heirloom passed down through generations. The vendor wailed with exaggerated grief. Chun Yu glanced at the shattered ceramic pieces and immediately received a mental prompt. Late Qing Dynasty Common Ceramic Bowl. Value 1,500 yuan, now broken, worthless. Song Yin was stunned. She had just examined the bowl and recognized it as an ordinary civilian ceramic piece from the late Qing dynasty, possessing no real collectible value whatsoever. Just because she had money didn't mean she was willing to be taken for a fool. So she immediately retorted, "Don't try to scam me. This porcelain bowl is worth 2,000 at most. This is a family heirloom, something of great sentimental value to me. Now that it's been destroyed by you, how am I supposed to face my ancestors? 2,000 yuan is out of the question. Unless you pay at least 80 to 100,000, don't even think about leaving." Seeing the prize almost within his grasp, there was no way the stall owner would let it slip away. His face twisted in anger as he began to act tough. Song Yin also said in frustration, "This is just a mass-produced, ordinary porcelain from late Qing dynasty folk hills. Who would treat it as a family heirloom? You clearly made it up. Fine, I'm unlucky. At most I'll compensate you 5,000. Exposed, the stall owner felt no fear but continued to make unreasonable trouble. After all, who could verify whether something was truly a family heirloom? It was entirely up to him to claim whatever he wanted. This unscrupulous merchant was trying to extort someone with outrageous demands. Chun Yu couldn't just stand by and watch. He had to teach him a lesson. As his eyes darted around, a plan formed in his mind. "Boss, don't be so ruthless in business. Do you know who she is? This is Miss Song from the prestigious Song family. If you dare to cheat her, do you still want to keep your stall?" The Song family was a distinguished household in Ninghai City, renowned far and wide. The stall owner was startled. He had thought Song Yin was just an ordinary rich young lady, never expecting her to have such influential connections. He couldn't afford to offend the Song family and found himself in a dilemma. yet his greed persisted. "No matter who you are, if you break my family heirloom, you must compensate. Since Miss Song didn't mean to, I'll take the loss. Just pay 10,000. Seeing that his intimidation had worked, Chunyu played the mediator. "I understand running a business is tough. I'll pay the 10,000 for her, but you'll have to let me pick 2 more items to make us feel better about this." For years, he had roamed the streets, collecting scrap, deeply understanding human nature. A sharp strike followed by a sweet date. This tactic guaranteed greedy stall owners would be so delighted they wouldn't have time to think twice. "This brother knows what's what. Everything on my stall is quality stuff. You're getting a steal. Take any 2 items, so no one can say I'm cheating you." The stall owner feigned generosity, though inwardly he was overjoyed. As long as he got paid, everything was negotiable. His stall held nothing of real value anyway. Whether they took 2 items or even 10, he was still making a killing. Little did he know, Chunyu had already outsmarted him. The stall owner, foolishly believing he'd scored the deal of the century, would soon be left weeping with nowhere to turn. Chapter 5. The 10 million yuan blue and white treasure. Who are you trying to impress when you can't even identify things properly? Song Yin showed no appreciation for Chun Yu's assistance. In her eyes, even 5,000 was excessive as compensation. Yet this fool Chun Yu insisted on paying 10. Just 3 million in hand, and already he's burning with the urge to flash his newfound wealth. All this time, I'd taken him for a rival, but turns out he's nothing more than a clueless upstart. Chunyu shrugged it off without hesitation. He immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to the vendor via his phone, then picked up 2 porcelain cups measuring about 5 centimeters in height from the stall. On one side of the cup's wall are roses and peonies, while the other side bears 2 lines of poetry. "Boss, this cup is quite nice. I really like the pattern. Do you have any more in stock?" The stall owner glanced at the porcelain cup and shook his head. He had bought it from Shantytown a while ago, along with a pile of other items, including the shattered porcelain bowl, all for less than 500 yuan. Now these 3 items had earned him 10,000 yuan, filling him with exhilaration and bubbling joy. Chunyu felt somewhat regretful inside, but he remained composed on the surface. A person shouldn't be too greedy. Coming across these 2 blue and white porcelain cups was already something to be satisfied with. "Here's a freebie. Want me to give you one?" Chunyu handed over the porcelain cup with peony patterns to Song Yin with a smile. "I don't need your charity." Song Yin snapped irritably. "Bro, if you ever want to buy porcelain again, come straight to me. I'll give you the friends and family discount," the stall owner said cheerfully. If not for Chunyu, he wouldn't have been able to swindle 10,000 yuan. This dumb kid was his lucky star. Song Yin shot Chunyu a look of disdain, finally understanding what kind of person he was. His acquisition of the prize pasturing horses painting must have been pure dumb luck. "Young man, could you let me take a look at those 2 cups in your hands?" At this moment, a man around 50 years old, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, stepped forward. His gaze fell on the porcelain cup in Chun Yu's hands as he eagerly asked. Chun Yu looked at the man, and a prompt appeared in his mind. Jiang Wentao, Deputy Director of Ninghai City Museum, not a bad person. He nodded generously. Jiang Wentao repeatedly expressed his thanks, carefully taking the porcelain cup adorned with peonies. He first examined the base mark, which read, "Made in the Great Qing, Kangxi era." Then, he held the cup up to the sunlight, gently pinching its inner and outer sides between his thumb and index finger to feel its thickness and smoothness. His heartbeat quickened with growing excitement. The poem on the cup reads, "Morning's brilliance parts the golden dew from distant palms. Evening's fragrance deep stirs the jade hall's whispering tones." Another poem inscribed on the monthly rose cup reads, "Not fading with 1,000 blooms. Alone you blaze through season's glooms." Reciting these 2 lines of poetry, Jiang Wentao grew even more excited, though he tried to remain outwardly composed. Turning to Chunyu, he said, "I quite fancy these 2 porcelain cups. I wonder if you'd be willing to part with them?" "Young man, the price is negotiable." Chunyu shook his head in refusal. With Jiang Wentao's qualifications, it wouldn't be difficult for him to discern the origins of the porcelain cup. "I'm sorry, I'm not planning to sell it right now." Jiang Wentao grew anxious. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he'd encounter such a find again? He took the initiative to offer, "I'm willing to pay 200,000 for these two porcelain cups. The stall owner, who had originally stumbled upon a windfall and was secretly gloating, felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing the 200,000 offer. His heart ached so badly he could barely breathe. Could these two porcelain cups actually be genuine antiques worth 200,000? And he had just given them away as freebies. Regret twisted his guts into knots. He nearly reached out to snatch them back from Chen Yu's hands so he could sell them to this middle-aged man offering 200,000. Not selling. Chen Yu refused coldly once more. Jiang Wentao really thought of him as a clueless novice. Not to mention 200,000, even 2 million wouldn't make him sell it. 500,000, how about 500,000? Jiang Wentao still wouldn't give up. The stall owner felt blood rushing to his head, dizzy with the realization that what he'd missed out on wasn't 200,000, but 500,000 or possibly even more. A flicker of astonishment crossed Song Yan's aloof and beautiful face as she stared blankly at Chen Yu. Were these two porcelain cups really worth 500,000? I'll give you 2 million. As long as you can help me buy one rose cup, I'll throw in this peony cup for free. How about that? Chen Yu's tone carried a faint sneer. Hearing the mention of the rose cup and peony cup, Jiang Wentao was momentarily speechless. It turned out the young man before him was knowledgeable and fully aware of the market value of the blue and white 12 full month cups. What are you talking about? Song Yin asked in confusion, utterly lost. Do these two cups have some special background? Though she had some expertise in appraising ceramics and calligraphy, being barely 20 years old, her experience was relatively limited. How could her knowledge compare to Jiang Wentao's, an expert who had spent half his lifetime immersed in the antique world? Let alone Chen Yu, who could discern the value and origins of an artifact with just a glance. These are the blue and white 12 floral month cups, also known as the Flower God cups. Produced in Jingdezhen during the Kangxi era, they represent the pinnacle of porcelain craftsmanship at the time. Standing 4 centimeters tall with a flared mouth and ring foot, its bell-shaped form features eggshell-thin yet robust walls, coated in flawless white glaze both inside and out. The exterior is adorned with blue and white motifs. Each piece depicts flowers representing the 12 months, paired with corresponding poetic verses. As a complete set of 12, I managed to acquire the peony cup, symbolizing April, and the Chinese rose cup for November. The rose cup belongs to the floral sequence for December. Owning it marks the first step toward completing the collection. Only 7 intact sets are known to exist, with 3 currently housed in major museums. Chen Yu spoke with effortless familiarity about the blue and white 12-month floral cups, his words brimming with connoisseur's passion. Jiang Wentao listened in amazement from the side, never expecting Chen Yu to be so knowledgeable about the 12 lunar flower cups despite his young age. His expertise was completely on par with Zhang's own. How much are they worth in the market? The stall owner turned ashen-faced after hearing this, clutching his chest as he asked with obvious heartache. Jiang Wentao stroked his chin. At auctions, complete sets were rarely seen. Most were individual pieces, with 4 or 6 being the maximum. Since acquiring it seemed hopeless, he stopped holding back. A full set would be worth approximately 40 million, though they're practically impossible to find at any price. Individual pieces go for around 2 million each. However, the rose cup is the most valuable among the entire blue and white 12 lunar flower cups set. The rose cup has never appeared as a standalone piece. It could potentially fetch over 10 million. Hearing that the value exceeded 10 million, the stall owner's vision darkened as he collapsed to the ground, spurting out a mouthful of old blood. Over 10 million, just like that, gone. He felt like dying. Song Yin gasped, covering her cherry-red lips with her hand. Never had she imagined Chen Yu could recognize treasure with such discerning eyes. While the precious artifact had been right before her, yet she failed to notice it. She had even refused when Chen Yu offered to give her one. I've lost. You can make any 2 demands you want, as long as I can fulfill them. This time, Song Yin was truly resigned to her defeat. Although she hadn't even begun searching for treasures, she had to admit that her vision and discernment simply couldn't compare to Chen Yu's. She could also see that Chen Yu had deliberately stepped forward, not at all to gain favor in her eyes, but to pretend to be duped and play the stall owner for a fool. His real target was the pair of precious blue and white porcelain cups. She had even looked down on Chunyu as a reckless fool with more money than sense. It turned out she was the real fool, and she couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Chunyu glanced at Song Yin. What kind of demand should he make? Anything too excessive. He wouldn't and couldn't dare to ask, given the formidable reputation of the prestigious Song family. Teasing was simple, but the consequences could be grave. Donate 100,000 to Joy House Orphanage for a wealthy heiress like you, Miss Song. Such a paltry sum must be less than a drop in the bucket. After a moment's thought, Chunyu made his demand. Song Yin couldn't help but feel astonished. If Chunyu had asked for money or material possessions, that would have been understandable. But donating to an orphanage? What kind of move was that? Was he genuinely passionate about charity work? Chapter 6. Awakening Methods. Though Song Yin had a proud and arrogant temperament, she disdained dishonesty. She nodded and said, "Fine, I agree. You mentioned another condition. Go ahead and state it." Chunyu scratched his head, unable to come up with anything, and finally said, "Could you give me a few days to think it over? I feel too embarrassed making requests of a beautiful woman like you." Song Yin frowned and said, 3 days at most. If you still can't figure it out after 3 days, it'll automatically be voided. Deal. Chunyu nodded in agreement. You're from Ninghai University too, right? Here's my phone number. Contact me anytime once you've made up your mind. Song Yin remembered that Chunyu had called her the school beauty at the treasure gathering pavilion, clearly recognizing her. So they must be from the same university. She rarely gave out her number proactively, especially to guys, but she owed Chunyu and had no intention of reneging on her debt. Jiang Wentao, who had stayed behind, approached again with persistent enthusiasm. "Young man, let's exchange contact information too. If you ever decide to sell the Flower God Cup, you can reach me anytime. I'll guarantee you a satisfying price." Having just earned 3 million, Chunyu wasn't in immediate need of money. He considered keeping the 2 floral cups as collectibles, thinking they might help complete a set or could be sold later if funds ran low. After exchanging contact details, the bet concluded with the proud Song Yin admitting defeat, and the two returned to the entrance of Jibiozai. When Song Yin saw that Chunyu's vehicle was a beat-up tricycle, she was both speechless and baffled. Given his antique appraisal skills, he shouldn't have been in such a rough situation, sparking her curiosity. Little did they know that Chunyu had just gained the ability to read information from everything around him, a power that was just beginning to emerge. It was a little past 5 in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Song Yin decided to head to the orphanage to make her donation and fulfill the bet. Following the GPS directions, after about half an hour, the mesmerizing Song Yin arrived at the Happy Home Orphanage in her red Ferrari. Though called an orphanage, it was essentially just a large quadrangle surrounded by a dilapidated 2-story dormitory building with peeling walls, appearing rather shabby. Several children aged 3 to 5 were playing games when they spotted Song Yin entering. They immediately stopped their play and cast curious glances her way. "Miss, who are you looking for?" A woman in her 50s nearby stood up to greet her, silently marveling at how beautiful the girl was, even more striking than the celebrities on TV. "Auntie, hello. I'm looking for the person in charge here," Song Yin replied politely. The elderly woman smiled warmly. "I'm the deputy director of this orphanage, surnamed Deng. What can I do for you, young lady?" Song Yin was doing this sort of thing for the first time and came straight to the point. "Auntie Deng, I'm here to make a donation." "Really? Not only are you a pretty girl, but you're kind-hearted too. What a wonderful young lady. Please come in." Auntie Deng was overjoyed, her face blooming with delight as she hurriedly ushered Song Yin into the modest office on the first floor. Once seated, Auntie Deng's expression turned to sheer astonishment upon hearing that Song Yin intended to donate 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan, no matter which orphanage you asked, it would be considered a substantial sum. Yet this girl had chosen to donate it to their little-known orphanage. "Miss, your kindness is too great, and I have no way to repay you. On behalf of the entire orphanage and all the children, I bow to thank you," Aunt Deng said, about to bend down in a respectful bow. Song Yin immediately reached out to support her. Her donation wasn't made out of charity, but to fulfill her own promise, feeling she didn't deserve such gratitude. "If you want to thank anyone, Thank Chunyu. The words slipped out, but realizing the other might not know who Chunyu was, Song Yin didn't elaborate. You know Xiaoyu? Are the two of you university classmates? Aunt Dang was both surprised and delighted, looking at Song Yin with pure joy, almost like a mother-in-law eyeing her future daughter-in-law. Xiaoyu? Well, Chunyu and I were sort of classmates, though we weren't in the same department. Song Yin vaguely remembered that Chunyu was from the archaeology department as she offered this explanation. Aunt Dang smiled and nodded. Chunyu was practically like her own child, having watched him grow up. Who would have thought this boy would be so lucky to find himself such a beautiful girlfriend? Aunt Dang, could you tell me about Chunyu? Seeing how well Aunt Dang seemed to know Chunyu, Song Yin couldn't help but inquire. Her question stemmed purely from curiosity about Chunyu, but in Aunt Dang's eyes, it came across as a girlfriend wanting to learn more about her boyfriend. Chunyu had a tough childhood. He grew up in a single-parent household with just his mother. When he was 6, his mother passed away from illness, and he was sent to an orphanage. He's always been clever and sensible, hard-working and capable. The dean and I have always treated him like our own son. Song Yin hadn't expected Chunyu to have grown up in an orphanage. With a sigh, she asked, "What about his father? Why didn't he take him back to live with him?" Not quite sure. Word is Chunyu was born in the capital, but the specifics we don't really know. Just then, Chunyu arrived at the orphanage on his tricycle. Spotting the red Ferrari from a distance, he thought to himself, Song Yin works fast. Brother Chunyu. The children playing in the courtyard happily called out and gathered around Chunyu as he entered, looking very close with him. Little ones, guess what I bought for you? Chunyu parked the tricycle in the corner of the yard, picked up a large bag of fruits, and dotingly gave one to each child. The children became even happier upon receiving the fruits. A 5 or 6-year-old boy, with childish innocence, pointed toward the office and reported, "Just now, there was a pretty big sister looking for Grandma Dang. Big brother, you should go take a look, she's really pretty." Chunyu smiled and patted the little boy's forehead, deliberately washing 2 apples before heading toward the office. Song Yin was chatting with Aunt Dang when Chunyu handed them the apples, really just making polite conversation with Song Yin. Unexpectedly, Song Yin graciously accepted the apple and took delicate bites, savoring it with her cherry-red lips. "Brat, why didn't you come back with Xiaoyan?" Aunt Dang said pointedly, clutching her apple. "We're not going the same way. You two chat. I'll go check on Aunt Zhou." Chunyu thought to himself, how can my beat-up tricycle compare with a sports car? Looks like they got along quite well. She's already calling her Xiaoyan. He'd thought Song Yin would act like a spoiled rich girl, looking down on commoners. Aunt Dang rubbed her forehead, cursing Chunyu inwardly. The boy's usually so clever. Why does he have to be so dense at crucial moments? With that, Chunyu left the office and entered a nearby bedroom where an elderly woman with graying hair lay on the bed. The moment Chunyu saw the old woman, a prompt appeared in his mind. Zhou Suxin, former director of Joy House Orphanage, traumatic brain injury caused by external force, currently in a vegetative state. Awakening method. Insert filiform needles 1 CUN into Baihui point, 1 CUN into Tianchong point, 1 CUN into Tianju point, 2 CUN into Yongquan point, and 1 CUN into Yinbai point. Chunyu was stunned at first, then overwhelmed with joy. 2 years ago, Aunt Zhou was hit by a car. The culprit fled the scene, and though her life was saved after emergency treatment, she fell into a vegetative state with little hope of ever waking up again. When Chunyu first came to the orphanage as a child, it was Aunt Zhou who took care of him, treating him like her own son, and he revered her as a mother in return. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and Aunt Zhou was involved in a car accident that left her in a vegetative state. Chunyu was heartbroken for a long time and made sure to personally take care of her whenever he could, hoping to awaken her. Chunyu never expected his mutated eyes to be capable of seeing even Aunt Zhou's condition, and a treatment method at that. It thrilled him beyond measure. Gripping Aunt Zhou's hand in excitement, he eagerly promised, "Mom Zhou, once I've mastered the acupuncture points in the human body, I will definitely cure you." Chapter 7. Know Your Limits. Chunyu studied archaeology, not medicine. Even though he knew the treatment method, he didn't dare to administer acupuncture to Aunt Zhou recklessly. He would need to properly identify the acupoints and master acupuncture techniques first. Moreover, he had always regarded Aunt Zhou as a mother figure, affectionately calling her Mother Zhou in private, and absolutely couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to her again. Looking at Mother Zhou's graying hair, aged face, and increasingly emaciated body lying on the hospital bed, Chen Yu's heart ached. He immediately decided to send her to the hospital for the best rehabilitation treatment available. He had wanted to send Mother Zhou to the hospital for treatment before, but lacked the money to afford the exorbitant medical fees. But now things were different. He was worth millions. Even if he spent it all on Mother Zhou, he wouldn't bat an eye, solely to repay her for raising him. Chen Yu had already called 120. He then carefully rewrapped the peony cup and rose cup from the blue and white 12-flower cup set he had acquired through his finds, securing them with protective foam and hid them under Mother Zhou's bed for emergencies. Xiaoyu, Yin Yin is heading back to school. Go with her. Just then, Aunt Deng's voice came from outside the door. Chen Yu lived in his university dormitory. The tricycle and the scrap he collected were kept at the orphanage, so he often traveled between the two places. Aunt Deng, I plan to send Mother Zhou to the City People's Hospital so she can receive better treatment. Chen Yu stepped out of the house and explained. Aunt Deng was stunned. Getting admitted to the city's People's Hospital would cost a fortune. For starters, just the basic bed fee alone would run several thousand a month. If only we had the money, we could have sent the old director to the hospital long ago instead of letting her make do at the orphanage. Not to mention there's no one available to care for her in the hospital either. The orphanage director did have a biological son, but he was unfilial and paid no attention to his bedridden mother. Xiaoyu, don't be ridiculous. The hospital is too expensive. We simply can't afford it. Aunt Deng softly advised, knowing Chen Yu only meant well. With a serious expression, Chen Yu said, Aunt Deng, I've earned some money now, enough to cover Aunt Zhou's medical expenses and nursing care fees. In the hospital, she can receive better treatment, and you'll have more energy to take care of the other children. Hearing Chen Yu's words and seeing his resolute expression, Aunt Deng stopped trying to dissuade him. She'd watched Chen Yu grow up, and once he set his mind on something, not even 8 horses could pull him back. Song Yin had also heard from Aunt Deng about the bond between Chen Yu and Mother Zhou. Seeing Chen Yu willingly do these things for Mother Zhou made her think he was a person of good character. About 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived at the orphanage. Chen Yu worked with the medical staff to place Mother Zhou on a stretcher and carry her into the vehicle. Yin Yin, would you mind going along too? I'm worried about Xiaoyu handling this alone, Aunt Deng pleaded, hoping this might also bring the two closer. During their chats, Aunt Deng had also learned that Song Yin wasn't Chen Yu's girlfriend, but she found Song Yin both beautiful and kind-hearted. The more she looked at her, the fonder she grew, and she couldn't help wanting to matchmake the pair. Although Song Yin had the haughty temper of a wealthy heiress, she wasn't devoid of compassion. Now that she had encountered this situation, she felt it would be improper not to help. Moreover, she had heard that Aunt Zhou had spent most of her life working tirelessly at the orphanage, caring for orphans without seeking fame or fortune. Such selfless love was truly admirable, and Song Yin couldn't help but feel deep respect. She nodded in agreement. Song Yin drove her sports car, following behind until arriving at the hospital simultaneously with the ambulance. After making inquiries, Chen Yu learned that all the standard hospital beds were occupied, leaving only double rooms and private rooms available. He chose the single room without hesitation. Now that he had money, he wouldn't skimp on expenses. He wanted to give Aunt Zhou the best recuperation environment possible, ensuring her swift recovery. After completing the hospitalization procedures, Chen Yu prepaid a 100,000 yuan deposit while Song Yin busied herself helping out. Aunt Zhou was settled into the single room with 4 tubes, catheters, and other medical equipment properly installed. Once everything was arranged, Chen Yu let out a long sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Song Yin, realizing even this aloof young lady had a compassionate side. I truly appreciate your help. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. No need, it was just a small favor. I should be heading home, Song Yin replied impassively. It was already dark, and if she didn't return soon, her family would start worrying. Song Yin, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. Just then, a voice brimming with delight suddenly called out from the doorway. strode a curly-haired young man dressed in designer casual wear. His narrow eyes, hooked nose like an eagle's beak, thin lips, and sallow complexion gave him an unpleasantly sharp appearance. At the sight of him, Song Yan's brows furrowed, and a flicker of disgust crossed her face. A string of information flashed through Chun Yu's mind. Wu Yang, senior finance student at Ninghai University, Song Yan's persistent admirer, currently suffering from syphilis. Song Yan had rejected Wu Yang repeatedly, yet he clung to her like a stubborn adhesive plaster, his relentless pestering filling her with utter revulsion. She completely ignored Wu Yang and said to Chun Yu, "Take good care of Annie Zhou. Call me if you need any help. I'll be going now." Chun Yu nodded and reminded her, "Be careful on the road. Drive safely." Seeing Song Yan ignore him while showing favor to Chun Yu, Wu Yang burned with intense jealousy and blocked their path. "Song Yan, who's this guy? Aren't you going to introduce us? Do I know you well enough to make introductions? Get out of the way," Song Yan retorted angrily. Wu Yang's jealousy and hostility toward Chun Yu deepened. After giving him a once-over and noting his ordinary, almost rustic attire, he sneered contemptuously. "Kid, do you have any idea who Song Yan is? You're not even fit to lick her shoes. Know your place. I'm warning you to stay away from her from now on, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." Chun Yu had initially planned to spare Wu Yang some dignity, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. With a meaningful smile, he replied, "You're absolutely right. One should have self-awareness. A campus belle like Song Yan isn't for everyone to pursue, especially not someone with syphilis." At the mention of syphilis, Wu Yang's face abruptly changed color, and he instinctively touched his coat pocket, relieved to find the test results still there. Furious, he roared, "Who the hell are you calling a syphilis patient? How dare you slander me? Watch me knock your teeth out. Of course it's you. 3 days ago, you messed around in a nightclub and caught syphilis. Now that the symptoms have appeared, you're here at the hospital for a checkup and treatment. Did I get it wrong?" Chun Yu said with a mischievous tone. Wu Yang was utterly astonished, his face betraying a look as if he'd seen a ghost. He'd deliberately chosen this near-closing hour for his hospital visit to avoid bumping into anyone. So how the hell did this kid know? After finishing his treatment, he ran into Song Yan's car while leaving, having come with lustful intentions, only to find himself walking right into trouble. He secretly regretted ever showing up, but he wasn't about to admit it and hurriedly defended himself. "Why, you're talking nonsense. I just came to the hospital to visit a patient." "Oh really? The test report in your pocket is sticking out, clearly stating you have syphilis. How shameless of you to still try to deny it," Chun Yu mocked sarcastically. "Impossible. I put it away properly. How could you possibly read it?" Wu Yang hurriedly checked, only to realize the report wasn't visible at all. Furious, he started cursing, then suddenly froze as he realized his slip-up. Chapter 8. The Dream of Building an Orphanage. Realizing Wu Yang had accidentally confessed to having syphilis during his outburst, Song Yan's expression twisted with even greater disgust. She hastily took several steps back, as if afraid of catching the disease herself. "You little bastard, you're slandering me, ruining my reputation. How dare you defame me like this? Just you wait, I won't let you get away with this." Wu Yang, his face burning with embarrassment and guilt, spat out the threat before turning tail and fleeing. He was seething with rage in his heart. Song Yan had already looked down on him, and now that she knew he had syphilis, all hope was lost. This grudge must be avenged. For someone like Wu Yang, Song Yan had no interest from the start and couldn't be bothered to pay him much attention. She turned her head and asked, "How did you actually know about his condition?" "I went to pay the fee and happened to bump into Wu Yang when I found it," Chun Yu lied casually. Song Yan didn't ask further questions. With her aloof personality, she couldn't be bothered to inquire more. She soon took her leave and departed. Chun Yu followed downstairs and watched as Song Yan drove away. Then he found a domestic service company near the hospital, hiring an experienced caregiver who would start working full-time the next day to take care of Aunt Zhou around the clock. After all, he needed to attend school and had many other matters to handle. It was impossible for him to stay at the hospital every day. On the way back, he stopped at a pharmacy to purchase a set of silver needles and a human acupoint model, intending to teach himself acupuncture techniques in hopes of mastering them soon to wake Aunt Zhou. That night, Chinyu stayed in the hospital room to keep watch, spending most of the night researching online and practicing acupuncture. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Annie Lee, the nursing aide, arrived for her shift. In her early 40s, she often cared for patients at the hospital, deft, experienced, and pleasant, her kind and honest nature evident at a glance. Chinyu intentionally used his ability to read Annie Lee's information, finding it matched exactly what she'd said. He felt completely at ease in trusting his mother to her care. Just as he finished arranging everything, Chinyu's phone suddenly rang. It was his good buddy Gao Dakue calling. The two had grown up together in the orphanage since childhood, forming a bond as close as brothers. However, Gao Dakue dropped out after finishing middle school and made a living through hard labor, taking on any dirty or strenuous job that came his way. Chinyu being able to complete high school and enter university was largely thanks to Gao Dakue's frugal lifestyle and financial support through his earnings. In Chinyu's heart, Gao Dakue was even dearer than a blood brother. He had vowed that if he ever rose to prominence, he would ensure Gao Dakue also lived a prosperous life, never forgetting his loyal friend. Now that he'd earned $3 million, he'd already planned it out last night. He'd set aside $500,000 for Aunt Zhou's medical treatment as a filial gesture. $1 million would go to Gao Dakue in repayment for supporting his education, and another $1 million would be donated to the orphanage to improve the children's living conditions. He believed one should always know how to be grateful. Becoming an ungrateful wretch the moment you're rich makes you no better than a beast. Xiaoyu, where are you? I got a moving gig, 300 trip. Come on over. We'll split it, came a somewhat gruff voice from the other end of the phone. All right, I'm on my way, Chinyu replied before striding out of the hospital. Not wanting to keep Gao Dakue waiting too long, he found a motorcycle taxi outside the hospital. After some haggling, 15 yuan got him a ride to the orphanage. He was accustomed to a life of hardship, so even when he had money, he wouldn't spend it recklessly. He wanted to save it to contribute to the orphanage. After all, he had grown up in the orphanage. It was his home, and the children there were his family. Among them were some disabled children who required substantial medical expenses for treatment. He wanted to help these disabled orphans and even dreamed of one day rebuilding a brand new orphanage where every child who came to live would receive the best care. In the past, it was just a fantasy, but now that he had the means to earn money, he finally saw hope. One day, his dream of building the orphanage would come true. At the orphanage gate, a shabby motorcycle tricycle was parked with a tall, burly, and dark-skinned young man over 6 feet tall sitting on it, none other than Gao Dakue. After meeting up, Chinyu got onto Gao Dakue's motorcycle tricycle, heading toward the moving destination. As he drove, Gao Dakue said, Xiaoyu, I heard you sent Mom, Zhou, to the city hospital. The little money you make from collecting scrap, how can it cover the medical bills? I still have a few thousand in my bank account. Take it too. Consider it my filial offering. No need. I picked up a treasure while scavenging and sold it for a good sum. It's more than enough for Mom Zhou's treatment, with enough left over to sponsor your moving company. Chinyu knew that Gao Dakue's dream was to start a moving company and be his own boss. Giving money under this pretense was perfect. If offered directly, his stubborn temperament would never accept it. What treasure did you pick up? Don't tell me some fool sold gold bars as scrap metal. More like selling gold bars as waste paper. Gao Dakue didn't take Chinyu's words seriously, assuming at best he'd made 10 or 20,000, barely enough to cover Zhou's mother's medical expenses for 2 or 3 months. After about 20 minutes, Gao Dakue parked the motorcycle tricycle in front of an old residential building, and Chinyu followed him up to the 6th floor. The person needing to move was the east unit on the 6th floor. The homeowner was a woman in her 40s, slightly plump, with an ordinary appearance, but heavily made up and dressed to the nines. With just a glance, Chinyu obtained the basic information about the female homeowner. Her name was Xiao Hong, and she ran a small clothing store. Because her father-in-law had passed away recently, she felt the old house was unlucky with a death in the family. Combined with her long-standing desire for a new home, she decided to sell the old house and took out a loan to buy a new one. Why are you so late? You have to finish moving everything within an hour. Don't delay my auspicious time for moving. The landlady complained impatiently. Don't worry, sis. 1 hour is more than enough, Dakue assured her while patting his chest, then began carrying items downstairs. The furniture and decorations in the house looked quite old and worn out. The owner didn't want them anymore. Only the daily necessities were being moved. All the items were already packed, filling the entire living room. Dakue, showing his selfless nature, deliberately chose the heavy stuff to carry, leaving the lighter items for Chunyu. Even without carrying anything, going up and down the 6th floor repeatedly was exhausting enough. After just a few trips, both of them were already drenched in sweat. The female landlord, still unsatisfied with their speed, kept urging them on. Hurry up. I specifically asked the master to choose this auspicious time. If we miss it, not only will you not get a single cent for the moving fee, but you'll also have to compensate me for my losses. Just half an hour left. No more breaks. Hurry up and move. Every time they came up, the female landlord would nag endlessly. Chunyu really wanted to yell at her to shut up. If she had time for nonsense, she might as well help carry a few loads. Clearly, she wasn't in that much of a hurry after all. But this was hard-earned money, so they had no choice but to endure the grievances. As Chunyu walked toward the balcony to move a cardboard box, his eyes caught sight of several potted succulents placed there. He didn't pay much attention, merely giving them a casual glance while wiping his sweat and catching his breath. Yet to his astonishment, a piece of information flashed through his mind. Frost Jade du Variegata, the finest among Jade du varieties, aged 9 years, valued between 600,000 to 800,000 yuan. Holy shit, even a succulent made of gold wouldn't be this valuable, right? Chapter 9. Who's the real fool here? Chunyu had never seen a plant worth hundreds of thousands before. Focusing his gaze, he carefully examined the succulent labeled Ice Jade du Variegata, covered in dust and looking utterly unremarkable, its soil dry from days without water. But after everything that happened yesterday, he had complete faith in his ability to read information from objects. He knew his eyes wouldn't deceive him. Though it looks unremarkable at first glance, the breed is undoubtedly genuine. With some proper nurturing, its value might even increase. The landlady doesn't even water it. She clearly has no idea what this succulent is worth. I might just stumble upon an incredible bargain. Just then, the landlady suddenly strode forward and gave Chunyu a heavy slap on the shoulder, abruptly cutting short his reverie. She snapped unhappily. "What are you doing?" Staring at some worthless potted plant while slacking off. "Hurry up with the move. If you miss the auspicious hour, you won't get a single penny." "Right away, I'll hurry." Chunyu's heart leaped with joy as he picked up the cardboard box and headed out. Clearly the landlady was clueless. Her hostile attitude made acquiring this rare treasure feel utterly guilt-free. During the subsequent work, his mind kept wandering, preoccupied with how to get his hands on that succulent plant. Such a golden opportunity shouldn't be wasted. Chunyu and Dakue worked diligently while enduring the landlady's incessant nagging. Yet even with their shirts soaked through from exertion, they still failed to finish the moving on time. Just a few small cloth bags remained in the corner. The landlady glanced at her wristwatch, saw the deadline had passed, and flew into a rage. "I kept urging you to finish within an hour. Now the auspicious timing is gone, and our family's good fortune is ruined. What's wrong with you two? Can't even handle such a simple task." Chunyu panted heavily and complained, "Just a little late. If you'd moved a couple of loads earlier, we wouldn't have wasted this time. If I had to do the work myself, why would I hire you? With your lazy attitude, you don't deserve a single cent. Not only will I withhold your wages, you'll compensate me for my losses." The landlady shrieked harshly. Chunyu lost his temper and argued, "We're working for free and now have to pay you instead? Where's the justice in that? Shall you? Watch your tone." Despite Dakue's burly physique, years of social experience had polished his rough edges. He first scolded Chunyu before turning to plead gently with the landlady. "Big sister, we're sweating all over from working so hard. It wasn't easy. Though we didn't finish on time, it wasn't delayed by much. How about giving us at least something?" The landlady's face darkened as she barked angrily. "Not a penny. You're lucky I'm not demanding compensation from you. Get out now. I need to follow the moving truck to my new home." Dakue grew anxious and quickly interjected, "Big sister, it's unreasonable not to pay for work done. You should at least give us something. How about 200? If I give you 200, then what about the 2,000 I spent on hiring a feng shui master to pick an auspicious time? Who's going to cover that loss? The landlady grew even angrier. Her so-called master was just a fortune teller from a street stall. Chinyu was furious. The landlady was being completely unreasonable, and he had to make up for their losses. His gaze swept over the remaining discarded furniture in the room, and suddenly, an idea struck him. We can waive the moving fee. Gao Dakue was stunned. He nudged Chunyu and whispered, "What are you saying? We've been working hard for an hour. Why give it up for free?" Chunyu blinked and gave him a meaningful look, sighing exaggeratedly. "We broke the contract first. It's only fair if our dear landlady here refuses to pay." Hearing they wouldn't demand payment, the landlady's expression softened slightly. She waved a dismissive hand. "At least you know your place." "Fine. I won't ask for compensation either. We're even." Chinyu pointed at the clutter in the room and pleaded, "Miss, making a living isn't easy for us either. Actually, my main job is collecting scrap. If you don't need any of these things, why not sell them to me?" Ahem, the tall and burly Gao Dakue, who had been smoking gloomily nearby, nearly coughed out a lung when he heard this. What was going on? He thought Chunyu had some brilliant plan to get the money back. Instead, not only didn't he ask for repayment, but he even planned to take scrap as compensation. Upon hearing this, the landlady immediately burst into laughter. "Sure, I was just worried about how to deal with all this junk. Since you're buying, take it all. The price is negotiable." She had already written Chunyu off as a complete idiot. Not only did he help move for free, he even volunteered to take the junk, which just happened to pad her pocket with some extra cash. Gao Dakue wanted to speak several times, but forcibly swallowed his words each time. He didn't want to embarrass his brother in front of outsiders. However, just like his landlady, he thought Chunyu was completely out of his mind. Had he lost his screws? If he wanted to collect scrap, it was everywhere on the streets. Why go through all this trouble here, only to make a fool of himself and be seen as a total idiot? Chunyu wore a sincere expression, but inwardly he smirked coldly. They'd soon find out exactly who the real fool was. Thinking this, he turned around and began putting on a show of examining items in the room one by one, first pointing at a desk lamp, then a broken standing fan, and finally a wrinkled Simmons mattress. These were all worn-out items that shouldn't cost much, yet the landlady opened with an outrageous price, 200. Truly a businesswoman, shrewder than the craftiest merchant. Chunyu cursed inwardly while maintaining a perfectly serious expression as he shook his head. "Just 3 pieces of junk. I wouldn't even pay 50 for them. That broken lamp isn't worth $5 as scrap. The fan might fetch 10 at most as metal, and that ragged mattress isn't worth 20. All 3 combined shouldn't go over 35. 35? Why don't you just rob me? At least 100, the landlady haggled angrily. Bundle these 3 items and throw in something extra. Make it 50 for the deal. Chunyu wandered around the room a few times before stopping near the balcony. Pointing at a few potted succulents, he said, "I've been meaning to raise some succulents. Toss those in as a bonus and sell them to me together." The landlady glanced over and said disapprovingly, "Those succulents were grown by my father-in-law for many years. He treasured them dearly. The 4 pots together are worth at least 400. It was true that the 4 potted succulents had been cultivated by her late father-in-law. But after he passed away from hepatitis, and given how unfilial she'd been toward him, never tending to them, they'd long been neglected. Now that her elderly husband had passed away, she was terrified of catching whatever he had and originally planned to throw away the succulents. But upon hearing Chunyu wanted to buy them, she immediately jacked up the price. "These succulent pots are practically dried to death. No one would pay 20 for them. At most, I can offer 50. Take it or leave it." Chunyu played hard to get, acting indifferent. "How about this? Together with those 3 items from earlier, 200 total." Seeing Chunyu wasn't budging, the landlady immediately slashed the price, figuring every penny counted, better than tossing them out. 85 in total. Not a penny more, or I won't take them. Chunyu stayed firm, knowing that with people who love squeezing out every advantage, you couldn't give them an inch, otherwise they'd take a mile. He knew the landlady would sell, and pretended to haggle some more, putting on an act of walking away as he waited for her to take the bait. Chapter 10. The Icy Jade Du Brocade. Seeing she couldn't get more money, the landlady reluctantly compromised and gritted her teeth. The truck's still waiting downstairs. I don't have time to waste words with you. Hand over the money. Chunyu secretly rejoiced while maintaining a pained expression on the surface as he paid 85 yuan. Inside, his heart blossomed with joy. At least 600,000 was as good as his. Fleecing this unreasonable woman left him with no qualms of conscience. Farewell. Chunyu handed over the payment, suppressing his excitement as he carefully packed the potted succulents into a cardboard box. Freeing up one hand to carry the fan, he called out, "Dakue, let's go." Dakue tossed away his cigarette, but gave a heavy sigh, hoisted the mattress onto his shoulder, picked up the desk lamp, and followed Chunyu outside. Downstairs, the two loaded their haul onto the motorcycle Selincha. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Gao Dakue couldn't help but complain. "Xiaoyu, what the hell are you up to? After an hour of manual labor, not only didn't we get paid, but you actually paid to haul away junk. Don't tell me you've got your eye on that landlady. That's some questionable taste." Chunyu rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Stop talking nonsense. What do you know? We've struck gold this time. Starting a moving company for you would be more than enough." Gao Dakue didn't believe a word of it, curling his lip as he retorted, "Cut the crap. Those 3 pieces of junk together wouldn't fetch 30 bucks. Starting a company? You delirious or something? Shouldn't have brought you along. If it were just me, brute force would have gotten us our wages." Though the same age as Chunyu, Gao Dakue saw him as a fragile student after years of hard knocks in the real world, instinctively shielding him whenever trouble arose. Touched by this, Chunyu pointed at the 4 succulents in the crate and teased, "Watch closely. These little guys will bankroll our moving company's launch." Gao Dakue sneered. "You think I'm some ignorant fool who can't tell these are just succulents? At the flower market, they sell for 10 bucks a pot. Pick any you like. These few withered plants here couldn't even fetch me a pack of cigarettes. What's wrong with you today? Gone completely money crazy?" Chunyu was momentarily speechless. He pointed at one of the pots and explained, "The other 3 are worthless, but you couldn't afford a single leaf of this one, even if you sold yourself. Take a good look. This is called the Ice Soul Jade du Variegata, worth 6 to 700,000 yuan. What kind of international joke are you playing? That filthy thing, I wouldn't even take it for free." Gao Dakue was 120% skeptical. If it were really that valuable, how could a shrewd and cunning woman like the landlady ever sell it? Chunyu didn't offer further explanations. Had it not been for his supernatural ability to read information from all things through his eyes, even he wouldn't have believed a mere pot of succulents could fetch such an astronomical price. "Once I get back, I'll nurture this frost jade du jadeite for a few days, find a buyer to sell it, get the money in hand, and then show off to my bro-in." On the way back, Chunyu casually found a scrap yard and sold the 3 pieces of junk, earning 25 yuan. Afterwards, Gao Dakue dropped Chunyu off at the orphanage and went looking for other jobs. Having worked all day for nothing and not earning a single penny, he simply couldn't resign himself to it. Chunyu exchanged a few words with Aunt Dang about Mother Zhou's condition, then gathered some tools to start cleaning that pot of variegated Isol Jade. Holding a spray bottle, he misted the leaves before carefully wiping off the dust with a cloth. The entire process was done meticulously. One careless move could damage the fleshy leaves and ruin their quality, potentially costing tens of thousands. This was no time for carelessness. In the blink of an hour, the Ice Jade du succulent had been thoroughly cleaned, appearing reborn as its true form was revealed. The plant's translucent leaves looked ethereal, like pristine green lotuses or glowing crystals. Though slightly yellowed from days without water, its beauty remained flawless. Chunyu finally understood why this succulent was valuable. It was genuinely stunning. He even researched online and found that a premium Ice Jade du specimen had sold for 1.3 million yuan at a Beijing auction house. After some nurturing, its value might increase further, Chunyu thought excitedly. Recalling the penny-pinching landlady who'd lost big, a mocking smile tugged at his lips. "You unfilial brat. Serves you right for not knowing there's treasure hidden in your own home. Sooner or later you'll regret this." The Frost Jade du kaleidoscope was far too valuable to prevent any accidents with children around. Chinyu meticulously crafted a simple hanging basket from scrap wire and suspended it from the ceiling beam in Annie Zhou's bedroom. That afternoon, Chinyu arrived at Ninghai University to attend Professor Niu Lakun's antique appraisal class. True to his name, the old professor was as stubborn as an ox. He had an ironclad rule against absenteeism. Any student skipping class would undoubtedly fail. Chinyu was already a good student with a strong interest in antique appraisal. Now that his eyes had mutated and he would frequently come into contact with antiques in the future, learning more about them would bring him nothing but benefits. As he walked into the classroom with his books, many classmates cast disdainful glances his way. Some even covered their noses and mouths, jeering, "Here comes the junk collector, stinking up the place. Everyone better stay away." Yeah, constantly dealing with garbage. Who knows what diseases he might have caught? Wouldn't want him passing them to us. The entire class knew Chun. You made a living collecting scrap. Hardly anyone looked at him with respect. Chinyu was used to this and didn't care, casually taking a seat in the front row. He knew that people's prejudices were like mountains, difficult to move. There was no point getting angry at these snobs who judged others by appearances. Besides, he was now a millionaire worth over 3 million. Why bother with these poor people? "Hey, trash picker, can you get the hell away? Sitting right in front of me in Nana like that. Who are you trying to disgust?" No sooner had Chinyu sat down than a haughty, angry voice rang out behind him. Chinyu turned his head to see Zhao Jiajun, the class heartthrob and monitor, sitting behind him with the class beauty Sun Lena. The two were cozily nestled together, a handsome guy and a pretty girl, making others green with envy. "I wasn't blocking you. Watch your language," Chinyu retorted irritably before turning back around. "Not only are you blocking my view, but your stench is bothering my Lena too. Asking you to scram was being polite. Don't push your luck." Zhao Jiajun came from an antique dealing family and carried himself with arrogant pride, accustomed to having the final say in class. He stretched his leg under the desk and forcefully kicked Chinyu's chair. "It stinks so bad. Stop disgusting people here. Just being classmates with a garbage picker like you makes me feel ashamed. So revolting." Sun Lena covered her nose with a look of disdain. Chinyu, adhering to his principle of maintaining a low profile, endured the humiliation for now and chose not to respond. "Didn't you hear me telling you to get lost? Are you deaf or just brain dead?" Zhao Jiajun grew even more aggressive, lifting his leg to kick him a few more times. "Not only deaf, but brain dead too. Honey, there's no need to lower ourselves by bothering with such trash." Sun Lena sneered, speaking with commanding arrogance. Their insults were too much to bear, and Chinyu felt rage boiling in his heart. "Just because I didn't argue back doesn't mean I'm weak. Since you're pushing your luck and asking for trouble, don't blame me for what happens next." Suddenly turning his head, he raised his voice scornfully. "Zhao Jiajun, you're being cuckolded while still cozying up to Sun Lena, that loose woman. How pathetic." Just moments ago, when Chinyu looked at Sun Lena, a piece of information surfaced in his mind. Sun Lena was two-timing them. She had spent last night with Wu Yang at Vanilla Theme Hotel. Chapter 11. The Indiscernible Authenticity of Antique Jade. "You trash picker, don't talk nonsense and make false accusations. You're the one who's promiscuous. Your whole family is." Sun Lena, her secret exposed, paled in fear as she stood up shouting angrily to cover her guilt. Zhao Jiajun also flew into a rage, suddenly grabbing at Chinyu while furiously shouting, "Damned liar, if you dare spout such nonsense, I'll tear that filthy mouth of yours apart." Chinyu sidestepped him, watching the pair with mocking disdain before dropping another bombshell. "That Wu Yang guy has contracted syphilis. Better watch out or you'll both catch it." Syphilis. Sun Lena's heart plunged like sinking into an ice cellar, though she adamantly denied it. "Bullshit. I've got nothing to do with Wu Yang. How dare you slander me and ruin my reputation? This isn't over." Chinyu sneered. "Yesterday afternoon, I personally saw Wu Yang going to the hospital for treatment. Whether your body is reacting or not, you know best in your heart. How dare you accuse me of slander? You." Sun Lena had been feeling uncomfortable down there all day, experiencing both pain and itchiness. Could she really have contracted that bizarre disease? The question was, how did Chinyu know all this so clearly? As if reading her mind, Chinyu continued, "Don't worry about how I know. You better think about how to explain this to Zhao Jiajun. Zhao Jiajun's face was currently livid. The words guilty conscience might as well have been written across Sun Lina's face. Even a fool could see it. Even if Chun Yu's claims weren't entirely accurate, they were close enough. Otherwise, Sun Lina wouldn't have reacted so strongly. He only felt a green haze over his head and said in disbelief, "Nana, did you really cheat on me with Wu Yang behind my back?" "Jiajun, don't listen to this jerk's nonsense. I swear I never betrayed you," Sun Lina hurriedly denied, her face full of worry. The trio quarreled loudly, and the entire class heard them, casting surprised, skeptical, and even gleeful glances their way, whispering among themselves. Chun Yu ignored the couple and turned to prepare for class, thinking to himself, "Let the dogs bite each other. Fight all you want, just don't disturb me." Class begins. At that moment, a dignified elderly man in his 60s with graying hair and beard walked in, his expression solemn. This was Professor Nyo Lekun, the instructor of the antique appraisal course. Held in high esteem, his entrance immediately silenced the once noisy classroom. Even Zhao Jiajun and Sun Lina, who had been arguing, promptly closed their mouths. Professor Nyo carefully placed a cloth-wrapped bundle on the lectern, but didn't open it immediately. He first took attendance, then began his lecture. The class was focused on the appreciation of ancient jade, and Chun Yu listened with rapt attention, absorbing a wealth of new knowledge. Although he now possessed the supernatural ability to distinguish authenticity with his eyes, his foundational theoretical understanding was still sorely lacking. Theoretical knowledge ends here. Next comes practical application. After finishing his lecture, Professor Nyo opened the cloth wrapping and took out a palm-sized dragon-shaped jade artifact inside, which was bluish-gray in color. "This is a piece of jadeware from the Song Dynasty that I specifically bought from the antique market. I want you to authenticate its genuineness and see if you can apply the knowledge I've taught you." Chun Yu looked up, and a string of information appeared in his line of sight. Late Qing Dynasty, Khotan green jade artifact, estimated value 30,000 to 40,000. Heqian jade is categorized by its color and texture into 4 types: white jade, green jade, black jade, and yellow jade. Among these, green jade is the most common and relatively less valuable. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Professor Nyo claimed the dragon-shaped jade artifact was from the Song Dynasty. Yet based on its appearance, it seemed like a crude counterfeit. Yet his eye's special ability told him it was genuine. Could there be more to this? Professor Nyo glanced around the room, his gaze lingering intentionally or unintentionally on Zhao Jiajun. He held great admiration for Zhao Jiajun's talent and intended to nurture him carefully. Zhao Jiajun had spent half the class arguing quietly with Sun Lina, paying no attention to the lecture. Suddenly noticing Professor Nyo's stare, he assumed he had angered the professor and hastily stood up, saying, "Let me appraise it." After speaking, he stepped onto the podium, took the dragon-shaped jade artifact, examined it carefully, and immediately understood everything. Zhao Jiajun's father and grandfather were both in the antique business. Coming from families steeped in antiquities, he had been immersed in the world of cultural relics since childhood. Even before entering university, he had already acquired extensive knowledge of antique appraisal. He declared confidently, "I'm certain this jade artifact is a fake. The aging technique used is incredibly crude and not even worth mentioning." "Oh, explain your reasoning." Professor Nyo nodded approvingly and asked. "It's very simple." Zhao Jiajun spoke with considerable pride, temporarily putting aside his troubles with Sun Lina, and expounded. "First, the design of this dragon-shaped jade artifact is awkward. A normal design would have the 2 claws level, whereas this piece relies on the tail and front claws for support, with the hind claws noticeably shorter. Then look at the surface. The patina is rough, created through acid burning. Even without a magnifying glass, you can see the white acidic film and uneven coloration. Genuine coloration wouldn't be uniform. It would seep in gradually, creating a gradient effect. From the carving technique, this dragon-shaped jade artifact appears to be the work of a rough modern machine process. The lines are stiff, especially the eyes, which are crudely rendered with 2 simple hooks. Ancient jade carvings typically use rotary wheel techniques, so curved lines would show connecting marks rather than appearing as one smooth stroke. Moreover, the cross-section of the engraving marks on this piece doesn't show the distinct triangular pattern characteristic of wheel carving, which makes it a crudely made imitation. Zhao Jiajun listed several points in succession, then paused, ready to bask in his teacher's praise and his classmates' astonished admiration. Sun Lina played the sycophant in the audience, fawning over him with starry-eyed admiration while sneering at Chinyu. Jiajun, you're so amazing. How do you know so much? Unlike some trash picker who knows nothing but spreads rumors. What a despicable creep. Chinyu had already figured out why the seemingly fake dragon-shaped jade artifact was actually genuine. Hearing Sun Lina's grating comments, he secretly sneered. Since you're being so aggressive, don't blame me for making your boyfriend wear a big green hat in front of everyone, leaving him utterly embarrassed. However, he didn't retaliate immediately, waiting instead for Professor Nyo's opinion to see whether the old professor had intentionally done it or had genuinely misidentified the piece. Professor Nyo's face was full of admiration as he nodded and said, "Excellent. Jiajun is very smart. He pointed out many flaws in this counterfeit jade artifact. He's worthy of praise, truly lives up to being the class monitor, and sets an example for everyone to learn from." Professor Nyo's words settled the matter, making his stance clear while also announcing the authenticity, or lack thereof, of the dragon-shaped jade artifact. The classmates who were following the trend gasped in amazement, discussing excitedly. Zhao Jiajun is so impressive. How does he know everything? His future is truly limitless. Nonsense. His family has been in the antiques business for 3 generations. Identifying an ordinary piece of jade is naturally no challenge for him. Hearing the praise from below, Zhao Jiajun couldn't help but feel elated. Flushed with pride, he boasted arrogantly, "Classmates, don't envy me. Today I'll teach you the simplest method for identifying ancient jade. Soon you'll be just like me, no longer fooled by clumsy aging techniques." Hearing Zhao Jiajun seemingly about to reveal some exclusive techniques, the classmates immediately pricked up their ears to listen. They'd never been this attentive even during class. The method is simple. When you encounter an ancient jade you suspect might be chemically treated, just lightly lick it with your tongue. If it tastes sour, it's definitely fake. Of course, antiques tend to carry bacteria, and since we're all refined people here, none of us would actually stoop to doing something like that. At this, Zhao Jiajun shot a disdainful glance at Chinyu and mocked. Student Chinyu here spends all his time scavenging trash, surrounded by filth. He's clearly not afraid of getting dirty. I suggest we let him come up and lick the dragon-shaped jade artifact, then share his impressions with us. Chapter 12. Misjudgment. As Zhao Jiajun finished speaking, the entire class burst into laughter, with many jeering. The class monitor is right. Chinyu spends all day picking through trash. He's surely not afraid of dirt. Let's give him this wonderful opportunity to volunteer. Ignoring his classmates' mockery, Chinyu stood up and fixed Zhao Jiajun with a cold stare, countering sharply. No matter how hard you lick their boots, it won't help, because this dragon-shaped jade artifact is genuine. Zhao Jiajun looked at him as if he were an idiot and sneered. What nonsense! How ridiculous! This obviously fake, acid-treated antique can't possibly be real. You're just trying to show off. Your incompetence is what's laughable. The dragon-shaped jade artifact the teacher brought out is a genuine piece crafted by a Qing dynasty folk artisan, worth between 20,000 to 30,000 on the market. Chinyu shot back sarcastically. His words stirred up a hornet's nest, instantly boiling the classroom with waves of mocking laughter. Zhao Jiajun was the most knowledgeable about antiques in their class and had gained Professor Nyo's approval. Nobody believed Chinyu's claim. Zhao Jiajun clutched his stomach in laughter and jeered. "This is hilarious. A genuine piece? Do you even know what antiques are? When I was playing with Jingdezhen porcelain as a toddler, you were probably still scrabbling around some garbage dump." Sun Lina, feeling guilty like a thief, laughed the most exaggeratedly to please Zhao Jiajun. Jiajun's family runs an antique business. You think a trash picker like you knows better? Stop embarrassing yourself. Compared to his appraisal skills, you're not even as good as a 3-year-old. Chinyu snorted coldly, unaware that if not for her repeated mockery, he wouldn't have exposed her dirty little affair with Wu Yang. Professor Nyo's face darkened as he said reproachfully, "This dragon-shaped jade artifact was something I bought at the antique market for 60 yuan. Claiming it was from the Song dynasty was merely to test your discernment. Chenyu, why do you insist it's genuine? Have you not been paying attention in my class?" He couldn't quite understand. Chenyu was usually modest and unassuming, performing well in class. Why would he choose today to oppose him with such a high and mighty attitude? Having stepped forward, Chenyu had no intention of backing down. He stood his ground. "Professor, this dragon-shaped jade artifact is indeed crafted by a Qing dynasty folk artisan, and its actual value far exceeds what you paid for it. If it were anyone else, bragging about finding a treasure in the antique market would probably send them over the moon. But to the stubborn Professor Nyo, it sounded like the utmost mockery. How could his decades of learning fail to discern even a crude counterfeit? He said irritably, "I can't stand students who are half-baked yet act pompous. If you can't give a proper explanation, I'll consider you disruptive and throw you out. Don't even think about passing this semester. Failing him is too light a punishment, Professor. Someone like him who drags down our school's reputation should be expelled." Zhao Jiajun added fuel to the fire from the sidelines. "I can't stand incompetent fools who still flaunt themselves with pride," Chenyu retorted, stepping onto the podium to take the dragon-shaped jade artifact. In a clear voice, he declared, "Superficially, it does appear to be a clumsy imitation, but upon closer examination, I've concluded it's a genuine artifact from the Qing dynasty. The acid-burned patina is merely superficial. It conceals the truth within. I'll need alkaline solution and cleaning brushes to reveal its authentic appearance." Neutralizing acid with alkali? You intend to scrape off the patina? Professor Nyo discerned Chenyu's approach. However, stubborn by nature and supremely confident in his own judgment, he believed Chenyu's efforts would be futile regardless. Who would be foolish enough to coat a genuine jade artifact with crude patina, devaluing it? Probably only someone as unreasonable as you, Zhao Jiajun mocked once more. He had always disliked Chenyu, and after Chenyu publicly spread rumors that Sun Lina was having an affair with another man, causing gossip throughout the entire class, his resentment toward Chenyu deepened even further. He simply had to vent this simmering anger. Chenyu ignored Zhao Jiajun, waiting to let the facts speak for themselves. He guessed that the man might have been an incompetent amateur trying to artificially age the Qing dynasty jade artifact to fetch a higher price, but his lack of skill backfired. Both the counterfeit dealer and Professor Nyo being fooled. Such a thing was simply unbelievable, beyond anyone's imagination. As he spoke, Chenyu found a packet of antique cleaning powder and a cleaning brush on the display shelf in the corner of the classroom. Chenyu went to the water room again, fetched a basin of warm water, mixed washing soda powder into it in a specific ratio, and then submerged the dragon-shaped jade artifact for soaking. The soaking process took 15 minutes. During this time, classmates led by the contemptible pair Zhao Jiajun and Sun Lina kept sneering at Chenyu nonstop, filling the entire classroom with uproar. Professor Nyo paid no attention to this, confidently refusing to even glance at the changes occurring to the dragon-shaped artifact in the alkaline solution. Whatever favorable impression he'd had of Chenyu had completely evaporated. To him, Chenyu's actions, delaying class time and challenging his authority, seemed like the desperate attention-seeking antics of a chronically neglected child. "Class is almost over. Are you done yet? How much longer do we have to watch your performance?" Zhao Jiajun impatiently urged. Chenyu examined the dragon-shaped jade artifact in the alkaline water basin and immediately broke into a delighted smile. Looking up, he said, "It's ready, Professor. Please take a look." Just seeking attention, what else could there possibly be besides a rough draft? What this is? Initially, Professor Nyo was full of disdain, but after one glance, his eyes widened instantly and remained fixed. What they saw was the patina of the dragon-shaped jade artifact loosening and peeling away, revealing the bluish-gray jade beneath. The flawed dragon foot mentioned by Zhao Jiajun, the slightly shorter hind limb, only had its patina worn away with no other changes, while the excess dragon tail and the base of the front foot had broken off. Turned out that the excess part was an acid-burned patina added later. When Professor Nyo was left speechless in shock, the classroom erupted in commotion. The students all stood up, crowding around to catch a glimpse of the basin's contents. Chunyu lifted the dramatically transformed dragon-shaped jade artifact and, in full view of everyone, meticulously brushed away the remaining patina with a cleaning brush. What emerged was a somewhat crudely crafted Hittian green jade dragon carving. Chunyu was right. I truly underestimated it, Professor Nyo said with a complicated expression, his face flushed with shame. Being publicly corrected by a student was a heavy blow to his pride. With a deep sigh, he turned and walked out of the classroom, his figure forlorn. Professor, Chunyu called out, wearing a bitter smile. Had his approach been too direct, making the professor feel humiliated and unable to accept it? But to crush the arrogance of that vile couple, he had no better alternative. Zhao Jiajun stood frozen in awkward silence. His expertise in antiques had actually been bested by a scrap collector. His face burned as if struck twice, alternating between flushed red and pale white. The classmates were also stunned. No one expected Professor Nyo to make a misjudgment. Chunyu had actually been right. Since when was this guy's eye sharper than even Professor Nyo's? If you still doubt it and don't believe it's real, you can lick it. Chunyu shot Zhao Jiajun a triumphant glance, throwing back the very words this guy had used to humiliate him earlier. Proud and image-conscious, Zhao Jiajun couldn't stomach such humiliation. He snarled, Chunyu, just you wait. I'll make you pay double for today. Ding, ding, ding. As soon as he finished speaking, the class bell suddenly rang. Chunyu was about to retort when a chilling voice came from the back door. Chunyu, get the hell out here. Chapter 13. Who gave whom the green hat? Chunyu froze for a moment. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and the aggressive tone clearly signaled trouble. Looking up, he saw Wu Yang swaggering in with two tall male students. Information about the two flashed in his mind. Ho Liang and Li Chunsheng, senior student from Ninghai University's Physical Education Department. Wu Yang arrogantly scanned the room, spotted Chunyu, and triumphantly shouted, Kid, I've finally found you. Get over here and prepare to meet your doom. Chunyu instantly guessed Wu Yang's intentions. Since the other party had come knocking, he wasn't about to back down. Smirking coldly, he retorted, After I exposed your syphilis in front of Song Yan, now you're here for revenge? Like stepping on a dog's tail. Wu Yang flew into a rage. Shut your filthy mouth. I'm not sick at all. You're the one spreading lies and making me lose face in front of the campus bell. Today I'm going to tear your stinking mouth apart and beat you until you're kneeling and begging for mercy. Zhao Jiajun had been nursing a grudge ever since he lost to Chunyu in appraising the dragon-shaped jade artifact. What's more, Chunyu had previously accused Sun Lina of having an affair with Wu Yang, spreading such rumors that made him feel like a cuckold, utterly humiliated. He couldn't wait for someone to teach Wu Yang a lesson, eagerly fanning the flames. Exactly. We must tear that filthy mouth of his and beat him until his teeth scatter across the floor. Let's see if he dares spout nonsense again. Look at you two actually teaming up. How laughable. Chunyu mocked. Zhao Jiajun, aren't you afraid Wu Yang might infect you with syphilis? Perfect timing. Now that all three of you are here, let's settle this face to face and see who's cuckolding whom. The moment these words left his mouth, both Wu Yang and Zhao Jiajun's expressions darkened, their eyes burning with fury. Sun Lina, terrified of being publicly exposed, screamed guiltily, You filthy scavenger! Shut your stinking mouth. Wu Yang and I are just friends. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll have them smash your dog head. Chunyu teased mockingly. Two boyfriends coming to your rescue. How impressive. But as a classmate, I'll give you a friendly reminder. You'd better get checked at the hospital soon. Syphilis isn't easy to cure. Dare to spread lies? Beat him to death. I'll cover the medical bills. Wu Yang erupted like a volcano, shouting as he and the two classmates he brought charged forward. Chunyu's playful grin vanished, replaced by calm composure. With no trace of fear in his heart, ever since gaining his eye abilities, others' movements appeared exceptionally clear to him. Wu Yang lunged forward first, throwing a punch, but Chunyu seemed to have predicted it, sidestepping with ease and effortlessly dodging the attack. Missing his target, Wu Yang nearly threw out his back, only to be kicked squarely in the rear by Chunyu, sending him face first into the ground like a dog eating dirt. Though Chun Yu's frame appeared slender and couldn't compare to the brawn of an athlete, years of pedaling a tricycle had given his legs considerable strength. Moreover, having grown up in an orphanage without parents, he'd endured his fair share of bullying. Before college, he'd been in plenty of fights, giving him ample experience. The best way to deal with being surrounded by 3 attackers is to end the fight quickly and knock out 1 or 2 of them as soon as possible. Wu Yang felt as if his but had been kicked into 4 pieces, crashing down in a daze. Getting taken down in mere moments was utterly humiliating. Ho Yang followed closely behind. As a PE student with basic combat training, his punches and kicks carried force, making him look fierce and intimidating. But after all, he wasn't a professional boxer. The flaw in his low stance was glaring. Chun Yu saw the flaws clearly and delivered a vicious kick to Ho Yang's unprotected groin. Ho Yang let out a piercing wail, his face flushing crimson as he doubled over in pain. Clutching his groin with both hands, he squatted on the ground, temporarily incapacitated from fighting back. The last one to charge in was Li Chunsheng, a basketball player who stood over 1.9 meters tall with thick, powerful arms. He threw several consecutive punches. Chun Yu clearly tracked every trajectory of Li Chunsheng's punches, predicting their landing points in advance and effortlessly dodging them all. "You still dare to hit me? Today I'll beat you until you cry for your parents." Wu Yang scrambled back to his feet, gnashing his teeth in fury as he spread his arms and lunged at Chun Yu. He intended to tackle Chun Yu, but the latter slipped away like an eel and instead grabbed Wu Yang as a human shield, just in time to receive Li Chunsheng's heavy punch right to the face. Crunch! Li Chunsheng couldn't pull his punch in time, striking Wu Yang square on the nose and breaking his nasal bridge, sending blood gushing out. "Wu Yang, are you alright? Ouch!" Li Chunsheng hadn't expected to accidentally hurt one of his own men. In that brief moment of hesitation, Chun Yu seized the opportunity to punch him square in the stomach. "Ah!" The nearly 2-meter-tall giant cried out in pain, immediately curling up like a shrimp, his face contorted in agony. Without hesitation, Chun Yu grabbed Li Chunsheng by the hair, raised his knee, and smashed it into his chest before yanking him downward with both hands, slamming him face first onto the ground. The entire process took less than a minute. With swift efficiency, Chun Yu took down all 3 opponents, 2 of whom were physically strong student athletes. The entire class was stunned. Was this really the same low-key, seemingly easy-to-push around Chun Yu they knew? Those who had mocked Chun Yu couldn't help feeling a chill of fear. If Chun Yu had truly lost his temper back then, they too would have ended up severely beaten. This era is absolutely wild. A scrap collector who can both appraise antiques and knows martial arts? Definitely not someone to mess with. From now on, we'd better speak to Chun Yu with proper respect. Beside them, Sun Lina was utterly dumbfounded. She had thought Wu Yang bringing people along would easily allow them to vent their anger by beating Chun Yu to a pulp, but it ended up with them being the ones getting thrashed instead. Seeing the situation turning against her, she grew increasingly uneasy, terrified that Chun Yu would confront Wu Yang and expose her lies. Flustered, she covered her face and cried out, I faint at the sight of blood. I can't handle this. I have to go." With that, Sun Lina grabbed her bag and dashed out of the classroom, her high heels clicking rapidly against the floor. Wu Yang wiped the blood from his nose and, with Ho Yang and Li Chunsheng supporting each other, struggled to their feet. Their gazes at Chun Yu were filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. "Fine, kid, you've got guts. We'll see about this." Wu Yang didn't dare to fight any longer. After throwing out that threat, he hobbled off with his 2 cronies. Chun Yu wasn't about to let it go easily, raising his voice loudly. "Wu Yang, when you go to the hospital to stop the bleeding, remember to check out the urology department. Syphilis isn't just contagious. It can be fatal in severe cases." Wu Yang stiffened, nearly stumbling. Having his syphilis infection exposed like this was utterly humiliating. This time, far from venting his anger by injuring Chun Yu, he'd ended up covered in filth himself, truly adding insult to injury. Seething with resentment, he hurried away. Watching the 3 figures retreat, Chun Yu gave a disdainful snort before turning his gaze to Zhao Zhejun. The guy stood about a meter behind Chun Yu, tightly clenching his fists his face full of hesitation, as if debating whether to launch a sneak attack. Zhao Jiajun, Wu Yong cuckolded you. Yet instead of confronting him, you want to ambush me? Chen Yu stepped forward aggressively, deliberately putting on a fierce expression. Zhao Jiajun retreated fearfully, stammering, "Why you? What do you think you're doing? We're civilized people. Gentlemen use words, not fists. If you've got the skill, fight me with wits, not fists." Chapter 14. Jade versus Wit Combat. Zhao Jiajun was terrified by Chen Yu's ability to take on 3 opponents single-handedly. In his panic, he proposed a contest of wits instead. What a novel idea, a battle of wits. How do you propose we do this? Chen Yu asked disdainfully. Swallowing hard with nerves, Zhao Jiajun said, "You're supposedly an expert at appraising antiques, even spotting flaws Professor Niu overlooked. I refuse to accept that. I challenge you to an appraisal contest." Hearing this, Chen Yu immediately chuckled. Wasn't this just delivering treasure straight to him? Appraise what? If there's no prize, I don't have time to waste humoring you. This guy walked right into the crosshairs himself. A free shot not taken is a shot wasted. He immediately decided to set up Zhao Jiajun. Zhao Jiajun gritted his teeth and said, "I have a family heirloom jade on me. You appraise it. If you can accurately identify its era, authenticity, value, and even the artist who made it, I'll hand it over to you on the spot. But if you can't, you'll have to kneel and apologize to me in front of the entire school." By proposing this appraisal challenge, he aimed to thoroughly humiliate Chen Yu and settle the score, even willing to use his ancestral jade as bait. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Otherwise, Chen Yu would never agree so easily. "Is that for real?" Chen Yu asked playfully. Now, a changed man, he possessed keen eyes that could perceive information about all things in the world. A mere jade, pendant was already as good as is in his eyes. Every word is true. My classmates here can vouch for me. After all, as classmates, Zhao Jiajun knew Chen Yu quite well. Since starting university, Chen Yu had been rather ordinary, with no particularly impressive skills in antique appraisal, far from matching Zhao Jiajun, who had been immersed in antiques since childhood. He thought Chen Yu's identification of the Qing dynasty jade dragon pendant in class was just a fluke, nothing more than blind luck with no real skill. Hearing that the two were going to have a treasure appraisal duel, their classmates grew excited, shouting and egging them on with more enthusiasm than if they were watching a fight. "Fine, it's settled. Bring out the jade. Today I'll show you my appraisal skills and make you admit defeat willingly." Chen Yu was secretly delighted and eager to start. Zhao Jiajun, convinced that Chen Yu was all talk, shot him a disdainful glance before pulling out a pale yellow, exquisitely crafted piece of jade from his waistband. The jade artifact was crafted from a circular section topaz with a missing segment, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. Its center was hollowed out and carved with 5 floral petals, while intricate patterns adorned the surrounding ring that had a noticeable gap. Examining the jade piece alone revealed considerable craftsmanship. Since its incomplete ring couldn't be worn directly, an artisan had drilled 2 tiny holes at the top and bottom of the circumference to allow threading for the owner's convenience in wearing it. As archaeology majors, all the classmates had some expertise. Many gathered around to examine it, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly worthy of an antique collecting family. Such an impressive heirloom. Just amazing." Absolutely right. Just those 2 white jade pieces dangling from the gold thread as embellishments would cost at least 70 to 80,000. The class president's family must be loaded. Chen Yu also marveled at the craftsmanship of the jade ring, blurting out, "Jade rings, those that are complete are called huan, while those with gaps are called ju. In ancient times, they were mostly worn by nobles. The ju signifies what appears full is actually lacking, serving as a warning to descendants of nobility against complacency and arrogance." Just textbook knowledge. Do you need to recite it? Zhao Jiajun, basking in the crowd's gasps of admiration, grew rather smug and scolded Chen Yu. "Enough nonsense. You've seen it. Now give me the exact details about this jade Jew. If you're wrong on even one point, you lose and must kneel to apologize." Inwardly, he sneered, certain that a scrap collector like Chen Yu couldn't possibly get it right. Even if by some fluke he did, Zhao could simply deny it, ensuring his own invincibility. Chun Yu withdrew his gaze and said solemnly, "Do you take me for a fool? Without proof, even if I'm right, you could just deny it. Nobody would know the truth, and I'd be guaranteed to lose." Through his eyes, he had already grasped all the information about this jade piece. Now, all he needed to do was refine the rules of the game to ensure Zhao Jiejun would concede wholeheartedly, with no room for excuses. Some classmates who loved stirring up excitement chimed in. "Yeah, class monitor, you have to give us the correct answer. Even if you won't tell Chun Yu, at least let us know so there's some fair judgment. A duel must be fair and above board. You can't pull shady tactics and then cry foul." Seeing his petty trick exposed, Zhao Jiejun's face flushed red and pale by turns as he snapped. "Shut up. Who said I can't handle losing? I'll write the correct answer on paper with everyone supervising. Will that satisfy you?" With that, Zhao Jiejun grabbed pen and paper, turning his back to Chun Yu while shielding his writing with one hand. Like a scurrying cockroach, he hastily scribbled the correct answer in barely legible handwriting. He then folded the paper, allowing no one a peek, before handing it to the trustworthy academic monitor. Though this minor mishap occurred, Zhao Jiejun remained convinced that Chun Yu possessed no real talent and would certainly fail to authenticate the jade. He sneered disdainfully. "Now you've got nothing to say, have you, you fraud? Today, even if I have to stake my family heirloom, I'll expose your true hypocritical face. How dare you spread lies about me? I'll make you kneel down and admit your wrongs. Too bad, aside from in your dreams, you'll never see the day I kneel and admit my mistakes, because I absolutely won't lose." Chun Yu brimmed with confidence, his gaze profound as he took the jade and pretended to examine it carefully for a moment before asking, "Wei Zifu, do you happen to know her?" "You." Zhao Jiejun's heart skipped a beat. Could this guy actually know? Seeing that Zhao Jiejun remained silent, Chun Yu wasted no more time in keeping them in suspense and declared aloud, "This jade piece is none other than the legendary heirloom jade of Empress Wei Zifu." Who Wei Zifu was, I presume, goes without saying. As the second empress of Emperor Wu of Han, she held the position for 38 years, enjoying unparalleled favor. Even in death, she was granted the unprecedented honor of having the unique posthumous title C, something unheard of before the Han dynasty. She is considered one of history's most accomplished empresses. So after this jade piece she once wore left the palace, it became highly sought after by the noble women of wealthy families. People believed the jade carried the spiritual essence of Wei Zifu. Any maiden awaiting marriage who obtained it could aspire to become the mother of a nation. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, this piece of jade has passed through many hands, from renowned imperial consorts and empresses to legendary women of history. Each touch has added to its immeasurable worth. If it were placed in an auction house today, finding a true connoisseur with deep pockets wouldn't be difficult. A price tag of tens or even hundreds of millions, easily achievable. Class monitor, wouldn't you agree? The moment Chun Yu mentioned the name Wei Zifu, Zhao Jiejun's expression darkened, his face twisting with visible dread. The fear of losing his family heirloom to Chun was now painfully real. But when Chun Yu fell silent, Zhao Jiejun instead burst into laughter, his arrogance flaring. "Huh, you're wrong," he jeered. "I won't give you a second chance. Hurry up, kneel before the whole class, and admit your mistake." Chun Yu remained composed in the face of Zhao Jiejun's arrogant behavior, as if he had anticipated it all along. With a mocking smile, he retorted, "Has your brain been soaked in lie too? Can't you let me finish what I was saying?" Chapter 15. Winning the Family Heirloom. "Bullshit, it's all wrong. You'll be kneeling down to apologize." Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jiejun wouldn't let it slip. His voice rose an octave, his heart swelling with the exhilaration of humiliating Chun Yu. Chun Yu glanced at Zhao Jiejun as if looking at a mentally challenged child, then continued speaking to himself. "The jade passed down from Wei Zifu is indeed highly sought after and can fetch an astronomical price. But that's precisely the problem. The more renowned a piece of jade, the more people clamor to counterfeit it for exorbitant profits. Even a simple Qing dynasty jade dragon pendant is susceptible to forgery. How much more so the legendary Empress jade? Not to mention the countless imitators from later dynasties. Just during the Han dynasty alone, As far as I know, at least 5 people within a few years simultaneously claimed to have obtained the legendary jade of Wei Zifu and were willing to sell it. After that, with the proliferation of counterfeit goods and the loss of authentic jade pieces handed down from Empress Wei Zifu, the numerous imitations became increasingly worthless. Chen Yu pointed at the exquisitely carved jade in Zhao Jiejun's hand and continued. There's no denying its fine material and superb craftsmanship. It's indeed an artifact passed down from the Han Dynasty. Unfortunately, it's not the genuine article. Selling it for tens or hundreds of millions is impossible, but a figure in the millions is still attainable. I'd estimate it's worth around 1.2 million. Listening to Chen Yu's eloquent and confident explanation, the classroom erupted in gasps of surprise and murmurs of discussion. Good heavens, that scared me to death. I really thought our class monitor dared to casually wear treasures worth tens or hundreds of millions on her person. I was practically entertaining criminal thoughts. Even a million is no small sum for us. Even if it's jadeite imitation dating back from the Han Dynasty, it's more than enough to be passed down as a family heirloom. Zhao Jiejun's face grew increasingly grim, his eyes rolling back as he nearly collapsed to the ground. He had no mind to engage with the chatter around him. When he finally snapped out of his daze, he saw Chen Yu approaching the class monitor to inquire about the answer written on the slip of paper, with many curious classmates gathering around them. The class monitor unfolded the paper and read aloud. The authentic replica of Empress Wei Zifu's jade dating back to the Han Dynasty, carved from fine jade, is worth approximately 1.2 million, exactly as Chen Yu stated. The onlooking students clearly saw the writing on the paper, confirming Chen Yu's words. Gasps erupted once more, with everyone finding it unbelievable. Since when had Chen Yu's appraisal skills become so astonishingly accurate? Impossible. How could a scrap collector possibly identify something like this? It defies logic. Zhao Jiejun found it even harder to believe. Since Chen Yu was right, he had officially lost the bet. Amid the astonished murmurs of the crowd, Chen Yu confidently extended his hand and demanded, Zhao Jiejun, a bet is a bet. This heirloom jade is mine now. Zhao Jiejun clutched the family heirloom jade tightly, hastily retreating as he backtracked. I won't give it to you. I can offer you money instead. Are you kidding? This is his family's heirloom worth millions. If he loses and has to give it away, countless people would laugh their heads off, and his father would probably beat him to death. Unless you can give me 1.2 million right now, forget it. Chen Yu resolutely refused, pressing firmly. I won't provoke others if left unprovoked, but if someone crosses me, he won't keep retreating and won't hesitate to strike back when necessary. Zhao Jiejun kept backing away until he hit the wall, his face looking worse than if he'd swallowed a dead rat. Although his family dealt in antiques, they were just an ordinary family, not wealthy elites. Unable to come up with over 1 million, he decided to weasel out, shouting, What do you think you're doing? This is robbery. Accepting defeat gracefully is the most basic principle. Seeing Zhao Jiejun renege on his bet, many classmates cast disdainful looks his way, content to watch the spectacle without any intention of intervening. Can't handle losing? Where's your shame? Give it here. Chen Yu scoffed disdainfully, forcibly prying Zhao Jiejun's hand open to seize the jade pendant. With a mocking tone, he added, Thanks for this. Betting with you is such fun. If you got any other family treasures lying around, don't forget to bring them out. I'd love to broaden my horizons. Chen, you goddamn bastard has gone too far. In his furious rage, Zhao Jiejun abandoned all restraint. Swinging his fist with vicious intent, he lashed out at Chen Yu, determined to reclaim his family heirloom. Chen Yu's eyes glittered with keen intensity, clearly tracking Zhao Jiejun's movement and the trajectory of his punch. With effortless grace, he sidestepped the attack before delivering a sharp kick outward. Zhao Jiejun stumbled a few steps before falling backward in a humiliating sprawl, his face twisted in pain and eyes burning with furious resentment. Many watching classmates burst into laughter, thoroughly disdainful of Zhao Jiejun's behavior. Who knew our class monitor was this kind of sore loser? Such an embarrassment to our archaeology department. Chen Yu toyed with the jade ornament playfully, remarking, Counterfeiting a woman's accessory lacks dignity. Might as well melt it down later. and make myself a thumb ring. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to actually do it. This was merely to provoke Zhao Jiajun, settling the score for the earlier contempt the guy had shown him. Zhao Jiajun had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. The feeling of being looked down upon by both enemies and supporters was unbearable. Overwhelmed by rage, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. Having won a jade worth over $1 million, Chunyu was in high spirits, not bothering to deal with Zhao Jiajun anymore. He laughed heartily a few times, turned around effortlessly, and strode out of the classroom. Watching Chunyu's retreating figure, many classmates silently marveled. How cool he was, skilled in combat, professionally accomplished, yet usually so unassuming. Only when treated unfairly would he fiercely strike back at his enemies. This was exactly the kind of role model we should follow. On the other side, Chunyu didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he tucked away the jade and headed to the hospital to take care of Zhou's mother. Looking at Zhou's mother's pale face and emaciated figure on the hospital bed, Chunyu's heart ached unbearably. He thought to himself that before, being just a poor kid, he couldn't do much. But now that he had money, he should fulfill Zhou's mother's unfulfilled wishes one by one, so that when she wakes up, she could see a beautiful world. What Zhou's mother cared about most, and what she had devoted half her life to, was a happy home orphanage and the children inside. Chunyu decided to set off for the bank first thing in the morning to withdraw 1 million yuan and anonymously donate it to the Happy House Orphanage to improve the children's living conditions. That same night, he stayed by the hospital bed again, studying acupuncture for most of the night, striving to master it as quickly as possible to wake up Mother Zhou. The next morning, Chunyu appeared at Ninghai Bank. "Sir, are you certain you want to transfer 1 million yuan from your card anonymously to the Happy Home Orphanage's account?" The bank employee eyed Chunyu's ordinary attire and youthful appearance, finding it hard to believe someone like him could possess such wealth, seriously doubting whether the card actually contained 1 million yuan. Without hesitation, Chunyu nodded and said, "Yes, anonymously. Many who donate to charity do so for fame, but he genuinely wanted the children at Happy Home Orphanage to have a better life without caring for empty reputation. Moreover, he didn't want to attract attention. After all, a scrap-collecting student suddenly striking it rich would be too shocking. It was better to keep a low profile." The staff swiped the card, and the 1 million yuan transfer went through smoothly. Their gazes at Chunyu were filled with astonishment. He actually had money. There was no way to tell. Such a low-key rich second-generation heir was a rare sight. Chapter 16. Chunyu gets in the car. Joy House Orphanage. Aunt Deng suddenly received a deposit notification. Staring at the long string of zeros in her account, her mouth fell open in shock. She rubbed her eyes several times and even pinched herself. Confirming it wasn't a dream, it was indeed 1 million. She burst into tears on the spot. This was by far the largest donation the orphanage had ever received since its founding. Who is this kind-hearted soul donating 1 million anonymously? For such an immense act of generosity, I must gather the children and thank you in person. After making the donation, Chunyu left the bank. Though his savings had diminished by a third, his heart felt unusually light and joyful. He happily made his way to the school. At the entrance, he spotted a fiery red Ferrari sports car. A tall, long-haired beauty with an icy, elegant demeanor stepped out of it. She wore a red dress that accentuated her graceful figure perfectly, while her long, slender, and fair legs peeked out beneath the hem. Paired with 7-centimeter stiletto heels, each click-clack step she took was utterly enthralling. A string of information surfaced in Chunyu's mind. Song Yin, the campus belle of Ninghai University, the wealthy heiress of the Song family. Measurements. Ahem. Chunyu's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly, shaking off his wandering thoughts. He stepped forward and greeted, "What a coincidence. Fancy meeting you here again." Song Yin remained silent, merely giving a slight nod in response. Chunyu rubbed his nose. Truly the aloof campus belle. After losing our antique bet the day before yesterday and helping send Aunt Zhou to the hospital, she's already giving me the cold shoulder. You still owe me one condition that hasn't been fulfilled. Logically speaking, I should count as your creditor. Is this any way to treat a creditor? No further words passed between them as they walked together, their classrooms being in the same teaching building. Many classmates turned their heads with envious and resentful glances. Song Yin was a prominent figure at Ninghai University, the undisputed campus belle, aloof and stunning like an iceberg lotus, known to virtually everyone on campus. Countless suitors have been rejected by the campus belle. How could she be walking alongside this plainly dressed guy? Who the hell is that guy? Goddamn lucky. If it were us, Miss Song would have kicked us out ages ago. Holy shit, isn't that Chun Yu from the archaeology department, the one who collects junk? How dare he walk with the campus belle? The bastard's got balls of steel. This is downright insulting to her. Feeling the murderous glares from male students along the way, Chun Yu forced a bitter smile. As expected, any guy who got too close to Song Yin instantly became public enemy number one. Just as the two reached the teaching building, an enraged shout suddenly came from behind. Chun Yu, you, stop right there. Chun Yu instinctively stopped in his tracks and turned around, recognizing Zhao Jiajun, the man who had lost his family heirloom jade to him just yesterday. Song Yin detected the displeasure in Zhao Jiajun's tone and sensed trouble brewing. After walking a few steps, she also paused. Ever since their last encounter, Chun Yu's expertise in antiques and his kindness toward the orphanage had significantly raised his standing in her eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered with a stranger's affairs. So what do you want? Chun Yu said mockingly. Just to be clear, your family treasure was fairly won by me in a bet. Unless you cough up 1.2 million to buy it back, don't even think about getting it returned. Stop daydreaming. Only a fool would give you money. Zhao Jiajun was fuming with anger. If he hadn't been outmatched by Chun Yu, he would have charged at him long ago. Chun Yu, you just got lucky yesterday. I'm not convinced at all. If you've got what it takes, compete with me again. Do you dare accept? What if I refuse? What will you do? Chun Yu replied mockingly. Refusing makes you a coward, which means you admit defeat. Not only do you have to surrender the jade you won, but you'll also have to accept yesterday's punishment, kneeling and apologizing to me in front of the whole school, Zhao Jiajun said through gritted teeth. Song Yin slightly furrowed her delicate brows. How could it be considered losing without even making a bet? It was practically a shameless demand. If Chun Yu had a shred of common sense, he would never agree. Are you out of your mind? Chun Yu gave Zhao Jiajun a look reserved for idiots and decided to teach him another lesson. With that arrogance of yours, I accept the challenge. What's the wager this time? No bet. Then scram wherever it's cooler. Song Yin hadn't expected Chun Yu to accept, throwing him a bewildered glance. Could it be that aside from his antique appraisal skills and kindness, his IQ was completely below average? Little did she know, Chun Yu's confidence stemmed from his overwhelming ability, eyes that could pierce through any information, leaving him utterly unafraid of any challenge. Zhao Jiajun secretly rejoiced, determined to win back the jade pendant this time. You've got guts. Let's go right now. The location is my family shop on the antique street. The rules are the same as yesterday. I'll present an item, and you authenticate its authenticity. If you lose, return the jade pendant to me. If you win, you can pick any item from my family shop. He had spent the entire night sleepless, turning the matter over until dawn. In the end, he decided the best way was to win back the jade pendant through another bet. Where he fell, he would rise again, reclaiming his lost pride. Most importantly, Zhao Jiajun refused to believe Chun Yu was genuinely skilled at appraising antiques. He suspected Chun had only recognized Wei Zifu's legendary jade pendant because he'd seen it before. This time, with the difficulty ramped up, Zhao Jiajun was certain he would make Chun Yu take a devastating fall. Fine, today I'll make you lose with complete conviction. This face delivered to his doorstep was too good not to slap. Although Chun Yu suspected Zhao Jiajun had ulterior motives, his mastery over his eye's extraordinary abilities gave him unwavering confidence in victory. You're just bluffing. You'll lose miserably today, Zhao Jiajun retorted provocatively. After settling the terms, he hurried forward with ingratiating smiles towards Song Yin. Song, our school's belle, I sincerely invite you to be the referee for our wager. Won't the great beauty honor us with her presence? He'd noticed Song Yin earlier, but wasn't acquainted. Boldly approaching to invite her might showcase his charm before the campus belle, winning her favor if successful, and costing him nothing if refused. All right, Song Yin nodded indifferently and agreed. Zhao Jiajun was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear and nearly floating on cloud nine. What an unexpected delight. The campus belle had actually agreed. This was his golden chance to get close to her. Chinyu was slightly taken aback. The ice queen of the campus, serving as a referee. Now, that was interesting. Miss Song, this way please. It's my greatest honor to have you visit my family's antique shop. I'll call a car right away. Zhao Jiajun said with an ingratiating smile, casting a triumphant glance at Chinyu. Look at this. Even the prestigious campus belle, Miss Song from the Song family, is giving me this much face. Who the hell do you think you are? Better start kowtowing and apologize properly. But just 2 minutes later, Zhao Jiajun's face was metaphorically slapped red with embarrassment. Song Yin swayed her graceful figure as she elegantly slipped into the driver's seat of the Ferrari, while Zhao Jiajun eagerly trailed behind, hoping to board as well. Only to hear Song Yin say coldly, "Sorry, you'll need to take a taxi. My sports car only seats 2 people. Chinyu, get in." Chapter 17. The Flawless Forgery. Watching Song Yin drive away in her flashy sports car with Chinyu, leaving Zhao Jiajun standing alone in the wind, utterly bewildered. That trash-collecting bastard. Who the hell does he think he is to ride in the schoolbell's car? I haven't even had that privilege. Why him and not me? Zhao Jiajun clenched his teeth in fury, angrily hailing a cab to follow them. He became even more determined to humiliate Chinyu completely during the antique appraisal challenge. Students passing by couldn't help but burn with envy when they saw Chinyu actually getting in a Song Yan sports car. In their memory, no male student had ever been honored with a ride from the school bell, not even wealthy heirs considered campus celebrities. Or did some ordinary nobody have to this privilege? Song Yin was merely curious about Chinyu's treasure appraisal skills. Having lost to him before and owing him 2 favors, she couldn't swallow her pride. That's why she agreed to act as referee and tag along to observe. It was Chinyu's first time sitting in a sports car, and he seemed somewhat ill at ease. Although he'd made $3 million from discovering the rare, horse-herding banknote, that sum could only buy 3/4 of this Ferrari, giving him a glimpse of the young heiress's financial power. Song Yin knew the antique street like the back of her hand. They barely spoke during the trip, and after half an hour, they parked in front of a mid-sized shop called Antique World. Before long, Zhao Jiajun arrived by taxi and eagerly ushered Song Yin into the shop with unusual enthusiasm. The shop name was Tacky, and the interior decor was utterly ordinary without anything eye-catching. The space spanned just over 50 square meters, divided into 2 floors, with a no entry for visitors sign hanging on the staircase to the 2nd floor. Chinyu quickly scanned the assortment of antiques on display as various bits of information surfaced in his mind. Unable to hold back, he scoffed, "This is your family's shop, and you're cheating people with such shoddy fakes and knockoffs? What a bunch of swindlers." "Shut up, you're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. What do you know? Don't slander our family, or I'll sue you for defamation and make you regret it," Zhao Jiajun retorted furiously. He knew all too well. The 1st floor was stocked with run-of-the-mill antiques and replicas meant to lure in novices, while the genuine treasures were all upstairs, reserved exclusively for wealthy clients. Today I'll let it slide for school beauty song's sake. Let's begin our bet. Let me reiterate. If I win, return the jade to me. If I lose, you can pick any antique you want from the 1st floor, with school beauty song as our witness. Zhao Jianjun sneered inwardly. Even if Chinyu won, he'd only get to pick some worthless junk from the 1st floor, but there's no way he could possibly win. "Stop wasting time. Let's begin already," Song Yin said impatiently. She wasn't here to watch them bicker, but to observe Chinyu's appraisal skills, to verify his abilities once more. "You reckless fool. I'll make sure you lose all face." Zhao Jiajun glared viciously at Chinyu before beckoning to someone. "Old Gu, fetch me that bronze square zune with beast face patterns." "Yes, young master." Old Gu stood behind the counter, a man in his 60s with piercing, eagle-like eyes. As a shop's treasure appraiser who'd spent a lifetime dealing with antiques, his experience was vast. Moments later, Old Gu carefully carried over a bronze, square-bellied zune vessel with a round mouth, standing about 20 centimeters tall, placing it on the table for Chinyu to examine. The square zune featured a circular mouth approximately 18 centimeters in diameter, with a square belly. The neck was adorned with 8 cicada patterns, while the belly and foot displayed beast face motifs on all 4 sides, the animal legs markedly protruding. Beneath the green patina lay a layer of black rust. With just a glance, Chen Yu's mind instantly generated the answer. Manufactured in Shanghai in 1980, underwent modification 13 months ago. A bronze imitation square zune with beast face patterns, current value 100,000 yuan. It turns out to be a modern imitation. Did they really think bringing this item for a bet could stump me? Miss Song, please take a look first. Zhao Jiajun took the square zune vessel and presented it to Song Yin with eagerness, his face full of sycophantic charm. Song Yin understood antique etiquette. Delicate artifacts shouldn't be passed hand to hand. She didn't accept it directly, instead motioning for Zhao Jiajun to place on the table. You don't even grasp the most basic conventions, yet dare claim you've grown up with antiques? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Chen Yu scoffed mockingly. Zhao Jiajun's face flushed red. He knew the basic etiquette, but had been so focused on currying favor with Song Yin that he forgot himself. Now feeling angry and embarrassed, he snapped. This is between me and school beauty Song. None of your business. Just wait until you can't identify anything. Then we'll see who's embarrassed. When I do identify it, we'll see who's truly embarrassed, Chen Yu retorted sharply. Ignoring their quarrel, Song Yin focused intently on examining the square zune vessel. Knowing Chen Yu would also be appraising it later, she silently treated this as a competition between them. Having accompanied her grandfather to numerous antique markets, she'd seen many bronze artifacts and had developed a decent understanding. Though not comparable to true antiques masters, she considered herself among the top of her peers. She examined it for a full 10 minutes, even using a magnifying glass. When she finally set down the square zune vessel and looked up at Chen Yu, she said slowly, "The material shows the patina of ages. The patterns are intricate and elaborate, with a solemn grandeur. It truly evokes the Shang and Zhou dynasties. It ought to be genuine. Who'd have thought such an unremarkable shop could produce such a treasure? You flatter me too much, Campus Bell Song. Our shop has many more antiques like this. After my betting duel concludes, I'd be honored to give you a proper tour," Zhao Jiajun said, elated and eager to ingratiate himself. Many more? A flicker of disdain passed through Song Yan's eyes. Bronze vessels from the Shang and Zhou periods were rare enough. Masterpieces even scarcer. To claim there were many was pure braggadocio. Zhao Jiajun's face was brimming with complacency as he turned to Chen Yu. "Your turn now. Same rules. Tell us whether this square zune is genuine or fake, its age, origin, and value. Get everything right, and you win. I've almost figured it out, but I'm missing one piece of evidence. May I pick it up for a closer look?" Chen Yu ignored Zhao Jiajun's provocation. Though he'd been observing from the sidelines for a while and knew the zune was fake, he still couldn't spot any telltale signs of forgery. The decorative patterns, the patina, the layered verdigris, all flawlessly replicated, convincing enough to pass for the real thing. Look all you want, but I'm warning you, don't break anything. If you do, selling you wouldn't cover the damages, Zhao Jiajun cautioned, a cunning chill flashing through his eyes. Chen Yu, identifying both the Qing dynasty dragon jade pendant and the imitation of Empress Wei Zifu's legendary jade showed he had some expertise in antique jade. But ancient jade and bronze artifacts were completely different fields. Zhao Jiajun didn't believe he'd have any knowledge about bronzeware. Besides, Zhao Jiajun had absolute confidence in this square zune vessel from his family collection. Even top appraisers would be fooled by it, let alone someone like Chen Yu who couldn't even be considered half-skilled. This doesn't add up, Chen Yu muttered while examining the piece, frowning as if puzzled. To win this bet, he needed to identify exactly where the forgery lay. Zhao Jiajun became even more smug and kept making sarcastic remarks. "With your skills, even if you studied for 100 more years, you wouldn't be able to tell. Stop wasting time and just admit defeat." Song Yin blinked her beautiful eyes, her gaze toward Chen Yu, turning doubtful. This square zune was clearly genuine. What could he possibly be skeptical about? Chapter 18. pulse diagnosis through suspended threads to appraise antiques. Chunyu carefully inspected the bronze square zune with beast face patterns, trying to scrape off the patina with his fingers, but found it impossible to remove. Normally, whether artificially created through physical or chemical methods, new patina isn't sturdy and can be easily scraped off. Only the natural patina, formed over thousands of years of weathering, would adhere so firmly and be difficult to remove. Chunyu's frown deepened. This couldn't be possible. This square zune had only been in existence for a few decades. So how could it have acquired such authentic-looking patina? Zhao Jiajun gloated angrily from the side. Pick at it again and see? This thing is worth tens of millions. Could you even afford to pay for the damage? You could spend your whole life collecting scrap and still couldn't earn back the value of a single inscription on it. Chunyu ignored this petty upstart and turned the square zune vessel over, continuing his examination. Ancient artisans primarily used the piece mold casting method to create bronze artifacts, leaving parting lines on the objects which sometimes contain spacers. Modern methods either employ sand casting, resulting in coarse grains and thick bodies, or lost wax casting, which leaves no parting lines. The molds could never fit together absolutely seamlessly, always leaving minute gaps. When molten bronze flowed into these gaps during casting, it would leave mold marks on the artifact's surface, imperfections easily overlooked by most observers. Thinking this, Chunyu reached out to touch it, only to quickly discover with disappointment that there were casting marks on the inner side of the square zune, so convincing they could almost pass for the real thing. Stop fucking touching it already. Zhao Jiajun grew even more smug, cursing with renewed vigor. How much longer do you want me and Song, the campus belle, to wait? Dragging your feet like some damn woman. Hurry up and say whether you can actually tell or not. Old Fan, the shop owner, also looked at Chunyu with undisguised disdain. For someone barely in his 20s, even a seasoned expert like himself had been fooled the first time he encountered this bronze animal mass pattern square zune. Watch your mouth. I've barely looked for 3 minutes. If you can't wait, we can call off this bet right now, Chunyu retorted coldly. It's too late to back out now. Just admit defeat and return the jade to me. I'll let you save some face. Just kneel and apologize to me in front of School Beauty Song, and we'll call it even. Zhao Jiajun pressed on aggressively. Only by stepping on Chunyu in front of Song Yin could he prove his superiority and make her look at him in a new light. Song Yin retorted displeasedly. Can't you show some respect? Authenticating antiques takes time. That's completely normal. Taken aback by the rebuke, Zhao Jiajun felt his pride sting, silently cursing that a garbage collector didn't deserve any respect. Suppressing his annoyance, he forced an awkward chuckle. I'm just concerned he might waste our esteemed Song Beauty's precious time. If you're in no hurry, would you like to see other rare antiques in our shop? Guaranteed to amaze you. No need. I'll wait for Chunyu's appraisal results. Song Yin declined coldly. Zhao Jiajun was met with a slammed door, cursing inwardly as his hatred for Chunyu deepened another notch. Yet the information Chunyu's eyes conveyed made it clear the ritual wine vessel was fake. Fake it must be. If even Zhao couldn't discern its falsity, the forgery was masterfully executed. Otherwise, no replica from recent times could possibly be valued at 100 grand. But where lay the vessel's fatal flaw? The two most common authentication methods had yielded nothing. It was time for an unconventional approach. Suddenly, inspiration struck Chunyu like lightning. Murmuring to himself, he voiced his revelation. When teaching bronzeware authentication, Professor Nyo mentioned an extraordinary method called pulse diagnosis by hanging thread besides conventional approaches. However, it's extremely difficult to perform, requiring master-level expertise to execute. At the time, Professor Nyo only briefly mentioned it, but my strong curiosity led me to the library to research this pulse diagnosis by hanging thread method. What kind of nonsense is this? Pulse diagnosis by hanging thread? Do you think you're some kind of doctor? How ridiculous. Zhao Jiajun seized another opportunity to mock relentlessly. Relying on his childhood exposure to antiques and strong appraisal skills, he usually paid little attention in class and had completely forgotten Professor Nyo ever mentioning the hanging thread pulse diagnosis method. Chen Yu was the exact opposite. Lacking any privileged advantages, he studied with exceptional diligence, never letting a single point explained by the teacher slip by. If I could cure diseases, I'd definitely start by sucking out the paste in your brain. Maybe then you'd gain some smarts, Chen Yu retorted sharply. Song Yan's eyes brightened. Sensing Chen Yu wasn't speaking nonsense, she became instantly intrigued. She'd never heard of using the pulse feeling through suspended thread technique, a medical diagnostic method, for authenticating antiques before. It's your brain that's full of paste. I can't be bothered with your word games. Let's see you embarrass yourself with this suspended thread trick. Zhao Jiajun snapped back furiously. Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Chen Yu countered sharply, then politely asked Old Gu to help find 2 cotton threads about 30 centimeters long. They must be of equal length and highly flexible. Zhao Jiajun was short-sighted, but Old Gu had heard of the suspended thread pulse diagnosis technique. His heart sank with a bading, sensing the young master might lose today. Alas, Zhao Jiajun's face was full of petty triumph as he sneered at Chen Yu, completely oblivious to Old Gu's incessant eye signals. With a helpless shake of his head, Old Gu fetched 2 cotton threads. Chen Yu took the threads, testing their flexibility. They didn't break even when he pulled slightly harder. They should be able to bear a weight of 10 to 20 jin without a problem. He had Zhao Jiajun and Song Yan each hold one end of the cotton thread, applying moderate force to keep it taut and parallel at equal height. Keeping the 2 cotton threads level and at equal height was the fundamental prerequisite for suspended thread pulse diagnosis. Otherwise, the subsequent verification wouldn't be accurate. Zhao Jiajun couldn't fathom what Chen Yu was up to and resented being ordered around. But he was more than happy to have this chance to collaborate with Song Yan. He shot Chen Yu another disdainful glance. What a show-off. Just wait till you fail to authenticate this. Then we'll see who gets humiliated. Old Gu wasn't idle either. Chen Yu instructed him to spread his arms beneath the cotton threads ready to catch. With preparations complete, Chen Yu lifted the square Zun vessel, carefully placing its base atop the 2 cotton threads. Keep steady tension. Don't let go no matter what, he cautioned. Holy shit, what the hell are you doing? The full weight of the square Zun vessel rested on the cotton thread, and the slightest misstep could send it crashing to the ground. Zhao Jiajun cursed furiously. If this bronze Zun gets smashed, even selling your blood, your kidneys, and working as a gigolo every day wouldn't cover the debt. Song Yan frowned, looking down on Zhao Jiajun's vulgar language with utter disdain. Don't worry. With me holding it steady from the side, and shopkeeper Gu ready to catch it below, there's no way it'll fall. Chen Yu had taken all precautions. Only when the Zun was securely balanced on the 2 threads did he cautiously release his grip. But he didn't dare let go completely, keeping his hands about a centimeter away to prevent any accidental drops. What are you doing? Song Yan asked in confusion. Chen Yu signaled for closer observation of the square Zun vessel while explaining. When a bronze vessel is successfully cast and the clay mold is removed, small metal spacers may remain melted within the artifact, creating tiny cavities. Especially with this square Zun, its beautiful design and complex craftsmanship required numerous spacers, making it highly susceptible to trapped air bubbles that create hollow spaces. The more intricate the design, the more hollow spaces tend to form. Modern techniques, though highly advanced, still cannot perfectly replicate the ancients' art of blending roughness with finesse, no matter how hard they try. The most telling sign is the significantly fewer hollow spaces. In other words, genuine artifacts have uneven density, typically being heavier on one side, which prevents the 2 cotton threads from remaining balanced. Only counterfeits would sit perfectly level. Yet this square Zun stands perfectly steady without any tilt, so I concluded it's a fake, a modern replica. Chapter 19, Winning Another Bet and Spotting Another Treasure. Where did you hear such nonsense? Just because it's evenly weighted doesn't automatically make it fake. Your reasoning is utterly unconvincing. Zhao Jiajun understood the logic, but his shameless nature made him absolutely refuse to admit it. Ancient casting techniques were imperfect. Even if a bronze square Zun appeared symmetrical from left to right, its weight couldn't be evenly distributed, resulting in noticeable discrepancies. But modern craftsmanship is exceptional. with casting techniques perfected to ensure uniform texture and perfectly balanced weight distribution. Song Yin now understood. Precisely because modern techniques achieve near-perfect weight symmetry, the square zun remained upright on two cotton threads without tilting. Proof it was a counterfeit. She couldn't help but admire Chun Yu's brilliance. This authentication method was refreshingly novel, outshining her expertise yet again. The craftsmanship of this bronze, square zun counterfeit was so exquisite that it could easily deceive even the experts. Had Chun Yu not exposed its falsity, anyone who bought it at a high price would have been smugly convinced they'd acquired a genuine treasure, only to realize it was a worthless fake. Zhao Jiajun, you've lost this bet yet again. Surely you're not thinking of welching. Chun Yu stowed the zun away with a cold smirk. Knowing the zun was counterfeit and exposed by Chun Yu, Zhao Jiajun's face twisted in humiliation. Refusing to admit defeat, he blustered, "You trash picker must have tampered with it when shaking the zun. This verification doesn't count. The cotton thread was yours, and you pulled it with Miss Song yourself." Chun Yu retorted with undisguised contempt. "Now you're accusing me of tampering? Have you no shame?" Zhao Jiajun hemmed and hawed for a long time before stubbornly insisting, "I still don't believe it. This method proves nothing at all." Song Yin also shot him a disdainful glance. What kind of man can accept defeat? Truly a shameless scoundrel. If you refuse to accept the results, then I'll make you convinced beyond any doubt. Chun Yu snorted coldly and had Old Gu bring out several bronze artifacts with symmetrical shapes and relatively good preservation. He then continued using the suspended thread pulse diagnosis technique for verification. Old Gu produced 4 items in total, 3 fakes and 1 genuine item, all of which Chun Yu accurately identified without a single mistake. However, genuine bronze artifacts surviving from the Shang and Zhou dynasties are extremely rare and prohibitively expensive. The authentic piece Old Gu presented was actually a Ming Dynasty double-eared square bronze pot, valued around 50,000 yuan. During appraisal, the bronze pot was balanced on 2 cotton threads, clearly showing one side was heavier while the other was lighter. Who'd have thought of such techniques? Today's truly eye-opening. He's a college student like me, or does he know so much? An unusual gleam flashed in Song Yan's eyes as she looked at Chun Yu, stirring her curiosity to understand him better. Zhao Jiajun's expression grew increasingly grim. He'd lost again. Who could have guessed Chun Yu wasn't just knowledgeable about jade artifacts, but also highly accomplished in bronze appraisal? All 4 items have been verified without error, Zhao Jiajun. What else do you have to say for yourself? Chun Yu pressed further, then turned to Old Gu and said, "That bronze square zun is a modern replica, but the craftsmanship is exquisite and can be considered a collectible, worth around 100,000. Proprietor Gu, am I right?" As the owner of an antique shop, Old Gu knew denying this would only tarnish his reputation. He nodded and admitted, "You're absolutely right. We sell these bronze replicas purely as decorative pieces." Hearing the shopkeeper's confession, Song Yin also took on the role of referee. This treasure appraisal bet has been won by Chun Yu. Zhao Jiajun, you lost fair and square. Don't make people look down on you. Now Zhao Jiajun found himself tongue-tied. He had wanted to impress Song Yin, but instead got humiliated by Chun Yu right in front of her. His face burning with shame, he had no choice but to concede defeat. "Chun, you got lucky this time. According to our bet, you can pick any item from the first floor. But don't get cocky. I'll definitely take back my family heirloom jade from you with interest." Zhao Jiajun gritted his teeth in resentment, though secretly relieved that the first floor only contained junk. At most he'd lose 10,000 yuan, a mere drop in the bucket. Enough with the nonsense. If you want the jade, bring 1.2 million to redeem it. Chun Yu scoffed mockingly before turning to inspect the items. He walked around the first floor and suddenly picked up a snuff bottle from the corner of the shelf, the most valuable item on the entire floor. The snuff bottle stood 7 centimeters tall, its surface coated with a layer of dust. At first glance, it appeared to be made of glass, but in reality, it was crafted from crystal. Faint characters and human figures could be glimpsed on its inner walls through the translucent material. Chun Yu held it in his hand, wiping off the dust with a cloth, secretly delighted at having picked up another treasure worth over $1 million, more valuable than the Zhao family's heirloom jade, without spending a single penny. This was a massive windfall. Old Gu furrowed his brows, having no recollection of that particular snuff bottle. But after witnessing Chun use discerning eye and appraisal techniques, he felt the young man had some real talent. Chen hadn't chosen bronze square Zun vessels worth around 100,000 yuan, opting instead for a snuff bottle. Could its value possibly surpass that of the Zun vessels? What did you pick? Can I take a look? Song Yin walked over and asked curiously, eager to find out what treasure Chenyu had uncovered this time. Just a little trinket, Chenyu replied with a somewhat smug smile. Song Yin reached out and took it, but having no expertise in snuff bottles, she couldn't discern anything remarkable about it. After wiping it clean, one could clearly see an ancient figure portrait on the inner wall of the snuff bottle. Above the portrait was an archaic inscription reading from right to left, Shochin, age 27, miniature portrait. On the reverse side of the bottle was inscribed, presented to esteemed elder brother Shochin. In the 6th year of Jingguan reign, during the summer month, the emperor retreated from summer heat at the Jiuqing Palace, which was formerly the Rinshou Palace. The inscription covered the entire back of the snuff bottle in tiny, densely packed characters, all meticulously written in standard Kaishu script, precisely carved enough to strain one's eyes. The signature read, Ma Xiaoxian. Song Yin recognized the opening lines of the inscription. An inspiration flashed through her mind. She exclaimed joyfully, "This is the Jiuqing Palace Li Chuan inscription, hailed by later generations as the finest Kaishu calligraphy in existence. To have it written inside a snuff bottle must make it extremely valuable as a collectible." Chenyu nodded approvingly and said, "Well spotted. This is indeed the Jiuqing Palace Li Chuan inscription in regular script, composed by Wei Zheng in the 6th year of Emperor Taizong Jingguan era and calligraphed by the master, Ouyang Sun. For Miss Song to recognize, it shows impressive literary knowledge, mainly because it's renowned as the foremost regular script masterpiece. I was fortunate enough to have studied it, hence the recognition." Song Yin replied modestly with a faint smile, her mere slight curling of lips enough to entrance those who beheld it. Then she inquired humbly, "The snuff bottle has inscriptions on the reverse and an exquisitely lifelike portrait on the obverse. What's their origin? And how much is it worth?" "You saw the signature, right?" Ma Xiaoxian was one of the 4 great masters of Beijing-style interpainting during the late Qing dynasty, Chenyu explained. His painted snuff bottles combined poetry and artwork with exquisite brushwork. He revolutionized the technique by creating poetry on one side, painting on the other in meticulous detail style, earning nationwide acclaim as miraculous craftsmanship, the Picasso of snuff bottle art. His works even won an honorary prize at the Panama Pacific International Exposition. This snuff bottle was crafted by Ma Xiaoxian and is worth around 1.5 million. Zhao Jiajun also pricked up his ears, eager to hear what Chenyu had to say. When he heard the staggering figure of 1.5 million, his mind buzzed instantly, struck dumb as if hit by lightning. Chapter 20, Utterly Humiliated. A tiny snuff bottle, worth a whopping 1.5 million, even surpassing the Zhao family's heirloom jade. How could this be? Zhao Jiajun couldn't believe his ears and refused to let Chenyu score such a massive bargain in their family shop. The humiliation would be unbearable if word got out. Unable to contain his anger, he scoffed, "Trash picker, quit flattering yourself. Even if it were a genuine antique snuff bottle, it'd only be worth tens of thousands at most. How dare you claim it's worth 1.5 million? Aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off?" Chenyu gave him a look reserved for fools and retorted, "This is a masterpiece by Master Ma Xiaoxian, a renowned late Qing dynasty artist. You're the one pretending to know what you're talking about while being utterly clueless. Wonder whose ignorance everyone's really laughing at. Let me enlighten you. The entire first floor is stocked with replicas and mediocre antiques. All the truly valuable pieces are on the second floor. If something's actually worth over 1 million, it would never be displayed downstairs. Did you really think our family's as clueless as you are, missing such an obvious treasure?" Zhao Jiajun wore a smug expression, convinced that Chun Yu was exaggerating the snuff bottle value just to show off in front of Song Yin, making a spectacle of himself. How ridiculous! He was determined to expose Chun Yu's hypocrisy and reclaim his own dignity. May I take a look? Old Gu's face darkened as he stepped closer, taking the snuff bottle from Chun Yu's hands. Having delved in antiques for half his life, his expertise was vast. He immediately checked for the artist's mark. The 3 characters of Ma Shaoxian caught his eye, followed by the oval white character seal bearing Shaoxian below it. The inscriptions, signatures, and seals of master interior painting artists on snuff bottles bore distinctive personal styles. The signature and seal on this bottle were unquestionably Ma Shaoxuan's, irrefutable proof of its authenticity. Old Gu's face flushed red, then turned pale. Missing such a critical flaw and having Chun Yu pointed out to his face was nothing short of a public slap in the face. Manager Gu, as an expert, is what Chun Yu said correct? Song Yin inquired. Old Gu answered dejectedly. The snuff bottle is indeed Master Ma Shaoxuan's work, easily worth over $1 million. Just last year, another interpainted children at play snuff bottle by Master Ma fetched $1.7 million at auction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiajun was utterly dumbfounded. He might not believe Chun Yu, but Old Gu was their family shop manager. His words couldn't be false. Once again, Chun Yu had made a fool of him right in front of Song Yin, leaving him so ashamed he wished he could vanish into thin air. "You've struck gold again without spending a dime. That's seriously impressive." Song Yin couldn't help but praise, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had witnessed Chun Yu's uncanny ability to uncover treasures, from the rare, horse-herding coin to the exquisite blue and white 12-flower cup, and now this $1 million snuff bottle. His expertise spanned bronzes, jades, calligraphy, and paintings, covering nearly every major category of antiques. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Watching Song Yin gaze at Chun Yu with such obvious admiration, Zhao Jiajun felt utterly eclipsed, like a ridiculous clown. The humiliation burned so intensely, he nearly spat blood. All those years spent studying antiques since childhood, and he still couldn't measure up to some trash picker. What could be worth over $1 million yuan? Just then, a middle-aged man walked in, none other than Zhao Jiajun's father, Zhao Yinghao. Shopkeeper Gu didn't dare hide anything and briefly recounted what had happened. "You good for nothing. You actually gambled away our family heirloom? I'll beat you to death." Zhao Yinghao was livid upon learning that Zhao Jiajun had lost their ancestral jade in a bet, along with a snuff bottle worth millions that had slipped through their fingers. Without hesitation, he slapped Zhao Jiajun twice across the face. Asterisk slap, slap. Asterisk Zhao Jiajun's cheeks turned red and swollen from the blows as he frantically begged for mercy. "Dad, stop hitting me. I swear I'll get our family treasure back." Still seething with rage, Zhao Yinghao grabbed a feather duster and launched into another round of fierce whipping. Zhao Jiajun didn't dare fight back, howling and dodging around the room in panic. Chun Yu watched with schadenfreude. Zhao Jiajun had constantly flaunted his status in class and mocked Chun Yu with contempt. This beating was nothing less than he deserved. "Boss, don't hit him anymore. The young master is just hot-headed in his youth. Since he's admitted his mistake, forgive him this once." Old Gu stepped forward to mediate, barely managing to temporarily quell Zhao Yinghao's anger and make him stop. "Dad, let's talk about this at home. That bastard stole our family treasure. We must get it back." Zhao Jiajun hid behind the counter, pointing at Chun Yu while gnashing his teeth in fury. Today had truly been the height of humiliation. Zhao Yinghao turned his gaze to Chun Yu and immediately spotted the jade pendant intentionally hung at his waist to provoke Zhao Jiajun. His rage flared up again, and he flung the feather duster, hurling it at Zhao Jiajun. "You lost the bet and still have a nerve to talk. Go reflect on yourself." Zhao Yinghao cursed angrily again, suppressing his fury as he walked up to Chun Yu. Forcing a smile, he said, "Young Chun, right? I've given Jiajun a good thrashing to vent your anger for you. Now that your previous conflict is settled, shouldn't you return the jade artifact to us? Shameless. You father and son are truly cut from the same cloth." Chun Yu's expression turned stern as he replied, "Uncle Zhao, that jade artifact was fairly won from Zhao Jiajun in a bet. It belongs to me now." Zhao Yinghao gave an awkward chuckle and said, "Children's bets are just tantrums. They don't count as serious agreements." Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. Chunyu cursed inwardly before retorting righteously. "We're all adults now. Even legally speaking, we must take responsibility for our own actions. There's no room for regret. If you want the jade back, either continue our wager or buy it back with money. Dad, take his bet. You and old Gu are both antique experts. Beating him would be a piece of cake." Zhao Jiajun, hiding behind the counter, shouted angrily. "Shut up. Your opinion doesn't count here." Zhao Yinghao glared fiercely. If he could reach the boy, he would have slapped Jiajun twice more. He'd heard Chunyu could perform thread-hanging pulse diagnosis, a skill far beyond ordinary charlatans. Moreover, the lad had managed to pick the $1 million snuff bottle from countless worthless imitations. This proved not only extraordinary discernment, but also remarkable courage and talent. What's more, Chunyu was playing with house money. Even if he lost, he'd suffer no actual losses. On the contrary, if they won, they'd only reclaim what was already theirs, while losing would mean greater losses for them. The risks were simply too high. Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Zhao Yinghao's expression turned icy again as he said sharply, "Boy, some wealth just isn't meant for ordinary folks without power or influence. Be careful, or you might end up with nothing in the end, losing not just your fortune, but paying a painful price too. Think it over carefully." It was practically a naked threat, though not entirely untrue. These days, even heroes can be brought low by lack of money. A living man won't be drowned by his own piss, but he can certainly be bullied to death by the rich. Chunyu, having nothing to lose, stood his ground and countered fiercely. "Threats mean nothing to me. Go ahead and try if you don't believe me. At worst, I'll smash the jade. It cost me nothing anyway, so I'd lose nothing." Song Yin watched from the side, and upon hearing these words, she admired Chunyu even more, unafraid of power, full of backbone, completely different from those who groveled and fawned over the Song family in every possible way. At the same time, she was furious. Just some insignificant, obscure little antiques family. How dare they bully others? Song Yin stepped forward, displeased, and said, "Don't be sore losers. If you plan to resort to illegal means and forcibly take Chunyu's belongings, I won't hesitate to stand up for Chunyu on behalf of the Song family." Chapter 21, Coming to Raise the Price. Song Yin's voice was cool and dignified, ringing with authority. The weight behind the words, "the Song family," carried no less impact than a bombshell. Chunyu was stunned. He had only known Song Yin for 3 days. Even if he owed her a favor, he hadn't expected her to actively step forward to help. Still, he felt grateful. As he gazed at her exquisitely beautiful face, he vowed silently to repay this debt of kindness someday. Zhao Yinghao, meanwhile, was utterly dumbfounded. With the Song family's young mistress speaking up, his plan to forcibly reclaim the family heirloom suddenly became a much more difficult proposition. With his family's influence, bullying ordinary folks was no problem, but going against the powerful Song family was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly futile and suicidal. After several seconds of deep consideration, Zhao Yinghao made the painful decision to retreat, remembering that sometimes yielding brings broader horizons. After all, Song Yin couldn't possibly stay by Chunyu's side forever. There'd be plenty of opportunities later to exact brutal revenge on Chunyu. Once again, like a magician performing tricks, his stern face abruptly blossomed into a smile as he vigorously patted Chunyu's shoulder, feigning camaraderie with hollow words. "Good, standing firm against threats. You've got the same spirit I had in my youth. Uncle was just joking with you. We Zaws don't bully others with our influence. When we lose a bet, we pay our debts. The jade carving and snuff bottle, we'll redeem them with cash." Chunyu rolled his eyes disdainfully, feeling a herd of 10,000 alpacas stampeding through his heart. No wonder Zhao Jiajun had such shameless behavior. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. His father could lie more naturally than eating or drinking. But as the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Chunyu didn't expose him, simply nodding, "No problem. 1.2 million for the jade, 1.5 million for the snuff bottle, 2.7 million total. Bring the money, and they're all yours." Hearing the price, Zhao Yinghao winced in pain. 270,000 yuan. That was nearly half a year's income for the shop. How could it not sting like hell? There's no other way. He had to buy it. Having already lost the family heirloom jade, the shame was too much to bear. Moreover, the snuff bottle was proof of their poor judgment, and if word got out, it would hurt their business. Xiaochun, what you're quoting is just an estimated value. The antique business isn't doing well these days. It won't sell for that much. I'll give you 1 million, turning you into an instant millionaire. After all, you didn't pay for these 2 items yourself. Pure profit, 1 million yuan. You should be secretly thrilled. Zhao Yinghao was a shrewd businessman too, shamelessly haggling, likely still aiming to deter profit. Qinyu had seen right through the Zhao father and son. With such unscrupulous people, there was no need to be polite. He refused to negotiate further. 2.7 million, not a penny less. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Got any good stuff? Let me take a look. If it's good, I'm willing to pay top dollar. Qinyu turned his head and saw a portly man entering. Information flashed through his mind. Qi DeLong, owner of DeLong Antiques, the biggest competitor of the antique market, and Zhao Yinghao's sworn rival. Around Qi DeLong's neck hung a jade pendant, his fingers adorned with 4 gem-studded gold and jade rings, and his wrist wrapped in a sandalwood bracelet. His entire body radiated opulence, flaunting his wealth. Qi, do you even know the rules? Coming to my shop to buy. Careful, or I'll wreck your reputation. Get out. Zhao Yinghao's temper flared at the sight of his sworn rival. If this damn fatso found out he'd lost a family heirloom and suffered losses right in his own shop, he'd become the laughingstock of the entire antique street within a day. Then I won't break the rules. I'll go outside instead. Now you can't complain. Qi DeLong swayed his obese body as he retreated outside, standing at the shop entrance and shouting, "Young man, whatever good items you have, you can sell them to me. My price will definitely be higher than that Zhao fellow's." His antique shop was right next door. Hearing Zhao Yinghao chasing Zhao Jiajun, he'd come to watch the commotion and had been eavesdropping outside for some time, already grasping the situation. He didn't mind playing the troublemaker to mess with Zhao Yinghao and vent some frustration. A mischievous smirk tugged at Qinyu's lips. Since someone had willingly come knocking to drive up prices, it would be unreasonable not to seize such an opportunity. Zhao Yinghao glared fiercely, stepping to the doorway to confront Qi DeLong. "Drop dead, fatty. Even standing outside my gate counts as trespassing. Get the hell out of here." Qi DeLong snorted dismissively, refusing to back down. "Zhao Yinghao, a good dog doesn't block the path. I'm not even here for you. If it weren't for the treasure in that young man's hands, I wouldn't set foot in your shitty shop even if you carried me here in a bridal sedan." Xiaochun already agreed to sell it to me. "Don't even think about cutting in over my dead body." Zhao Yinghao fumed, his blood boiling with the urge to stab this fat bastard. If a family heirloom fell into his rival's hands, unthinkable. Qi DeLong stood his ground, firing back. "That item belongs to him. He can sell it to anyone he damn well pleases. Who are you to dictate terms? If you dare force a sale, I'll personally report you and get your ratty shop shut down for good." The 2 antique shops were next to each other and often clashed, glaring at one another with mutual dislike. Arguments would flare up in just a few words, faces red and necks thick with anger, neither side willing to back down. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water, and Zhao Jiajun also rushed forward, joining the ranks of those quarreling. Qi DeLong single-handedly took on both men without losing ground, talking so animatedly that flecks of spit flew from his mouth. As the 2 sides were about to come to blows, Qinyu felt the timing was just right. He stepped forward and said as if mediating, "Stop arguing. I'll sell my item to whoever offers the highest price." "You!" Zhao Yinghao felt a tightening in his chest, inwardly cursing relentlessly, deliberately driving up the price. What a blatant attempt to fleece him. This guy was clearly aiming to swindle him out of fortune. Young man is absolutely right. Highest bidder wins. Qi DeLong grabbed Qinyu's arm, his gaze fixed greedily on the jade, eyes gleaming. "My name is Qi DeLong, and I fell in love with this precious jade at first sight. Young brother, transfer it to me. My offer will surely satisfy you." Qinyu said cheerfully, This fine jade piece is priced at 1.2 million, but boss Zhao refused to pay up. Selling it to you works too. However, I also have a snuff bottle that I intend to sell together. Package deal for 2.7 million. Cheetah Long shot Zhao Yinghao a disdainful glance and sneered. This broke ass can't even scrape together 100,000. No way he can afford it. I'll take it for 2.7 million. No way, Xiao Chun. You already promised to sell it to me. You can't go back on your word. Zhao Yinghao panicked. He couldn't let that damned Qi DeLong walk away with either of these treasures. How am I going back on my word? Chen Yu snapped irritably. Your offer didn't satisfy me. Since Boss Qi is willing to pay higher prices, of course I'll sell to the highest bidder. I'll pay 2.71 million. Zhao Yinghao said through gritted teeth, furious but forced to raise his offer. Losing this ancestral jade would make him too ashamed to face his forefathers. Only raising by 10,000? How pathetically stingy. Cheetah Long sneered with even greater contempt, waving his fat hand with the casual arrogance of someone swimming in money. I bid 2.8 million. You fat bastard, don't go too far. If you dare play like this, I'll camp outside your shop every day until you can't do a single deal. Zhao Yinghao erupted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. If you've got money, then buy. If not, then shut the hell up. Your grandpa here has cash to burn. What can you possibly do about it? Cheetah Long didn't give Zhao Yinghao a second thought. Their family fortunes being roughly equal meant he had nothing to fear. Pressed into a corner, Zhao Yinghao had no choice but to engage in this battle of wealth. Clenching his teeth and stomping his foot, he roared, I bid 2.85 million. Chapter 22. Getting something for nothing. This jade piece is from the Han Dynasty, and the snuff bottle is a masterpiece by Master Ma Xiaoxian. Both are treasures, and I'm keeping them. Listen up, Zhao, I've got 5 million in my account. Dare to outbid me? I'll offer 3 million right now. Cheetah Long took on a fiercely competitive stance, determined to win at all costs. His gaze at Zhao Yinghao brimmed with provocation. Zhao Yinghao's heart skipped a beat. How did this fatso know without even examining them? He must have eavesdropped. No way can I let him get away with this. Chen Yu grinned until his eyes nearly disappeared behind his cheeks, feigning indecisiveness as he eagerly chimed in. Boss Qi sure knows how to bid. I like that. If Boss Zhao won't raise the price, they're yours. Zhao Jiajun was also seething with rage, itching to leap at Chen Yu and choke him to death. To think that something he'd gotten for free had now been inflated to 3 million. What a goddamn swindler. The current price is somewhat steep. Any buyer would be a loss. But both Cheetah Long and Zhao Yinghao were simply competing for pride. One wanted to reclaim his family heirloom, while the other deliberately drove up the price just to humiliate him. What treasures have appeared this time that you two are fighting so fiercely? Let's take a look too, broaden our horizons. A piece of Han Dynasty jade and a snuff bottle by Master Ma Xiaoxian, both priceless treasures worth over 1 million. Because the bidding war unfolded right at the shop entrance, it drew quite a crowd. Tourists and neighboring shop owners alike. The gathering grew larger, buzzing with chatter and endless speculation. This situation was extremely unfavorable for Zhao Yinghao. His embarrassing moment could easily spread. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he absolutely couldn't afford to lose to Qi DeLong. He had to end this quickly to minimize the damage. His brain burned with sudden impulse, and he blurted out, I'll offer 3.5 million, 3.6 million. Cheetah Long called out unhurriedly. 3.7 million. Zhao Yinghao raised the bid again, his eyes tinged with red. A mere 3.7 million is just pocket change. When Cheetah Long sets his sights on something, he never misses the mark. Cheetah Long delivered his tough words with an unyielding tone, staring straight at Zhao Yinghao before adding, but making you spend an extra million is satisfaction enough for me. I'll let you have it. I don't want it anymore. With that, Cheetah Long burst into roaring laughter, his ample flesh shaking with mirth. Having toyed with Zhao Yinghao, he felt an exhilarating thrill of triumph. Though his initial declaration had been fiercely intimidating, the unexpected twist left the onlookers thunderstruck, standing dumbfounded as they struggled to comprehend the sudden turn. Zhao Yinghao, meanwhile, ground his teeth in fury, his heart bleeding at the injustice. having to pay nearly 4 million to reclaim what was rightfully his family's, suffering this massive loss while being mocked by that fatso Qi. This was an account he would settle with interest when the time came. Song Yin, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines in the shop, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud. This fatso named Qi was truly vicious. Chinyu turned his head and gave Qi Delong a knowing wink, thanking him for driving up the price in his support. Then he said cheerfully to Zhao Yinghao, "Congratulations, Boss Zhao, for getting the jade plaque and snuff bottle as you wished. Time to transfer the money. There are so many witnesses here watching." Qi Delong stood nearby with his arms crossed, chiming in, "Hey Zhao, if you dare not pay up, you'll be breaking the rules. Watch out, your reputation and your shop's name will be mud across the entire street." Zhao Yinghao's face turned ashen with rage, wishing he could kill the two smirking men before him. But Fatty Qi's words were undeniable. Bidding without buying was taboo, and with so many spectators watching, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and make the transfer. Chinyu followed to the counter, waiting for Zhao Yinghao to complete the transaction. Zhao Jiajun, meanwhile, looked like a defeated rooster, his spirits utterly crushed. Having lost both wagers against Chinyu, he was forced to part with 3.7 million yuan. The thought of Chinyu walking away with that sum filled him with bitter resentment. Outside, the crowd grew even rowdier. Qi Delong, spittle flying as he spoke, eagerly recounted how he'd overheard Zhao Jiajun losing his family heirloom jade and being swindled out of a 1 million yuan snuff bottle. His embellished tale grew more colorful by the minute, delighting the rapt audience. Thanks to Qi Delong's propaganda, the Zhao family's embarrassing incident quickly spread throughout the entire antique street. Coupled with Zhao Yinghao spending 3.7 million to buy the item back, losing both money and face, they immediately became a laughingstock. Qi Delong finally avenged himself on Zhao Yinghao with a heavy blow, gaining the upper hand in their rivalry and walking tall with immense satisfaction. Zhao Yinghao and the reputation of his family's antique shop plummeted to rock bottom, unable to hold their heads high in front of Qi Delong for a long time afterward. Of course, the biggest winner was none other than Chinyu. It was equivalent to getting 3.7 million out of thin air, adding a dazzling stroke to his existing wealth. He was grinning from ear to ear. Zhao Yinghao and his son looked as if they had just lost their parents, their faces twisted with unbearable bitterness. After the deal concluded, they stared at Chinyu like two vicious wolves watching their prey depart. This debt would surely be settled with interest, and they vowed never to let this humiliation go unpunished. Just before stepping out, Chinyu couldn't resist turning back, rubbing salt in the wound with a smug grin. "Boss Zhao, Jiajun Zhao, if you stumble upon such profitable opportunities again, don't forget to call me." "Get out!" Zhao Yinghao roared, his voice hoarse with rage. He stormed forward furiously and slammed the shop door shut behind Chinyu, too humiliated to even think about continuing business after such a disgrace. "Dad, that bastard Chin pushed us too far," Zhao Jiajun hissed viciously. "Let's hire some thugs to finish him off and take our money back." "You shameless bastard, I'll break your damn legs so you can't stir up trouble anymore." Zhao Yinghao burned with fury. If it weren't for this worthless spendthrift, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses, nearly a year's profits gone. He grabbed the bronze ritual vessel from the counter and hurled it with all his might. Crash! Zhao Jiajun couldn't dodge in time. The bronze square zun struck him squarely before falling to the ground and shattering. Old Gu rushed forward in panic. "Boss, please stop. That zun vessel was worth over 100,000. What a waste to break it. And don't pick up that chair. The young master won't survive many hits." Chinyu stood outside the door, listening to the angry shouts and screams coming from the shop, and let out a gloating laugh. If the Zhao family father and son hadn't bullied others, he wouldn't have ripped them off so mercilessly. It was pure poetic justice. They'd brought it upon themselves. "Let's go," Chinyu called out, leaving with Song Yin, then added with gratitude, "Thanks for speaking up for me when the Zhao father and son tried to threaten me. You still owe me one favor from our last bet, so consider this us even." "I just said what was fair. No need to mention it," Song Yin replied with a faint smile, stressing her point. "I'm not the type to go back on my word. If I owe you a favor, I'll honor it without hesitation. Her words raised Chun Yu's opinion of Song Yin considerably. Though this young heiress was aloof and proud, she kept her promises, a rare and admirable quality. Chun Yu pondered for a moment and said, "All right then, it's almost noon. Let me treat you to lunch as thanks for upholding justice." "No need. Getting to witness your thread pulse appraisal technique made this trip worthwhile." "Hey, young man, hold up." At that moment, Cheetalong pushed through the crowd, listening to his tall tales, and approached. Making an invitation, he said, "We're fated to meet, brother. Just fought a great battle together side by side. Care to visit my shop for a chat?" Chapter 23, Selling Succulents at the Stall. Chun Yu didn't want to owe favors. Though Cheetalong had raised the bid with his own agenda, the real silver had still ended up in his pocket. Determined to repay this debt of gratitude, he nodded in agreement and entered DeLong Antique Shop. Song Yin didn't follow him, choosing instead to drive off alone. Cheetalong had always enjoyed making friends, and despite Chun Yu's youth, he didn't look down on him, instead viewing the young man as a potential rising star worth cultivating ties with. Chun Yu walked around the antique shop once. Its size was similar to Zhao Yinghao's antique store, also divided into two floors, with the first floor containing ordinary antiques. "Boss Chi, how much for this bamboo-carved brush holder?" Chun Yu picked up an antique-style brush holder about 12 centimeters tall, carved with plum blossoms. "Nothing valuable. If you want it, take it for 2,000. Cheetalong replied casually. Chun Yu smiled and shook his head. "I wasn't planning to buy it, but I'll kindly remind you, this is a Qing Dynasty Gu Zhou-style bamboo-carved plum blossom brush holder worth about $1 million. Cheetalong gasped in astonishment. "Brother, you can't be serious. While I'm no expert on bamboo carvings, I've certainly heard of Gu Zongyu's illustrious reputation. I fought side by side with Boss Chi. How could I possibly deceive you? If you don't believe me, look for yourself." Chun Yu rotated the brush holder and lightly tapped beneath one of the bamboo carvings. To everyone's astonishment, a 5 to 6 centimeter long bamboo sliver came loose, revealing 4 traditional Chinese characters underneath, made by Gu Zongyu. Clearly, this bamboo piece was added by someone later, covering the artist's signature, something you'd never notice without close inspection. Gu Zongyu, a native of Jiading during the Qing dynasty, was renowned for his exquisitely crafted bamboo carvings. His meticulous knife work established a distinctive style of its own, making him one of the most celebrated bamboo carving masters of the era. His Travelers and Mountain Streams brush holder once fetched a staggering 10 million yuan at Christie's auction house, setting the highest auction record for bamboo carved artworks. This plum blossom brush holder, with its rugged simplicity and deeply incised, lifelike carvings, stands as a masterpiece worthy of a grandmaster's legacy. Holy shit, you actually spotted this. It's really Master Gu Zongyu's work. Your eyes are too sharp. I almost sold his trash. Thank you so much. Cheetalong grabbed the brush holder, holding it gleefully in his hands, planting several excited kisses on it, as if he'd just stumbled upon a priceless treasure. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it in the right way. Chun Yu could have easily kept quiet and pocketedly made another $1 million effortlessly, but to repay Cheetalong's kindness, he didn't hesitate to reveal the truth. "Brother Chun, take another look. Do I have any other valuable pieces in my shop?" With his supernatural ability, no object's worth could escape Chun Yu's eyes. He pointed out a few more items, though none were as valuable, ranging from tens of thousands to 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. But he analyzed each piece with pinpoint accuracy. This made Cheetalong ecstatic. He never expected Chun Yu's eye for antiques to be so sharp. Just by walking around his shop, Chun Yu had helped him avoid nearly 2 million in losses. Chi decided right then that this was a friend worth keeping. Before they knew it, noon arrived. Cheetalong enthusiastically dragged Chun Yu to the finest restaurant nearby, treating him to a lavish meal. His attitude was so warm and brotherly that he practically treated Chun Yu like a revered master. After the meal, Chun Yu made an excuse and finally managed to extricate himself. The next day, Chun Yu went to Happy Home Orphanage. He retrieved the pot of ice-sold jade dew brocade he'd been tending for 2 days. Its condition had improved significantly, and he planned to sell it. Such expensive flowers were beyond his means to keep. If they were to die, they'd be worthless. Gao Dakue received the call and rushed over as well. Upon arriving, he complained, "This worthless flower isn't even worth 30 bucks and absolutely not worth selling." The ice soul jade dupe brocade had shed all impurities, revealing its superior quality. The leaves were crystal clear and translucent, resembling frozen lanterns in their icy transparency. But in the eyes of the uninformed Gao Dakue, this thing was just plain white without even a flower bud. How could it be worth much? Chinyu patted him on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "Cut the nonsense and come with me to the flower market. The price we sell it for is guaranteed to knock your socks off. You're full of it." Dakue scoffed, clearly unconvinced, but he still followed Chinyu outside. When they arrived at the flower market, Chinyu began scouting around for well-financed shops. With just one glance at the signboard, he could assess a shop's assets and deduce the owner's financial capacity. Ordinary shops and street vendors were immediately ruled out as Chinyu entered a highly sophisticated florist with a refreshingly elegant ambience, where various flowers were artfully arranged and their fragrance filled the air. Holding the ice soul jade dew plant in his hands, he asked the female clerk, "Do you accept this?" The clerk merely glanced at it absent-mindedly and said, "We do. Succulent plants, 10 yuan per pot." Ahem. Chinyu immediately grew uneasy and reminded her, "Please take a closer look. This isn't an ordinary succulent. It's a rare and valuable cultivar." The female clerk patiently sized him up for a moment before suddenly changing her expression. "You recognize it?" Chinyu's heart leapt with joy, but the clerk's next sentence struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. "It's quite pretty. How about 50? For a succulent to sell at 50 is already a high price." Facing uninformed buyers, Chinyu could only sigh in frustration and walk away. After approaching 4 financially capable flower shops in a row, not a single one recognized the ice jade dew variegata. He kept hitting walls everywhere. Dakue followed alongside, laughing and teasing, "Bro, did you know I've been having a streak of bad luck lately and deliberately brought me here to cheer me up? I gotta say, my mood's already much better, huh?" Chinyu's face darkened with annoyance as he snapped, "What do you know? Go find me a piece of scrap cardboard and a marker. If the shops won't take it, I'll just set up a stall on the street." Seeing Chinyu become serious, Gao Dakue also restrained his smile and obediently followed his instructions. Once they got the items, Gao Dakue kept gasping in shock at the price Chinyu wrote on the scrap cardboard. 60,000? Are you out of your mind?" Chinyu rolled his eyes. "What a pity ignorance can be. Today I'll sell it for 60,000 and prove it to you. We'll set up this street stall where people come and go. There's bound to be someone who knows its worth. Once it's sold, I'll start a moving company for you." Though the plainly dressed brothers looked somewhat shabby squatting by their humble stall, the bold 600,000 price tag on the scrap cardboard created a stark contrast with their appearance, drawing quite a crowd. Nothing delights folks more than gathering around to watch a spectacle. In no time, a crowd had formed around the stall, pointing and murmuring, "Holy shit, are they that desperate? 60 grand for a potted succulent. Damn right, who do they take for fools? Even if you're loaded, you have to be a complete sucker to buy that." Gao Dakue, a hulking, rugged man, was reduced to blushing furiously, covering his face in embarrassment. "This is mortifying," he whispered to Chinyu. "Let's get out of here." Chinyu paid no attention to the onlookers, sneering inwardly. "Wait until I sell this frost jade brocade, then you'll see who's really foolish." He consoled Gao Dakue, saying, "It's fine. Look at how our crowd keeps growing. This is actually good for attracting buyers." Just then, a shrill woman's voice rang out from the crowd, dripping with sarcasm. "Oh my, aren't these the 2 movers who helped me relocate? Have you fallen so low as to beg by the roadside now?" Chapter 24, Not a Penny Under 600,000. Gao Dakue turned to look and saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s, slightly plump and dressed in flamboyant clothes. It was their landlady, with whom they'd recently had an unpleasant falling out over moving arrangements. She had come to the flower market to buy plants for decorating her new place and, spotting a commotion, had squeezed her way in, only to unexpectedly come across Gao Dakue and Chinyu. When it was time to work, you two were all about laziness. And now look at you, reduced to begging on the streets. Why squat when you beg? If you knelt, maybe someone would toss you a few crumbs. The landlady was thoroughly enjoying her insults, laughing heartily, until her gaze dropped and she immediately sensed something amiss. "Isn't that potted plant mine?" She had a vivid memory of this pot, of jade dew frost bloom, because when her father-in-law was still alive, he treasured it like a rare gem and wouldn't let her touch it all. But when she saw the price on the cardboard, she immediately doubled over with laughter. Am I seeing this right? 600,000. You two sure have some wild imagination. Everyone, don't trust these guys. They're scammers. When I sold them this potted plant, I barely charged them 85 and even threw in 3 other succulents with a bunch of freebies. The onlookers grew even more excited. Well, look at this. Someone actually bold enough to pull a scam right out in the open, trying to swindle people for a fortune. A young man like this, he deserved to starve to death, let alone end up broke. Chunyu looked up coldly at the landlady without speaking, feeling that conversing with her was an insult to his intelligence. Gao Dake, however, wouldn't let it slide. He stood up angrily and said, "You still owe us the 300 yuan labor fee for helping you move. Now that we've run into you, hurry up and pay us what you owe." "What are you trying to do? Rob me? In broad daylight? I'll call the police." The landlady shrieked as she retreated into the crowd when Gao Dakue approached her. "Want your wages? Dream on. We agreed from the start. No debts between us." "You..." Gao Dakue was furious, his stomach twisting in anger. He had never met a woman so shameless, not only refusing to pay, but also stirring up trouble. If she weren't a woman, he would have slapped her hard several times by now. Just then, a middle-aged man who had been quietly observing from the crowd stepped forward and intervened. "No need to quarrel. Speak properly. These two lads have it hard enough. Don't mess with their business." The landlady turned her head away with a cold snort and fell silent. She didn't want things to escalate either, and having someone mediate suited her just fine. The middle-aged man played the role of the nice guy, stepping forward to pat Gao Dakue's shoulder as if to say calm down, then asked, "I think this succulent looks quite nice and seems destined for me. How about letting me have it?" Chunyu's gaze swept over, quickly gleaning the information. Li Dafu, owner of a high-end succulent plant shop, horticulture graduate from Ninghai University. "Selling to you is fine. How much would you offer?" Finally having someone asking about the price, Gao Dakue said cheerfully. Li Dafu's eyes shifted as he spoke with the boldness of someone flush with cash. "Seeing you guys struggling, I'll offer 10,000. A single sentence shocked everyone present. The onlookers found it unbelievable. How could someone spend 10,000 yuan on a mere potted succulent? Had they been kicked in the head by a donkey? The landlady stood dumbfounded, wearing an expression as if she'd seen a ghost. What was going on? How could the relics left behind by her late father-in-law be so valuable? Gao Dakue immediately forgot about the landlady owing him 300 yuan. He repeatedly poked Chunyu in the ribs and whispered urgently, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and give him the plant so we could take the money and leave. Let's go treat ourselves to a good meal." 10,000 yuan was already a considerable fortune for Gao Dakue, who was absolutely overjoyed. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, Chunyu remained unmoved, curling his lips into a disdainful smile. As expected, no merchant isn't cunning. As a succulent expert, Li Dafu clearly knew the value of the iced jade dew variegata, yet deliberately offered only 10,000 to trick him. "Sorry, sir. 10,000 is too low. I won't sell." Li Dafu showed no urgency, speaking slowly. Not to criticize, but tagging it at 600,000 is truly excessive. Succulent market prices are inherently much lower than ordinary flowers to begin with. I run the largest succulent specialty shop in the flower market. If I don't buy it, no one really will. I'll add at most another 10,000, 20,000 total. Sell it if you agree. Otherwise, just keep it for yourself. He claimed to be negotiating, but Li Dafu's words carried a subtle threat. 20,000 was already saving face for them. If they still refused to sell, they might as well let it rot in their hands. Gao Dakue couldn't contain his excitement and hastily discussed with Chunyu, 20,000 is already a good price. Stop playing hard to get and sell it quick. What more could you possibly want? You're not seriously holding out for 600,000, are you? That's never gonna happen. Chunyu grinned. You're right, I really do refuse to bargain. Not a penny less than 600,000. Damn it. Gao Dakue didn't want to quarrel with Chunyu in public and become laughingstocks for outsiders. Unable to vent his anger, He cursed under his breath, then squatted aside to smoke sulkily. Li Dafu could tell from Chen Yu's statement that this kid knew his stuff. The price of the ice-soul jade, du variegated succulent, wasn't just randomly pulled out of thin air. But so what if he knew plants? Succulents were niche after all. Given how these blind fools passing by couldn't recognize its value, who else would buy it if he didn't? With enough pressure applied, he'd surely sell it cheap in the end. Thinking this, he employed his slime merchant's eloquence and continued to persuade. Young man, 20,000 is no small sum. Since you've already set up a stall, money must be tight, right? 20,000 should be enough to relieve your immediate needs. Chen Yu felt his head swelling from the noise, finding the guy way too annoying. He was about to cut him off and send him packing. Right then, a robust and powerful elderly voice rang out from the crowd. I sold jade du brocade. This old man has taken a liking to it. No one else better compete with me. Li Dafu's lengthy speech was abruptly interrupted, instantly igniting his anger. He turned around and snapped irritably. Where did this old geezer come from? Buzz off, don't disturb my business. And don't you know who I am in this entire flower market? Everyone knows. Oh, my Uncle Fu, what brings you here today? When Li Dafu got a clear look at the old man's face, he nearly jumped 3 feet in fright. Hurriedly trembling, he began fawning ingratiatingly and loudly blustered. Who dares to compete with Elder Fu for something he's taken a fancy to? I, Li Dafu, will be the first to stand against it. What, Uncle Fu, the head butler of the Song family? The onlookers instantly lost their composure. The Song family's influence was immense, even disregarding the patriarch himself. Ordinary folk couldn't afford to offend his personal steward. Uncle Fu, you look well and full of energy. Everyone rushed to greet him, completely forgetting to mock Li Dafu for being scared out of his wits, because truth be told, they would have acted the same way in his shoes. Chen Yu nodded slightly at the old man called Uncle Fu, showing his respect. Although he knew Song Yen, he wasn't going to rely on their slight acquaintance to close the distance with Uncle Fu. He still had his pride. Sir, you've also taken a liking to this frost jade du variegated plant. May I ask what price you'd be willing to offer? Uncle Fu was dressed in luxurious attire, brimming with vitality, and his every gesture exuded the noble demeanor of a prominent family. He didn't even bother acknowledging the clownish antics of Li Dafu and said expressionlessly, "Isn't it clearly marked there? 600,000. The Song family doesn't have a tradition of haggling. Tell me, would you prefer a check or a wire transfer?" Chapter 25. Not worth pitying. Hearing old Fu's words, Gao Dakue couldn't believe his ears. The wealthy Song family truly lived up to their reputation. With great wealth comes great caprice, spending 600,000 on a single flower without even haggling over the price. Chen Yu was no longer a country bumpkin with no worldly experience. Having handled 6 or 7 million over just a few days, he said calmly, "Wire transfer." Without another word, old Fu immediately arranged the transfer, though the money went into Gao Dakue's bank account. The reason old Fu purchased the ice-soul jade du variegata was because the Song family patriarch already had one pot at home, which looked rather solitary. Adding another would make a perfect pair. Displayed together, they would complement each other beautifully and greatly enhance the aesthetic appeal. Receiving the deposit notification text, Gao Dakue stared at the string of zeros on his phone screen, dumbfounded. It felt like a dream. He counted the digits several times before daring to believe it was truly 600,000 yuan. Never in his life had he seen so much money. Clutching his phone like a priceless treasure, he broke into an ear-to-ear grin, utterly dazzled by his sudden fortune. Uncle Fu handed the frost jade du brocade to an attendant and strode away with his head held high. The crowd automatically parted to make way. The entire transaction had taken less than 5 minutes. As the onlookers watched Uncle Fu's luxury car drive slowly into the distance, the crowd erupted like boiling water, buzzing with excitement. Oh my God, that pot of ice dew brocade is actually worth 600,000 yuan, instantly rich. Today finally opened our eyes. We were the ones laughing at him for being delusional and desperate. But turns out we're the frogs at the bottom of the well who've never seen the world. Li Dafu kept sighing in regret, wishing he negotiated earlier to buy it. Even spending 3 or 500,000 would have been worth it. Selling it to Uncle Fu would have been guaranteed profit while building connections with the Song family. What wretched luck, he didn't have that fortune. The landlady stood utterly shocked, never dreaming the succulents her late father-in-law cultivated could be worth 600,000. No wonder he treasured them like jewels. She barely regained her composure before desperately lunging forward, trying to snatch Gao Dakuei's phone, her eyes burning with greed as she screamed, "That flower pot belongs to me, so the money is mine too. Give it back." Having just gotten his hands on a fortune, Gao Dakuei wasn't about to let it be stolen. With a forceful shove, he pushed the landlady away. Chinyu smirked coldly, mimicking the landlady's tone as he taunted, "What are you doing, huh? This phone is ours. Are you trying to rob us in broad daylight? Watch out, or I'll call the police on you." The landlady turned pale with fury, her greed blinding all reason as she shrieked, "I don't care. You have to give me that 600,000 yuan, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Didn't think this day would come when you cheated us out of our hard-earned, moving money, did you? Let me tell you something. I knew that succulent was worth 600,000 yuan back then. You brought this on yourself. Don't blame us for playing dirty. Dakuei, let's go." Chenyu had been holding on to this grudge for days, the grievance of being extorted for their moving expenses. Today, he finally got to vent this pent-up resentment. Watching the landlady's expression turn as if she'd eaten shit was the ultimate revenge. On top of that, making 600,000 yuan made the satisfaction utterly priceless. She stood there dumbfounded, lips parting several times without uttering a word. Humiliated before so many people, she wished the ground would swallow her whole. Everyone knew she had sold the prize succulent worth 600,000 yuan to Chunyu for just 85 bucks. Overnight, she became the laughingstock of the town, with sarcastic remarks and mocking whispers following her everywhere. The landlady couldn't take it anymore. With a sharp pang in her nose, she collapsed to the ground and burst into heart-wrenching sobs. 600,000. That was 600,000 yuan. A sum she couldn't have saved in 10 years of backbreaking work. Gone just like that. The despair was enough to make her wish for death. But such people aren't worthy of pity whatsoever. Someone who'd even swindle hard-earned money of others clearly has rotten character to the core. They deserve every bit of that desperate crying. When the crowd dispersed, the landlady remained sitting on the ground as if life had lost all meaning, consumed by bitter regret. Had she just shown more filial piety to her late father-in-law while he was alive, he wouldn't have taken the true value of the frost jade brocade to his grave without telling her. Meanwhile, overjoyed Chunyu and Gao Dakuei headed straight to an upscale restaurant for a sumptuous feast, thoroughly enjoying their windfall. After eating and drinking his fill, Gao Dakuei leaned back in his chair, smoking a cigarette and patting his belly as he sighed. "Burp, the life of the rich is truly wonderful. When will I get to feast on delicacies from land and sea every single day? Work hard, and you'll achieve the life you want sooner or later." Chunyu laughed. "All 600,000 yuan is in your account now. Hurry up and open that moving company you've always dreamed of." Hearing this, Gao Dakuei immediately straightened up and refused with a serious expression. "The I-Soul Jade Du brocade was bought with your money and sold at a high price thanks to your persistence. How could I take this? Being the temporary god of wealth was thrill enough. I'll transfer the money back to you later." Chinyu grinned and insisted, "Come on. We've been brothers for ages. I recently came into some money and can easily spare this 600,000. It'd be much better in your hands for starting your business." Gao Dakuei wasn't the type to be blinded by money. He stood firm on his principles and insisted on not accepting it, while Chinyu tried every possible way to persuade him. After much discussion, the two brothers compromised. Gao Dakuei would take 300,000 yuan to start a moving company with equal shares, while the remaining 300,000 would be donated to an orphanage. Setting up a moving company isn't complicated. All you need are trucks and a few workers. The 300,000 yuan was enough to buy a used truck for a trial operation period. When the two returned to the orphanage and mentioned donating 300,000 yuan to Aunt Deng, Aunt Deng was first astonished, unable to comprehend how a scrap collector and a manual laborer suddenly had so much money. She even suspected they might have engaged in some illegal activities. Under her persistent questioning, The two explained the whole story of selling the frost jade gauze. Only then did Aunt Deng feel relieved, marveling at their incredible luck. However, she refused the donation, claiming an anonymous benefactor had donated 1,000,000 yuan just 2 days earlier, enough to sustain the orphanage for a long time. As for them too, they're at the age to get married and should save some money for their future brides. The anonymous donor was none other than Chunyu, who told no one, willingly doing something for the orphanage where he grew up. Since Aunt Deng adamantly refused to accept it, the two didn't press further, murmuring to each other before anonymously donating it later. With that matter settled, Chunyu and Gao Dakue were promptly put to work again as Aunt Deng shooed them out to buy paint. Aunt Deng planned to repaint the orphanage walls with the anonymous donation she received, wanting to make the children's living environment more comfortable. The two immediately agreed and rode off on Gao Dakue's motorized tricycle, braving the scorching afternoon sun as they headed to the hardware market. Gao Dakue, accustomed to a frugal life despite his burly appearance, was shrewd in business. He always compared prices carefully before making any purchase. After wandering around for over an hour, they finally gathered all the paint. By the time they returned to the orphanage, it was already around 4 in the afternoon. From a distance, they spotted a well-dressed crowd gathered at the entrance, with Aunt Deng engaged in discussions with them. The two brothers stepped forward to inquire and learned that these people were from a real estate company demanding the orphanage's demolition. The documents had already been approved, and they were given 3 days to vacate. Chapter 26. The orphanage faces demolition. Xiaoyu Dakue, you're finally back. They said they're going to demolish the orphanage. They have official approval from the city and are giving us just 3 days to move out. What should we do? Seeing them, Aunt Deng seemed to have found her pillars of strength as she anxiously poured out her troubles. Orphanages are charitable institutions that benefit society. Why should they be demolished without reason? I disagree. Gao Dakue was furious, immediately stomping his feet in protest. Chinyu frowned. There had been rumors before that the orphanage area might be demolished, but there had been no official notice. He hadn't expected the demolition order to come so suddenly today. He and Gao Dakue had grown up in the orphanage since childhood, living there for over a decade. This place was their home, filled with deep emotional ties. The sudden demand to leave was hard to accept. Stop making unreasonable trouble. The city's documents are clear as day. 50 acres around here are to be demolished for a residential development. Every single household must leave within 3 days of receiving the notice. One of the long-haired youths shouted arrogantly. A 50-acre area amounts to over 30,000 square meters and located right in the city center with extremely high population density, housing at least several hundred families. Yet they want everyone out within just 3 days. Such a tyrannical demolition team. Such a domineering developer. Chunyu suppressed his anger and asked, if they're demolishing this place, what compensation will the orphanage receive? And how will the children living here be resettled? The orphanage land belongs to the state, so compensation isn't meant for you. There's an abandoned warehouse at the foot of the southern hills outside town. You can move there anytime. It's much bigger than this place, so consider it a favor. The moment Xinyu heard the words desolate mountain and abandoned warehouse, he was immediately alarmed. Those were no places fit for human habitation. Moreover, it's quite far from the city center with inconvenient transportation. What about the school-aged children's education? This could ruin their entire future. Chunyu was utterly furious and shouted angrily, "You bunch of unscrupulous traitors! How dare you house children in an abandoned warehouse? Is it a place fit for humans? Have you no conscience at all?" As soon as these words were spoken, a man in his 30s, dressed in a tailored suit and looking every inch the polished professional, let out a displeased scoff at the head of the group. Chinyu stole a glance, and information about this person surfaced in his mind. Xiao Lu, 32 years old, manager of the demolition office at Dingtai Real Estate, left hand disabled, murderer, responsible for 3 lives. Zhou Lu's little finger on his left hand gleamed a brilliant gold, crafted from pure gold plating, making it especially eye-catching. But what shocked Chinyu the most was that this guy had 3 lives on his hands, yet still dared to swagger around. Clearly a ruthless character who probably hadn't been exposed for his killings yet. Kid, watch your damn mouth. Giving those orphanage brats a place to stay is more than they deserve. Keep running your filthy mouth and you'll regret it. The long-haired young man viciously issued his threats, doing all the talking from start to finish. Xiao Lu maintained a haughty demeanor, utterly disdaining to acknowledge Chen Yu and the others. The equally enraged Gao Dakue immediately changed his expression upon recognizing Xiao Lu. He hastily grabbed Chen Yu and whispered, "We can't afford to mess with these people. Keep your words to a minimum." Chen Yu ignored them and firmly shouted, "If you want the orphanage to relocate, at least properly accommodate all the children, provide decent housing and some living compensation. Don't try to fob us off with an abandoned warehouse. Otherwise, we won't move, no matter what. Live here if you fucking want to. If you're not out in 3 days, don't blame us when we bulldoze the place with you inside it. Any deaths are on you." The long-haired youth snarled viciously. "Stop wasting time. Move to the next site." Xiao Lu waved dismissively without a hint of concern, striding off as the others clustered around him like moons orbiting their planet. "Consider this your final warning, you ignorant brats. How dare you obstruct the Song family's demolition project? Haven't you heard of Brother Lu's reputation? You'll die without knowing what hit you." The long-haired youth strutted off after delivering his menacing boast, puffing up like a peacock. Chen Yu clenched his fists tightly, fury blazing in his chest. This was outright bullying. It practically amounted to a death threat. Aunt Deng sighed deeply, her brows furrowed in frustration. Her face clouded with worry as she said angrily, "I refuse to believe there's no place left for justice. I'll take this complaint straight to the city officials." Gao Dakue said with a grim expression, "I doubt filing a complaint will help. I know the leader of these demolition crews. He's a gangster, ruthless, and brutal. He absolutely dares to carry out forced demolition." Under Gao Dakue's explanation, Chen Yu quickly understood that Xiao Lu was an outright gang leader. In his early years, he was known for petty theft, idling about, and frequent involvement in brawls, before eventually joining a demolition crew. His most infamous exploit involved confronting over a dozen holdout households who stubbornly refused to relocate. He forcibly gathered them and, in front of everyone, chopped off one of his own pinky fingers, declaring that anyone willing to do the same wouldn't have to move. Only those who are ruthless to themselves can be called truly ruthless. Everyone was terrified. No one dared to self-harm in imitation. The demolition team smoothly cleared out the remaining holdouts, and Xiao Lu's reputation soared as a result. He quickly built a powerful faction, monopolizing most of the demolition projects in Ninghai City. With the backing of the Song family, his influence rose even higher, like a boat lifted by the rising tide. Moreover, Xiao Lu's demolition company was extremely efficient. In their eyes, buildings mattered, people didn't. There was once a family who refused to relocate. In the end, every single member of that household, along with their century-old ancestral home, was flattened by a bulldozer, leaving no trace of bones or ashes. After hearing this, Chen Yu showed no fear and declared firmly, "No matter how powerful they are, I cannot retreat when it comes to fighting for the children's rights. Since the orphanage's land is state-owned and the real estate company has obtained official demolition documents, relocation is essentially inevitable." But what worries Chen Yu is the children's living conditions after the move. Even if they have to relocate, they must have a decent place to live. Moving to an abandoned warehouse is absolutely unacceptable. Having struggled at the bottom of society for years, Gao Dakue had all his edges and fierceness worn away. He sighed and advised, "Xiao Yu, don't be stubborn. Just accept your fate. They have city documents, money, and power. We really can't afford to provoke them." "You're right, Xiao Yu. We can't let the children suffer," Aunt Deng said with unwavering determination. "First thing tomorrow morning, I'll go discuss with the city officials to see if we can get them better housing. If that doesn't work, we'll figure out another way." Chen Yu nodded. "I'll go with you tomorrow, Aunt Deng. Good boy." Aunt Deng let out a heavy sigh and walked into the orphanage with a lonely air. In truth, she had no confidence at all. The chances of successfully pleading their case to the city officials were slimmer than winning the lottery. Fortunately, a kind-hearted donor contributed 1 million yuan. If all else fails, I'll have to pay for the rent myself. At least that can keep us going for a while. Faced with such a situation, Chunyu felt utterly powerless. His words carried no weight, and the likelihood of stopping the demolition was virtually non-existent. Even with several $1 million now at his disposal, it made no difference. In the blink of an eye, a certain person came to his mind, Song Yin. Asking Song Yin for help might work. Since it was the Song family's real estate company, her words should carry some weight. Chapter 27. I Will Rise. Gao Dakawei quietly unloaded the paint cans from the motorized tricycle. Just a few hours ago, they had been discussing how to freshen up the dilapidated orphanage with a new coat of paint. Yet now comes the news that the orphanage is being demolished, our home about to vanish. How bitterly ironic. Chunyu found it hard to accept this reality. Full of indignation, he wondered, if he were wealthy and influential, with widespread fame, would he be treated like this today? Would that bastard surnamed Qiao still refuse to even glance his way? Of course, these are just assumptions. One must remain grounded in reality. Right now, the most important thing is securing proper and better arrangements for the children. Reluctantly, he dialed Song Yan's number and offered to help, on the condition that it would count as repaying the favor she owed him. Today is the deadline. Whatever requests you have, just name them. I won't hesitate to fulfill anything within my power. Song Yan took her promises very seriously. Words once spoken were like water spilled, impossible to take back. Chunyu had a strong sense of pride, and pleading for a woman's help was something he simply couldn't bring himself to do. Yet for the sake of the children, he had no choice but to swallow his dignity and stammer out his request. Miss Song, your family's Dingxing real estate company is carrying out the urban renewal project in the old district, and Happy Home Orphanage is included in the demolition plan. Could you help put in a good word to exclude the orphanage? Song Yin had visited the orphanage before. Recalling the innocent and cheerful children, she said solemnly, I'll try my best. Wait for my update. After hanging up, Chunyu heard the children crying, asking Aunt Ding why they had to move so suddenly. They didn't want to leave. He felt a pang of heartache as he sat on the steps, frowning in deep thought about what he could possibly do with just a few million in his hands regarding this matter. To his despair, he realized there was nothing he could do. The land was owned by the state, and even if he wanted to buy it, he couldn't outbid the Song family's real estate company. Become a holdout, Xiao Lu was a ruthless demolition enforcer with 3 lives on his hands. No matter how skilled Chunyu was in a fight, he couldn't withstand the siege of dozens or even hundreds of thugs, nor could he stop the relentless advance of bulldozers. The more he dwelled on it, the more Chunyu questioned his life. He had been smug about earning a few million after gaining his special ability, but in front of truly powerful figures, he was nothing. Before he realized it, night had fallen, and Chunyu's phone suddenly rang. It was Song Yin calling. As if seeing the first light of dawn, he quickly answered the call and asked, So, what's the news? Can the orphanage be saved? Song Yin fell silent for a moment before replying apologetically. I'm sorry, I personally want to plead with my cousin, but he refused. The orphanage's location is central. They're determined to build Wandai Plaza there. It has to be demolished. This outcome was within Chun Yu's expectations. When weighed against tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, in real estate profits, the bond he'd formed with Song Yin over just a few days was insignificant. Song Yin said with deep embarrassment, Please rest assured, I'm not someone who goes back on my word. Although I can't save the orphanage, I'll try my best to secure more compensation for the children to help them live better lives. Thank you. I appreciate your trouble. Chunyu responded with bitter gratitude before hanging up the phone. It seemed the orphanage was truly beyond saving. Meanwhile, on the other end, Song Yin stood frozen with her phone in hand for a long moment, biting her lip as she murmured to herself. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Many things about wealthy families aren't as you imagine. Between our branch of the family and my cousins, aside from blood ties, there's no real affection. We're purely competitors. Song Yin knew Chan Yu's stance on the orphanage. That big-hearted fellow must be deeply upset, she thought to herself. Secretly resolving to visit her cousin again, she was determined to fight for more compensation for the children. The next morning, Chun Yu, face haggard after a sleepless night, fed Auntie Zhou breakfast before rising to leave the hospital. He arranged to meet Aunt Deng at the municipal party committee building, planning to buy some gifts and visit the city leaders for discussion. One last desperate attempt with slim chances of success. 2 hours later, Chun Yu and Aunt Deng emerged from the municipal party committee building, their faces filled with indignation while carrying numerous items in their hands. Not long ago, the gifts were brought out exactly as they had been carried in. The city officials refused to accept them, sternly informing them that the old district renovation was inevitable, a major trend that couldn't be reversed. Even Annie Deng, who hadn't seen much of the world, could tell it wasn't because the city officials were incorruptible. The truth was, compared to collaborating with the Song family, their gifts simply weren't worth mentioning. Chun Yu was well aware that urban renewal was a good thing for improving Ninghai City. If the compensation conditions were generous enough, even with 180 reluctances, the orphanage could still relocate. Yet every time the question was raised as to why the children were relocated to an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs, the city officials would divert the conversation, telling them to go home and wait for updates, promising a response within 7 business days. Just kidding. In 2 days, Xiao Lu's construction crew will be here to demolish the house. Waiting 7 working days? By then, it'll be too late. The ship will have sailed. Damn it, a bunch of bastards. Chun Yu couldn't hold back his anger and let out a string of curses. Auntie Deng was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Xiao Yu, you can vent to me all you want, but you must never say such things in front of outsiders. Xiao Lu, city officials, the Song family. She was just a woman with a brood of kids to look after, and none of these people could be offended. Hearing this, Chun Yu grew even angrier, shouting furiously, "This is just bullying. I won't stand for it. A bunch of arrogant jerks. Who the hell do they think?" MMPH. Auntie Deng hurriedly covered his mouth and pulled him to the side of the street, tears pooling in her eyes as she pleaded, "Child, I know you resent this, but there's nothing to be done. This is just how the world is. An arm can't twist a leg. You must listen to reason and not act rashly. While the hills remain, there will be wood to burn. Though we can't save the house, you and Dekue, me, and Annie Zhou, and all the children, are we all still safe?" Chun Yu had initially been seething with rage, wanting to explode the situation wide open. He'd hoped his public outcry on the street would expose the dirty dealings of the 3 parties to everyone across the nation. Yet Annie Deng's words suddenly enlightened him. Yes, as long as people survived, there would always be hope. If he weren't calm enough and really escalated the situation, getting himself executed would make him a martyr, but it's the orphanage children who would suffer the most. Chun Yu gradually calmed his anger and said solemnly, "I understand. I won't do anything foolish again. Since we can't save the orphanage, we must look forward and find new accommodations for the children." He finally understood. Acting on impulse wasn't true skill. Enduring humiliation, lying low while biding one's time, then rising steadily. That was the mark of a real hero. On the surface, Chun Yu had accepted reality, but deep down, his heart remained turbulent, as if a fire were blazing within him. With his unique, discerning eyes, earning money and building influence would be far easier for him than for ordinary people. Why worry about not rising to prominence? One day, he would surely transform into a soaring dragon, shocking the Song family, forcing Xiao Lu to look up in awe, and making all those opportunistic sycophants tremble in fear. Chapter 28. Dizzy with newfound wealth. The city officials didn't intervene, pushing the resettlement matter entirely onto Dingxing Real Estate Company. The demolition was now inevitable. Aunt Deng and Chun Yu could do nothing but race against time to find new accommodations for the children. Just then, Chun Yu's phone rang. It was a call from Song Yen. With deep remorse in her voice, Song Yen said, "I spoke with my cousin again. He's willing to arrange a much better new place for the children. There's a 2-story house in the urban-rural fringe area south of town with 7 or 8 rooms." Chun Yu understood perfectly well that Song Yen bore no responsibility for her family's actions. For her to go this far in helping him was already going above and beyond. But Chinyu couldn't feel happy about it. The urban-rural fringe area wasn't much closer to downtown than the Wilderness Warehouse, just trading distant suburbs for slightly nearer ones. They were clearly being treated like beggars being given crumbs. They think such trivial profits can placate people and earn their gratitude? In their dreams. He said coldly, "Is this supposed to be charity? Tell your cousin we don't need it. I'll definitely claim the compensation we're owed." "I'm sorry. I tried my best," Song Yin said remorsefully. After all, this matter concerned the Song family, and she was a member of the Song family. However, the real estate company was managed by her cousin's family, and she had tried her best to intervene, but her cousin remained unmoved. In the afternoon, Chinyu called Gao Dakue to go house hunting together. Finding an ordinary residence was easy, but locating a place suitable for over a dozen children was far more challenging. The minimum requirement was a detached house with its own courtyard for the children to play in, along with plenty of rooms for accommodation. Moreover, it couldn't be too far from the orphanage since all the children attended school nearby. Being too far away would create transportation issues for their education. After wandering around, they finally found a courtyard residence with antique charm in an urban village. Distinctly styled in the Republican era, its iron gate posted with a "for rent" notice. The surroundings were tranquil, with few nearby residents, and it was just a 10-minute drive from the orphanage, making it quite a suitable choice. Gao Dakue's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, "This courtyard is perfect. It meets all our requirements, and given it's in an urban village, the rent shouldn't be too steep. 3,000 a month would be just right." Chinyu rolled his eyes at him. What a clueless guy, thinking he could rent such a courtyard for 3,000 yuan as if he were buying cabbage. He dialed the number on the "for rent" sign and called the landlord to express his interest in viewing the property. After waiting a full 30 minutes, an Audi pulled up in front of the courtyard gate, and a stylishly dressed, attractive young woman stepped out of the car. Through the information transmitted by his special vision, Chinyu learned her name was Lu Sihui, a manager at a foreign trade company. This courtyard property was her family's ancestral home. After processing Lu Sihui's information, he felt much more at ease. He'd previously worried about the character of his potential landlord. Clearly, he'd been overthinking it. After all, Lu Sihui was educated and cultured, unlike that shameless landlady who had tried to extort moving fees from them. "You're here to rent the place? Come in and take a look." Unexpectedly, Lu Sihui remained rather aloof as she unlocked the door and led them inside. The house was modeled in Republican-era style, elegantly designed with classical charm, facing south across 7 spacious rooms, clear evidence that Lu Sihui's ancestors had been quite prosperous. The courtyard was spacious enough for kids to play soccer comfortably, and it had been thoroughly cleaned. The previous tenants hadn't moved out long ago. The house came fully furnished with working utilities, essentially ready for immediate move-in. After looking around, Gao Dakue was very pleased and nodded to himself. This was the one. Chinyu was equally satisfied as he inspected each room. When he pushed open the storage room cluttered with his gaze swept across it before suddenly freezing in place. Gao Dakue teased in a low voice, "What's so interesting about a pile of junk? Don't tell me your occupational habits, acting up, paralyzed at the sight of scrap?" Chinyu remained silent, his gaze settling on a bird cage hanging from a beam. The cage was empty, its surface covered in thick dust and strands of spiderwebs. Lu Sihui said coldly and arrogantly, "These are all junk, useless. If you want to rent the place, you're free to dispose of them however you like." Chunyu's gaze penetrated the birdcage, lingering once more on the small porcelain cup inside meant for feeding birds. Then he turned his head and said generously, "We're very satisfied with this place. May I ask the monthly rent? If the price is right, we can sign the contract right away." "Wait!" Gao Dakue hurriedly stopped him, inwardly cursing Chinyu for his lack of tact. Even if he liked it, he shouldn't have shown it so obviously. Once the other party senses your intentions, the price would surely skyrocket to the heavens. The best approach was to talk the property down to worthless status, creating the illusion that they were reluctantly renting it only as a last resort while taking a major loss. Only then could they bargain the price down. He quickly followed up, "Miss Lu, while my friend here likes it, I'm rather unsatisfied. To be frank, we're from an orphanage with over a dozen kids to care for. This is purely a charitable act for society's benefit. Don't you think we deserve some discount? Lucy Hui replied impatiently. The rent is 10,000 a month, non-negotiable. If you want something cheaper, feel free to look elsewhere. Her unspoken meaning was clear. If you don't want to rent, then leave. This young lady hasn't got time to humor you. Gao Dakawei rubbed his nose awkwardly. It was supposed to be a highly effective bargaining tactic, yet she wasn't buying it at all. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet. In the blink of an eye, he came up with another idea. Frowning deeply, he said, 10,000 is too expensive. We're not renting. Let's go. Lucy Hui stood with her arms crossed, watching Gao Dakawei's poor performance with cold eyes, showing not the slightest intention to stop them from leaving. Chenyu couldn't help but chuckle. Quickly pulling Dakawei back, he said with a faint smile, Miss Liu, I'll accept the rent. Let's sign the contract. Xiaoyu, have you gone mad with money? 10,000 yuan. How many moving jobs would I need to do to earn that back? Gao Dakawei exclaimed in disbelief, thinking Chun, you must have lost his mind from grief to agree to such a price. Sure, he made 600,000 from selling the frost jade dew brocade yesterday, but that's no reason to spend like this. Chenyu completely ignored Gao Dakawei's complaints and signed a contract with Lucy Hui on the spot, paying half a year's rent and the deposit up front. A mere 60 or 70,000 was nothing to him now, with assets totaling 5 or 6 million, a sum he could easily afford. After completing the handover procedures, Lucy Hui left the keys behind and walked away in her high heels, her heart filled with joy. She took one look at Chunyu and Gao Dakawei's plain attire and immediately pegged them as anything but wealthy. Unwilling to rent to them at all, she deliberately set the price at 10,000 with no room for bargaining. To her surprise, Chunyu paid up without hesitation. Gao Dakawei stared at Chunyu as if he were an idiot and grumbled, putting on airs like some big shot. With rent over 100,000 a year, there's no way we could afford it on our salaries. You think I'm actually stupid? Chunyu chuckled mysteriously. Come with me, I'll show you something. It's a little gift for Miss Liu, one that'll cover our rent for the next 20 years. Stop pulling my leg. Who in their right mind would let you live there for free for over 20 years? If you were that charming, why would you still be collecting scrap? The streets would be lined with wealthy women queuing up to hand you money. Gao Dakawei wore a look of disdain as he reluctantly followed into the storage room, his eyes sweeping around in a skeptical glance. Where's this so-called 20 years of rent? He sneered, curling his lip. I strongly suspect you were still half asleep last night, walking around in some ridiculous daydream. Chapter 29. 2 decades of rent for free. A broken birdcage worth 20 years of rent. Are you out of your mind, or did a donkey kick you in the head? Gao Dakawei followed Chunyu's pointing finger upward and spotted a dust-covered birdcage, his face instantly twisting in disdain. It's understandable he didn't recognize the ice jade dew brocade, but anyone with eyes could identify a birdcage. Even if it were made of pure gold, it wouldn't be worth 12 years' rent, let alone 20. As he spoke, Chunyu removed the birdcage and took out the small porcelain feeding cup inside. When did I ever say the birdcage was valuable? What's worth 20 years' rent is this porcelain cup. The small porcelain cup stood about 5 centimeters tall, completely covered in dust with faint traces of bird droppings visible. Its shabby appearance made it impossible for anyone to recognize as a treasure. Is this piece of junk even worth 10 yuan? If you collected 1,000 of these every month, you might cover 1 month's rent. Keep it up, only 999 more to go. Gao Dakawei mocked sarcastically, becoming increasingly convinced Chunyu had lost his mind. Damn you, old man. Chunyu laughed and cursed, not minding the dirt as he grabbed a damp cloth and began carefully wiping the porcelain cup, his movements gentle for fear of damaging it. 2 minutes later, the dust and bird droppings were cleaned away, revealing the cup's original appearance. One side of the cup was painted with a blue and white narcissus design, while the other bore an inscription in small characters. Spring breeze plays with jade in a clear painting. The night moon strides over waves to the great embankment. Looking at the base, it was unmistakably stamped with a mark. Made in the Great Qing Dynasty, Kangxi era, Gao Dakawei was a rough-and-tumble guy who knew nothing about antiques. But even he could tell the craftsmanship was exquisite, probably worth at least a few dozen yuan. Chen Yu's heart swelled with excitement. He had come to rent a place, but stumbled upon a floral-patterned cup instead. With a delighted laugh, he said, "Today, let me show you something special. This is one of the Conchiera blue and white 12 floral month cups, specifically the Narcissus cup for January. It's worth at least 2 million yuan." "How much? Worth 2 million? No way, how do you know?" Gao Dakue was incredulous, barely registering anything else. His mind fixated solely on that staggering figure. Did I waste 4 years studying antique appraisal at university for nothing? A blue and white porcelain cup worth 2 million. That's basically 20 years of rent for free. Now, do you believe me? Chen Yu said somewhat smugly. Gao Dakue snapped out of his daze and retorted stubbornly. "Words are worthless. I could say it's worth 10 million too. The real skill is being able to sell it and actually get the money. Believe it or not, it's time to head back and help tidy up at the orphanage." Just by looking at Gao Dakue's expression, Chen Yu could tell this guy was trying to persuade him to sell the Narcissus cup. However, having previously acquired a rose cup and a peony cup for bargain prices, Chen Yu currently had 5 to 6 million in his bank account with no urgent need for money. He planned to keep this piece as part of his collection for future contingencies. He fetched cardboard and foam padding, carefully wrapping the Narcissus cup. This antique could trade for 20 rooms at the orphanage. It couldn't afford any damage. When the two returned to the orphanage, eager to share the good news with Aunt Deng, they found the children in chaos upon entering, chattering excitedly, with no sign of Aunt Deng to be seen. A little girl sobbed and said, "Brother, something bad happened. Xiaohao is sick. His stomach hurts so much he's rolling on the floor." Aunt Deng took him to see the doctor. Another slightly older boy chimed in. Aunt Deng said to go to Jishitang. "You should hurry and check. Xiaohao is seriously ill. He's about to die." Chen Yu grew up in an orphanage, treating it as his home and the children there as his own brothers and sisters. Now that his family was sick, how could he not be anxious? He hastily arranged, "Dakue, you stay here to look after the child. I'm going to check on Xiaohao's condition." Gao Dakue nodded heavily, his tension mirroring Chen Yu's exactly. "Go quickly. Leave this to me. And don't forget to send word once you've seen Xiaohao." Chen Yu hid the Narcissus cup under the bed in Mother Zhou's room before rushing out the door. Jishitang was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Ninghai City. Old Master Lin Yuanshan possessed extraordinary medical skills. His legendary 5 Yang divine needles were said to revive the dying. He had even been honored as one of Ninghai's 10 great miracle doctors. What's truly commendable is that after achieving fame, the old master never took advantage of his status to amass wealth, instead steadfastly adhering to his vocation of healing the world and aiding the poor. The medicines and consultation fees at Jishir Hall were far lower than those at other traditional Chinese medicine pharmacies. However, with advancing age, the old master gradually found his energy dwindling, and last year he announced his retirement from acupuncture practice. The resident physicians at Jishir Hall are now rotated among his several disciples. Even so, thanks to its sterling reputation, Jishir Hall remains the best choice for medical care among the poor. Chen Yu rushed anxiously to Jishir Hall and found Aunt Deng and Xiaohao in the waiting area. Aunt Deng was frantically circling a young female doctor, firing questions left and right, as agitated as an ant on a hot griddle. The doctor wore a mask that concealed most of her features, but her bright, gleaming eyes shimmered like spring water, captivating beyond measure. Even the loose white lab coat couldn't conceal her delicate and graceful figure, instead adding a touch of holy beauty. It made one eager to remove her mask to glimpse her peerless beauty, but this wasn't the time to admire a pretty face. Chen Yu merely glanced briefly, learning that the female doctor's name was Lin Wani, before shifting his gaze to Xiaohao. Xiaohao lay pale-faced on the hospital bed, tear-streaked and constantly crying out in pain. A swelling protruded from his small belly with veins protruding as if something were growing there. Chen Yu's heart ached as he began reading the information in his mind. Chen Ziheo, orphan, suffering from functional intestinal obstruction caused by slow gastrointestinal motility leading to colon blockage, difficulty passing gas, and abdominal pain. Treatment method. Acupuncture stimulates acupoints to promote faster colon peristalsis and restore functionality. Acupoints requiring stimulation. Tian Shu, Dechang Shu, Zusanli, Zhongwan, Higu. Phew. Chen Yu let out a long sigh of relief. So, it wasn't a serious illness. Just a few acupuncture sessions could alleviate it. He'd remind Aunt Deng when he got back to pay attention to the children's meals, making sure the food wasn't too dry and everything would be fine. Damn those mischievous kids from the orphanage. Their exaggerations could scare a person to death. Chen Yu was a modest person. Even though he could tell the condition at a glance, he didn't boast about it. He was currently teaching himself acupuncture, but apart from recognizing the acupoints, he hadn't yet mastered the skill of treating illnesses with needles. Moreover, that female doctor had already taken out silver needles, indicating that the professional had spotted it long ago. Chen merely needed to watch from the sidelines. Auntie Deng asked anxiously, "Dr. Lin, is Xiaohao really alright?" When the episode came on earlier, the pain was unbearable. Dr. Lin Wani's voice was gentle and melodious, flowing softly like water as she replied, "Auntie, don't worry. Bloating is a minor condition. It's only unbearable when the pain flares up, but it's not life-threatening. I'll give Xiaohao some acupuncture, massage his abdomen, and guide the trapped gas out from his intestines. He'll be fine." "Thank you, Dr. Lin. You're truly a kind person." Aunt Deng finally relaxed a little and kept expressing her gratitude. Yet when these words reached Chen Yu's ears, something struck him as odd, forcing the bloating out of the body. Without treating the intestinal obstruction first, how could the trapped gas possibly be expelled? Did they intend to let Xiaohao suffer to death? Chapter 30, the popular yet incompetent female doctor. Just as Chen Yu furrowed his brows, doubting whether the female doctor had misdiagnosed, her subsequent actions further confirmed his suspicion. Lin Wani raised the silver needle, measured to locate Xiaohao's Jinli Acupoint 3 come above the navel, and was about to insert it downward. "Wait, stop!" Chen Yu exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly intervening. His recent all-night studies of human acupoints had taught him that the Jinli Acupoint serves to harmonize the stomach, strengthen the spleen, and relieve abdominal qi stagnation. Acupuncture at the Jinli point is clinically used to treat abdominal distension, often with remarkably effective results. The problem, however, is that Xiaohao isn't suffering from ordinary abdominal distension. It's functional intestinal obstruction causing blocked bowel qi. If we first needle the Jinli point without addressing the obstruction, it would be putting the cart before the horse, and could actually worsen his condition. Lin Wani was startled, nearly misplacing the needle, and quickly withdrew the silver needle. She snapped angrily. "What are you shouting about? Don't you know medical clinics prohibit loud noises? Disturbing the doctor could easily lead to a medical accident. Xiao Yu, don't interfere with the doctor's diagnosis." Aunt Deng also looked puzzled. She didn't quite understand why Chen Yu, usually so polite, would act so rudely today. Chen Yu stepped forward and said solemnly, "Dr. Lin, with all due respect, have you considered that Xiaohao's condition might be more serious than just bloating? Xiaohao is suffering from severe abdominal distension, with a reddened tongue tip and yellow, greasy coating. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis, these are clear signs of qi stagnation and bloating. What else could it possibly be?" Lin Wani's voice was clear and melodious, like the song of an oriole, yet laced with anger and confidence. How could this person act like this? Did he even know medicine? What right did he have to boss her around? Auntie Deng quickly stopped Chen Yu, persuading him, "Xiao Yu, you don't know how to treat illnesses. Don't make things worse. This is Jishitang, old Master Lin's renowned clinic. He'd never intentionally harm us poor folk." With grave seriousness, Chen Yu countered, "I may not be a physician, but I understand human acupuncture points. Xiaohao's condition is intestinal obstruction. Using pediatric bloating treatment methods for acupuncture could have dire consequences if applied to the wrong points." His overwhelming concern for Xiaohao's safety instantly eroded his favorable impression of Jishitang. Reputation meant nothing when they employed such an incompetent doctor capable of misdiagnosis. Hearing this, Lin Wani seemed to have an epiphany, murmuring to herself, "Of course, it could indeed be intestinal obstruction. Functional intestinal obstruction and bloating share similar symptoms. Western medicine requires X-rays to differentiate them, while traditional Chinese medicine demands solid foundational skills and experienced practitioners to discern their subtle differences. Clearly, Lin Wanyi, being so young, was far from experienced and failed to pinpoint the root cause of Xiao Hao's condition. Lin Wanyi remained silent, lowering her head to palpate Xiao Hao's distended belly as she conducted another examination. After a full minute, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Astonishingly, she still couldn't detect the distinction. Quack! Seeing Lin Wanyi's reaction, Chen Yu knew she hadn't diagnosed it correctly. He snorted disdainfully and said, "Aunt Deng, the doctors here can't be trusted. Let's go somewhere else." These days, young female doctors are about as reliable as young female drivers, each one worse than the last. Stop right there. Lin Wanyi had studied medicine since childhood, practiced at Jisher Clinic where she treated people kindly, and her medical skills far surpassed her peers. She rarely made mistakes and was greatly respected. But today, for no apparent reason, someone had labeled her a quack. Her strong self-esteem couldn't bear this insult. The shout startled everyone in the clinic's main hall, drawing curious glances from both doctors and patients alike. Chen Yu argued, "What, are you still planning to puncture Xiao Hao's Jianli acupoint to prolong his suffering?" Lin Wanyi's starry eyes flashed with anger as she demanded, "I admit distinguishing between bloating and functional intestinal obstruction is difficult. I couldn't tell the difference myself. But you're not even a doctor. How dare you question my diagnosis after just one glance? You claim Chun Ziheo's condition isn't bloating, but intestinal obstruction. Where's your proof? Without evidence, you're slandering my professional reputation, and I won't let this stand." She even began to suspect that Chen Yu was slandering her intentionally. Perhaps he was a scheming competitor sent to sabotage her. How despicable! Several doctors draped in white coats, middle-aged men who looked to be in their 40s or 50s, angrily reprimanded. "That's right, medicine is our expertise. How dare an amateur like you stick your nose in here? Pretentious fool, thinking he's so impressive. It's all just for show. Junior sister, don't waste your breath on him. People like that aren't worth getting upset over." Chen Yu was taken aback. A man in his 40s or 50s calling a woman in her 20s shimmy, junior sister, sounded incredibly awkward. What stunned him even more was that every single patient present actually stood up to support Lin Wanyi. "Kid, Dr. Lin is kind-hearted and takes meticulous care of us. Who do you think you are to speak ill of her? Get the hell out of here. If I weren't nursing a broken bone, I'd march over there and punch your face in." Even Aunt Deng showed displeasure, chastising Chen Yu for being so thoughtless. Chen Yu felt puzzled. How could a mediocre female doctor who didn't even dare show her face have such overwhelming popularity? Yet he had absolute faith in his supernatural ability to read information about anything with his eyes. He replied with unwavering confidence, "The reason is simple. I can see it, but you can't. Xiao Hao is suffering from intestinal obstruction. I won't hand him over to you for torture. If you're so knowledgeable, why don't you treat him with acupuncture yourself?" Lin Wanyi retorted furiously, her eyes reddening as she blocked his path and demanded an answer. Chen Yu said impatiently, "If I could cure it, why would we need you doctors? Holy shit." Before he could finish his sentence, urgent information flashed through his mind. In just 1 second, this woman was going to slap him across the face. He immediately shut his mouth and instinctively reached out his hand, successfully catching Lin Wanyi's delicate wrist in midair as she swung at him. Lin Wanyi was utterly astonished. The moment she moved, this guy had already reacted. Was that even human reaction speed? This was the first time she had ever argued with someone, and the thought of hitting someone crossed her mind. It was utterly damaging to her Leda-like image. But this also served as proof of just how despicable the guy in front of her was. "Quack doctor, how dare you hit someone?" Chen Yu felt utterly wronged. Who had he offended? He was only trying to prevent Xiao Hao from suffering further harm by taking him to another hospital. Yet he found himself condemned by the masses and nearly beaten. "Bastard, let me go." Lin Wanyi struggled desperately, her face flushed with humiliation and rage. Seeing the two actually come to blows, the entire clinic instantly descended into chaos, with middle-aged doctors rushing over to intervene. The young man with fractures lying on a hospital bed also started cursing angrily, grabbing his crutches as he prepared to get up and play the hero, saving a damsel in distress. Xiao Hao was startled, and his stomachache flared up again, causing him to burst into loud, wailing tears. Auntie Deng anxiously tried to comfort Xiao Hao while crying out in shock. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Let go right now." Chapter 31. A Misunderstanding. What's going on here? Why all this noise? Just as the Hall of Benevolent Hall was in chaos, a booming male voice suddenly rang out from the back door. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and quickly fell silent. The patients greeted in unison, "Divine Dr. Lin." The doctors present bowed respectfully and said, "Master." Chinyu looked up and saw a man in his 70s stepping through the door with snow-white hair and a youthful complexion, his face glowing with vitality. His demeanor was calm and composed, dressed in a long, traditional gown, exuding an air of an immortal sage. Lin Yuanshan, one of the top 10 miracle doctors in Ninghai, owner of Jishir Hall, and father of Lin Wani. After reading the information in his mind, Chunyu was somewhat shocked. The esteemed aura of a miracle doctor was indeed extraordinary. Most crucially, he was actually Lin Wani's father, a man of such reputation, having practiced medicine all his life, must have saved many prominent figures. His influence was beyond doubt. Having fathered a daughter in his later years, he undoubtedly doted on his youngest dearly. Chinyu realized his actions were akin to poking a hornet's nest. "Dad, someone bullied me, said I was a quack doctor." Seizing the moment to escape his grasp, Lin Wani whined plaintively. Chinyu did not back down, answering with unwavering composure. "You misdiagnosed the illness. Was I wrong to point it out?" Lin Wani retorted angrily. "You're not a doctor at all. What qualifications do you have to accuse me of misdiagnosis? That child clearly just is bloating." "No, it's intestinal obstruction." When it came to Xiao Hao's condition, Chinyu stood his ground without giving an inch, making Lin Wani stomp her feet in frustration. Almost everyone present sided with the Lin family, clamoring their support. "Master, we believe in our junior sister. She has a kind heart and upholds your noble medical virtue of healing the world. She wouldn't lie. Divine Dr. Lin, we trust Miss Lin too. That brat was the one who provoked first, pretending to know what he didn't, just seeking attention and making a spectacle. It's simply bullying." Lin Yuanshan roughly understood what was going on. Stroking his beard, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "I've already retired and was perfectly content tending to my garden, yet you still won't let me have peace. Well then, I'll stretch my legs and judge which of you is right and wrong. Let's be clear up front. The one who's wrong must apologize to the winner. No takebacks." "I agree." Chinyu nodded in surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Yuanshan, despite being decorated with honors and having achieved fame long ago, to remain so down-to-earth and impartial without any airs. No wonder he's so deeply respected. There's no way I'll lose." Lin Wani jutted her stubborn lips, still convinced Chun Yu was causing trouble for no reason, just to slander her. Lin Yuanshan nodded with a smile, stepping closer to Xiao Hao before placing a large hand on the boy's belly. The little boy felt warmth spreading through his stomach as the pain eased considerably, his cries softening into whimpers. Chin Yu's pupils contracted, with just a touch being able to alleviate pain. This skill alone lived up to the reputation of a divine physician. Lin Yuanshan's large hands explored Xiao Hao's abdomen for a moment, then felt his pulse and fingers before solemnly declaring, "Fingertips exhibit cyanosis. Pulse is slippery and rapid. Liver and spleen show slight firmness without palpable nodules or masses. Right abdominal distension is prominent yet soft upon palpation. Fetch my needles." Instead of immediately declaring the contest outcome, he prioritized treating Xiao Hao first, leaving a profound impression on Chunyu. A true master is a true master. Certain subtleties simply cannot be faked by imposters. "Master, please accept these," said a man in his 50s, reverently presenting a case of silver needles. Lin Yuanshan took the needles and swiftly inserted 5 of them, his movements fluid and showing no sign of age, precisely puncturing Xiao Hao's Tianshu, Dechangshu, Zisanli, Zhongwan, and Higo acupoints. The entire procedure flowed like drifting clouds and running water. Before the onlookers could even process what happened, the needles were already in place. Children are most afraid of injections, but after a while, Xiaohao actually stopped crying because his stomach no longer hurt. Instead, he felt warm all over, incredibly comfortable. Clap, 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 including Chunyu. Everyone present enthusiastically applauded. Just a few acupuncture needles, and the patient's pain was relieved. The effect was immediate. Now that's what you call a miracle, doctor. Actions speak louder than words. Talent isn't just bragging rights. When someone truly has the skill, you've got to admit it. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Thank you so much. Aunt Deng never expected Lin Yuanshan to personally treat Xiaohao and kept expressing her gratitude excitedly. You're welcome. Lin Yuanshan smiled faintly and said, the child has functional intestinal obstruction. It can't be completely cured in one session. Come back tomorrow for a few more acupuncture sessions to stabilize the condition. Also, pay more attention to his diet. No cold or spicy foods. What? It really is functional intestinal obstruction? Did my junior sister misdiagnose it? The middle-aged doctors present found it unbelievable. They couldn't accept that Lin Wani had misdiagnosed the case. After all, Lin Wani had studied medicine since childhood, with talents far surpassing her peers, and had received her father, the renowned Dr. Lin's, full guidance and teachings. Her starting point was far higher than most people's, and her current medical skills were already on par with those senior middle-aged colleagues. Yet despite this, she actually lost to some unknown kid. The patients on the scene felt conflicted. For them, a doctor's misdiagnosis was certainly not good news. Yet no one criticized. Instead, they unanimously voiced sympathy and understanding. It's all right, Miss Lin. To err is human. Misdiagnosing once is perfectly normal. Nothing to worry about. Indeed, Miss Lin's kindness and noble medical ethics are evident to all. Even if she occasionally makes a mistake, we're fortunate. In any other hospital, if a doctor misdiagnosed, the onlookers who love drama would have started cursing. But Lin Wani not only avoided criticism, she was even praised. Chinyu couldn't help but be moved. No one's a fool. If she had one such sincere public admiration, it proved Lin Wani had truly put in the effort. Her soaring popularity wasn't without reason. It seems I misjudged her. She isn't a quack, just a momentary mistake, Chinyu reflected. Due to the orphanage demolition issue, he'd been in a foul mood, and it was inevitable his words to outsiders carried sting. Lin Wani, on the other hand, grew unexpectedly bashful, her cheeks flushing red beneath her mask. Lin Yuanshan scolded, Wani, it was your lack of medical proficiency that led to the misdiagnosis. You must learn from this lesson and never make such a mistake again. Even though you're a woman, you must keep your word. Apologize to them immediately. I am sorry. Lin Wani lowered her head and reluctantly apologized. Chunyu no longer felt angry. The broad-mindedness and rigorousness of the esteemed Dr. Lin alone were admirable, and the disciple and daughter he taught couldn't be too bad. With a smile, Chunyu said, Miss Lin, there's no need to apologize to me. It was just a misunderstanding. I was also concerned about Xiaohao's health and might have spoken too harshly. I hope you won't take it to heart. Lin Wani had never been called a quack before. It was an immense insult to a doctor like her who upheld the principle of healing the wounded and saving the dying. Unable to let it go, she snorted coldly, showing no gratitude. Chinyu chuckled helplessly and shook his head. In his momentary thoughtlessness, he had ended up offending this beautiful doctor. The doctors and patients present all scoffed disapprovingly. How dare this brat bully the kind-hearted Miss Lin? Don't expect any pleasant looks from us. Chapter 32. Seeking treatment from the young lady doctor. After removing the silver needles from Xiaohao, Chunyu and Aunt Deng repeatedly expressed their gratitude before carrying Xiaohao away. Lin Wani said with slight annoyance, Dad, why are you siding with outsiders? Lin Yuanshan said sternly, What's this about insiders and outsiders? Wrong is wrong. Thankfully, you didn't needle that child's Jianli acupoint. Well, there would have been major trouble. When I taught you proctology back then, you found it filthy and refused to learn properly, always half-hearted. See now, someone's caught your mistake. Lin Wani felt a wave of shame. Her father was right. Had she studied proctological knowledge more diligently back then, she wouldn't have failed to distinguish between simple bloating and intestinal obstruction. But the truth was, as a young girl in the bloom of youth, being forced by a white-bearded old man to memorize images of all sorts of rotting intestines, the very thought was unbearable. Who'd want to learn that? Lin Yuanshan continued earnestly. This young man, named Chun Yu, diagnosed the boy's condition just by observation, proving his skills in observation and listening far surpass yours. You must work harder. You can't afford to fall behind. What? How could he possibly be this skilled? Lin Wani was utterly shocked. As the apple of heaven's eye, she was inherently proud and refused to accept being surpassed by an unknown young man. Starting from tonight, I must diligently study proctology to thoroughly compensate for my deficiencies. The corners of Lin Yuanshan's mouth curled into a fox-like smile. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her father. He understood perfectly that while his precious daughter appeared serene on the surface, she harbored deep arrogance within. This was the perfect opportunity to use Chun Yu as a stimulus, to push her medical skills to even greater heights. Meanwhile, Chun Yu carried Xiao Hao in his arms, listening to Aunt Dang's chiding scolds all the way as they returned to the orphanage. Seeing Xiao Hao back with his condition under control, no longer crying or fussing, the children gathered around and pulled him off to play. Aunt Dang went to busy herself with washing vegetables and cooking, while Chun Yu and Gao Dakue packed up their belongings, preparing for their move the next day. The next morning came the blink of an eye. Chun Yu, carrying the still drowsy Xiao Hao, returned to Jishitang Pharmacy for a follow-up visit. Jishitang had just opened. Since it was still early, there were no patients yet. The medical staff were bustling about, some cleaning, others checking inventory, getting ready for the day's patients. They saw Chun Yu arrive, their faces filled with disdain, sniffing coldly through their noses and completely ignoring him. Chun Yu smiled bitterly to himself. It seemed that by offending Lin Wani, he had managed to offend the entire Jishir Hall, both doctors and patients alike. His gaze swept across the room until he spotted a young and beautiful girl behind the counter, engrossed in reading a copy of the treatise on the spleen and stomach by Li Dongyuan, a renowned physician of the Jin Yuan period. Lin Wani, age 25, a graduate of Ninghui Medical University and the youngest daughter of the legendary physician Lin Yuanshan. If it weren't for the information flashing in his mind, Chun Yu wouldn't have believed that this stunning beauty was actually the female doctor he'd quarreled with just yesterday. From start to finish yesterday, Lin Wani had been wearing a mask. At the time, an irritated Chun Yu had spitefully speculated that this woman must be incredibly ugly, her face pockmarked, which was why she didn't dare show her true face. Yet, contrary to his expectations, her appearance was exceptionally striking, her delicate features akin to flawless works of art. Her raven black hair was tied into a sleek ponytail, her skin fairer than snow and seemingly so delicate it might tear at a touch. A pair of clear, watery eyes that captivated and stirred the heart. Her aura was transcendent, carrying an ethereal quality untouched by worldly cares, like a pure white-clothed angel. The vision of her quietly reading was as beautiful as a painting, a feast for the eyes that made one reluctant to disturb. "I'm here to see the doctor lady from yesterday," Xiao Hao shouted with childish innocence. Lin Wani was startled, her captivating beauty momentarily disrupted as she looked up and saw Chun Yu. Her flawless face immediately flushed with anger. Clearly still holding a grudge, she snapped her book shut with force and rose to leave. "Dr. Lin, please wait," Chun Yu quickly called after her. "I was wrong yesterday, but I was only concerned for Xiao Hao's health." Pointing at the boy, he added, "The miraculous Dr. Lin asked us to come back for follow-up, but we shouldn't trouble someone of his stature with such minor matters. Please help us, Dr. Lin." For innocent little Hao, Lin Wani stopped in her tracks and glared at Chun Yu, icily saying, "Didn't you call me a quack? Do you trust me now?" "Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. My words ran away with me. I wronged you. Please forgive me," Chun Yu replied, awkwardly. Lin Wani snorted coldly. Yet, out of the doctor's duty, she still instructed Chun Yu to lay little Hao on the hospital bed. She lifted his shirt, exposing his tummy, and began the acupuncture treatment. Since she already knew the root of Hao's condition, pinpointing the right acupoints posed no difficulty for Lin Wani. Her expression was focused and serious, her needle insertions steady and precise. Chenyu had been studying acupuncture techniques late into the night to treat Zhou's unconscious mother. From Lin Wani's precise needle placements and accurate targeting of acupoints, he could tell she was genuinely skilled, no quack doctor by any means. After administering several detoxifying treatments, little Hao showed significant improvement. Overjoyed, Chenyu expressed his gratitude. "Dr. Lin, thank you for putting aside our past differences to treat little Hao. To make up for yesterday's mistakes, I'd like to take you out for a meal when you're free." Having witnessed Lin Yuanshan's medical expertise, Chenyu realized he should build a good relationship with his father-daughter pair. Learning some acupuncture techniques from them might help awaken Zhou's mother sooner. He had a pair of miraculous eyes, ones that could diagnose any illness and knew exactly how to treat it. Yet he could never heal with his own hands, leaving him powerless and frustrated. Teaching himself acupuncture was proving to be a painfully slow process. If only an experienced old physician could offer some guidance, he was certain the learning would become twice as effective with half the effort, allowing him to awaken Aunt Zhou sooner. However, when Chun Yu's invitation to dine reached Lin Wani's ears, it took on an entirely different tone. She coldly refused, saying, "I don't have time." Yesterday, she was wearing a mask, and Chun Yu treated her harshly. Today, revealing her true appearance, his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, even inviting her to dinner. He must have developed some lustful intentions. Back when she used to see patients without covering her face, Jishitang Pharmacy would always be bustling with business. There would inevitably be some young men pretending to be ill just to cause trouble, using their appointments as an excuse to flirt and harass her, which caused her great distress. That's why, during work hours, she started wearing a mask to conceal her appearance and deter those persistent flirtatious admirers. Right at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside Jishitang Pharmacy's entrance. A Land Rover Range Rover screeched to a halt by the door, and a middle-aged man stepped out urgently, shouting, "Is Elder Dr. Lin here? I'm Su Minghui, head of the Cultural Relics Bureau. I need his help for a critical illness." Hearing this, Lin Wani quickly put on her mask and went out to greet him, saying, "Commissioner Su, I'm sorry, but my father has already put away his needles and retired from practice. He no longer treats patients. If you have any chronic illness, you can tell me and my senior fellow apprentices. We've all inherited my father's true teachings." Su Minghui wiped the sweat from his forehead in distress and sighed. "In that case, could you please take a look at my son's strange condition? Is there still hope for him?" As he spoke, under broad daylight, he unexpectedly retrieved a large black parasol from the car, then opened the rear door and let out a slender young man, tightly wrapped from head to toe. Chapter 33. The Strange Patient. The man was dressed entirely in black jacket, black pants, knee-high leather boots, a flat cap, and a black face mask. Even his eyes, which should have been visible, were concealed behind oversized sunglasses. To put it simply, not a single inch of his skin was exposed. The fact that one could discern from his physique that he was a young man was already quite remarkable. Su Minghui held up a parasol and led his son into the clinic. He made a request. "Miss Lin, do you have a windowless isolation room? He can't be exposed to sunlight. Let's talk inside." Lin Wani was utterly confused. Was there really such a strange disease as an allergy to sunlight? Still, she followed the instructions and opened the small cubicle specifically used for treating male deficiencies, leading Su Minghui and his son inside to examine the condition. Meanwhile, Chenyu had just paid the medical fees and was preparing to leave. Xiaohao nudged him and asked innocently, "That big brother's dressed so thickly. Isn't he hot?" "Kid, stop asking so many questions. Just take care of your own health," Chenyu said dismissively, giving only a passing glance. With old Dr. Lin around, the miracle-working physician, he believed any strange illness could be cured with a set of acupuncture needles. There was no need for him to stir idle worries about others' affairs. But with just one glance at the noticeably thin young man, Chun Yu froze in his tracks, his entire body stiffening. Putting Xiao Hao down, he shook his head in disbelief and muttered, "How is this possible? How can such a bizarre illness truly exist in this world?" According to the information retrieved, the young man's name is Su Menglong, the only son of Su Minghui, director of the Cultural Relics Bureau, and the direct grandson of the Su family, a prominent antique dealer family. What piqued Chun Yu's curiosity was that Su Menglong suffered from porphyria, one of the world's 10 rarest diseases, commonly known as the vampire disease. Suffering from this disease means living in constant fear of sunlight, forcing one to reside predominantly in dimly lit environments. 5 national departments, including the National Health Commission, jointly formulated the first catalog of rare diseases, which now includes porphyria. In an instant, Chun Yu decided not to leave. No matter what, he would stay and observe. Lin Wani probably couldn't cure this strange illness, but perhaps the old miracle Dr. Lin Yuanshan could. Witnessing the confrontation between a miraculous doctor and a bizarre illness firsthand would undoubtedly be an invaluable experience for Chun Yu, who is eager to advance his medical skills. Chun Yu was just pondering how to enter when a startled cry suddenly came from the compartment. Lin Wani ran out as if she'd seen a ghost, crashing directly into Chun Yu at the doorway. Her silken hair brushed past his nose, carrying an intoxicating fragrance that stirred his heart. Her delicate body was soft against him, and their intimate contact gave him a fleeting moment of bliss. Her face still filled with alarm, Lin Wani didn't even stop to call him a pervert. Breaking free, she raced toward the backyard shouting, "Dad, come quick, there's a strange patient in the pharmacy." Su Minghui didn't blame Lin Wani for lacking such basic psychological resilience despite being a doctor, as he had long grown accustomed to it. With a sigh, he closed the dimly lit cubicle door again. Seizing the moment while the door was closing, Chun Yu's sharp gaze darted towards Su Menglong, who was avoiding the light. Holy shit, no wonder Lin Wani had screamed in terror. Even bold as Chun Yu was, he couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Su Menglong's face without the mask, his heart pounding violently. Su Menglong's skin was deathly pale, as if not a drop of blood flowed through his veins. Parts of his face were swollen, his spirit withered, utterly terrifying, like a drug addict living in perpetual darkness. Not long after, Lin Yuanshan walked briskly into the medicine hall with the still-shaken Lin Wani in tow and called out, "Disciples, gather around. Let's conduct this diagnosis together." In the medical field, whenever encountering a rare or peculiar illness, a master practitioner would summon their students to observe, broadening their horizons and experience while simultaneously imparting treatment methods on the spot. Several middle-aged physicians set aside their tasks and all clustered around. Seizing the moment, Chun Yu sincerely pleaded, "Master Lin, I too wish to expand my knowledge. Might I also join and observe?" Lin Wani had already shaken off her panic and was now glaring at Chun Yu with displeasure. She said resentfully, "You're not even a doctor from Jishitang. What right do you have to observe our patient?" The middle-aged doctors nearby also chimed in, "Exactly. Who knows what dirty tricks you scoundrel are up to now? Have you even sterilized yourself properly? Letting you in would be irresponsible to the patient." Chun Yu gave an awkward smile, but remained silent. Their opinions didn't matter. Lin Yuanshan was the true deciding figure in this matter. After a brief moment of consideration, the old divine Dr. Lin nodded and said, "Very well, you may come in as well." He knew Chun Yu's skills in observation and diagnosis were extraordinary, and broadening the horizons of such a young man could be considered his own small contribution to the medical field. Chun Yu repeatedly expressed his gratitude, entrusted Xiao Hao to the doctor in charge of watching over the pharmacy, and was the last one to enter the room. The door closed, leaving only a dim yellow light to illuminate the space. Originally, the electric light was quite bright, but to protect his son from harsh lighting, Su Minghui had deliberately covered the lamp with a layer of paper. All the doctors who entered, including Lin Yuanshan, focused their gaze on Su Menglong. Most of them had only heard of porphyria and were seeing a real patient for the first time. Su Menglong was even afraid of the dim evening light. his whole body curled up in the corner of the hospital bed like a terrified and helpless child. Su Minghui seemed to see his savior when he met Lin Yuanshan. He pleaded desperately, "Old divine Dr. Lin, I beg you to save my son. I'll agree to any condition as long as you can let him live like a normal person." The old divine doctor, having seen much of the world after all, quickly regained composure after a brief surprise. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "Mr. Su, apart from photophobia, what other symptoms does your son have, and what triggered this condition?" Su Minghui let out a heavy sigh and replied, "Menglong used to be a lively and upbeat child until half a year ago, when he suddenly developed this strange illness. At first, his skin turned pale, he lost his appetite, and suffered from vomiting and diarrhea. I thought it was anemia, so I consulted a doctor who prescribed several rounds of blood and qi tonic medicine. After a period of treatment, not only did his condition fail to improve, it worsened. He began developing a fear of bright light. He could only stay home all day, too afraid to go outside. He became increasingly irritable and withdrawn, sleeping during the day and only moving about at night. Over the following months, his appearance transformed dramatically into what you see now. Alongside this change, his anemia drastically worsened. The medications became completely ineffective, and he had to undergo regular blood transfusions at the hospital. Without them, he would. How about it? Wang Hanlin, Lin Yuanshan's eldest disciple with graying hair, pressed further. Su Minghui replied dejectedly, "Without a blood transfusion, he'll show an intense craving for blood, and in severe cases, he might bite people." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at the two deep bite marks on Su Minghui's arm and gasped. Drinking blood? Could it be like the legendary vampires in stories? Chapter 34. I Have a Cure. After understanding the situation, Lin Yuanshan reached out and placed his fingers on Su Menglong's wrist to check his pulse. The doctors present grew extremely nervous. As Lin Yuanshan's disciples, they feared nothing more than Su Menglong suddenly having an episode and biting their master. Though Su Menglong appeared terrifying, he remained conscious and showed no aggressive behavior, instead displaying signs of timidity and nervousness. After taking the pulse, Lin Yuanshan pondered for a long moment before concluding, "Young Master Su suffers from porphyria. His pulse is weak, his body is cold, severely anemic with abnormal skin and inflammatory blisters. His digestive functions are impaired, causing stomach discomfort. He also exhibits mental anxiety, depressive moods, restlessness, and neurotransmitter imbalance." Su Minghui seemed to grasp at newfound hope, nodding repeatedly as he said, "The wise physician has diagnosed everything perfectly. Do you have any method to cure my son? I'm willing to pay any price." Director Su, my lifelong mission has been healing the sick and saving lives. For any treatable ailment, I would dedicate my full effort, however. Lin Yuanshan stroked his beard with visible embarrassment as he confessed, "It brings me shame to admit this. Though I've lived 76 years and been presumptuous enough to call myself divine physician, including young Master Su's case, I've only encountered 2 porphyria patients in my entire lifetime and possess no cure. At best, I can prescribe some herbal formulas to temporarily alleviate young Master Su's symptoms." In his middle age, he had once encountered a patient with porphyria, but not knowing how to treat it, he tried every method available only to fail and watch helplessly as the patient passed away. Because the disease was extremely rare, Lin Yuanshan never encountered another case afterward. Even if he wanted to research treatment methods, there were no patients to work with. This became a lingering regret for him. Never did he expect to meet another patient today, yet remained just as powerless, leaving him deeply unsettled. His renowned 5 Yang divine needles, though reputed to bring the dead back to life, had one crucial precondition. He needed to accurately diagnose the patient's condition and know precisely where to insert the needles. But Su Menglong's condition was not merely bizarre in appearance. It also presented multiple complications involving his blood, mental state, digestive system, and skin. Taken together, these made it even more difficult to treat. Lin Yuanshan was not the kind of doctor who would recklessly administer needles just to preserve his reputation as a miracle healer, then casually brush it off with empty words about having done his best, a man devoid of medical ethics. If he couldn't cure the ailment, he simply told the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, the room was shocked, even more shocked than when they had first witnessed Su Menglong's horrifying appearance. To Lin Wani and the disciples, Lin Yuanshan was nothing short of a medical deity in their eyes. There was nothing he didn't know, no stubborn ailment he couldn't cure. Yet today, even he had encountered a baffling problem that left him utterly perplexed. The senior disciple, Wang Hanlin, offered an excuse. Porphyria is exceedingly rare, even listed in the nation's first batch of rare diseases catalog. It's likely there's no known cure in the entire medical community. It's only natural that our master can't treat it. Senior brother is right, Lin Wani chimed in comfortingly. The world is full of countless strange and inexplicable diseases, many without any cure. You can't blame my father for this. Lin Yuanshan waved his hand and sighed deeply. No need to comfort me. If it can't be treated, it can't be treated. This old man is ashamed. Chun Yu, who had been silently observing, inwardly gave a thumbs up, admiring the old miracle doctor's extraordinary moral character. Even at the risk of damaging his own reputation, he dared to admit his limitations. Unlike those mediocre physicians who pretend to know everything and deceive patients even when they don't understand. At the same time, he was astonished. A disease that even the miracle doctor couldn't cure. Yet he had understood both the condition and its treatment with just a single glance. Before this, Chun Yu had only known that his insightful eyes capable of peering into all things information were formidable. But now, by comparison, he realized just how extraordinary they truly were. He had come to fully understand that even a lifetime of arduous study by a renowned physician couldn't compare to his fleeting glance. One look was all it took, and no secret in this world could remain hidden from him. Su Minghui was already in despair, clutching Su Menglong as tears streamed down his face. After spending my entire life protecting countless cultural relics and making innumerable contributions to our country, I'm now forced to suffer the pain of losing a child. The world is blind, and heaven is unjust. His cries were filled with sorrow and despair, moving everyone present to their core. In truth, Su Minghui had taken his son to many major hospitals, primarily seeking Western medicine treatments, but all had been powerless to help. He'd held onto the slim hope that traditional Chinese medicine might offer an answer, only for even a renowned miracle worker like Old Lin to prove unable to cure his son, plunging him into utter despair. Lin Wani also had red-rimmed eyes as she gently comforted, "Director Su, please don't despair. Though my father couldn't cure it, there are still many renowned doctors in this world. Perhaps they might have a solution. Miss Lin is right. We mustn't give up hope. I know about porphyria. I've seen treatment methods before. It's worth giving it a try." Chun Yu watched Su Minghui's heartbroken appearance and was moved with compassion. Since he could discern the cure, he couldn't simply stand by and watch the tragedy of parents burying their child unfolding before his eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yuanshan's disciples were momentarily stunned. Then their gazes toward Chun Yu burned with fury. "My master couldn't cure this illness, yet you dare claim you know the solution? This is the most ridiculous thing in the world. Aren't you afraid people will laugh their teeth out?" Wang Hanlin was the first to step forward, angrily rebuking. "I remember you, boy. Yesterday, you publicly admitted you never studied medicine, yet you dare to come here swindling and deceiving disgusting people. Get out now, or don't blame us for calling the police. How old are you? You weren't even born when we studied medicine, yet you dare to boast so shamelessly. Have you no decency?" The other doctors also raged in anger. Chun Yu's boastful words were like a direct slap to Lin Yuanshan's face, trying to climb up by stepping on the reputation of his master, the renowned miracle doctor. How could they not be furious? Lin Wani was equally furious. How dare he show off in front of her father, truly like flaunting one's martial arts before Guan Yu, utterly overestimating one's abilities. This single point made her view of Chun Yu plummet to rock bottom. With a disdainful snort, she couldn't be bothered to acknowledge such a ridiculous clown. Though utterly heartbroken, Su Minghui hadn't lost his sanity yet and remained deeply distrustful of Chen Yu. He'd encountered too many boastful loudmouths in his time, and this youngster's smooth cheeks screamed unreliability. Everyone knew beardless youths couldn't be counted on. Everyone's silence. Lin Yuanshan halted the reprimands and inquired calmly, "Young man, what treatment method do you know, and where did you learn about it? Tell us." Chen Yu gave the old miracle doctor a grateful glance. That elderly gentleman truly understood reason. He couldn't reveal his supernatural ability, or he'd surely be taken away as a lab rat for experiments. After a moment's thought, he added, "I once saw it in a tattered ancient book." "A torn ancient book? Not even knowing its name. Yet you dare fabricate nonsense? Human lives are at stake. Can you bear such responsibility?" Wang Hanlin said disdainfully. The other doctors also echoed his sentiment, once again ganging up against Chen Yu, all agreeing he was unreliable and their master's reputation must be upheld. Whether you believe me or not, I truly have seen it before, acupuncture combined with herbal treatment. I beg Elder Lin to assist me with the needles. If it fails, I'm willing to stake my own life. Even a clay figure has its temper. Chen Yu couldn't stand being looked down upon by these narrow-minded doctors and spoke with unwavering determination, his gaze resolute. Chapter 35. Ascending by borrowing the old miracle doctor's reputation. Looking into Chen Yu's determined gaze and hearing his vow to stake life against life, the powerful confidence radiating from his words moved those present. Such courageous words. How shall we proceed with the acupuncture? I'm willing to cooperate. At 76 years old, Lin Yuanshan had become shrewd with age. From Chen Yu's expression and demeanor, he couldn't detect the slightest hint of pretense. Based on his experience in reading people, he couldn't detect any signs of deception in Chen Yu's words. Convinced the young man wasn't speaking recklessly, he chose to trust him. If this truly worked, it might finally alleviate his years of lingering remorse. Wang Hanlin hurriedly tried to dissuade him, saying, "Master, you mustn't listen to his wild claims. If anything were to happen, your hard-earned reputation." Lin Yuanshan cut him off sternly, declaring with gravitas, "I practice medicine solely to heal the wounded and rescue the dying. What use have I for hollow prestige? How many times must I remind you all? Covet not empty fame, but keep a healer's heart. No matter what heights you achieve, never forget your original purpose. Have you all already forgotten this?" The old master's stern reprimands silenced his disciples, who could only shoot angry glares at Chen Yu. They all blamed this smooth-talking kid for tricking their master. If the treatment proves ineffective and harms the master's reputation, they absolutely wouldn't let this kid off the hook. Lin Wani, however, felt a pang of apprehension. While she also feared damage to her father's reputation, the old man's words resonated within her like morning bells and evening drums, reminding her of her father's earnest teachings. It was precisely because the old master pursued neither fame nor profit that he earned universal respect and achieved his current prestige and reputation. Chen Yu grew even more impressed and said respectfully, "Old Dr. Lin, I stake my life on this. The method I mentioned is absolutely effective and will definitely not damage your reputation." Lin Yuanshan waved his hand with a chuckle, then turned to Su Minghui and his son, asking, "Director Su, would you be willing to let your son give it a try? I've studied acupuncture all my life, and regardless of whether Xiao Chen's suggestion is correct, I guarantee your son won't come to any harm." Su Minghui trusted Lin Yuanshan's medical skills. Acupuncture merely involved inserting needles into specific points. If any point posed danger, they could simply avoid it, and his son wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Even if he distrusted Chen Yu with every fiber of his being, as long as there was a shred of hope, he couldn't bring himself to give up. "I'm willing to try." Under his father's gaze, the long-silent Su Menglong finally spoke up, his voice hoarse. "Rather than drag out this miserable existence where I can't even see the sun, I'd rather die. Just go ahead and try anything." Ever since contracting this bizarre illness, Su Menglong had been living a half-life, neither human nor ghost, completely worn down by the suffering. He'd even contemplated suicide before, with death already on his mind. What did he have left to fear from experimental treatments? With the consent of Su Minghui and his son, Lin Yuanshan took out his lifelong companion, the acupuncture needle case. Even though he had publicly declared his retirement, he never went anywhere without his needles. The case opened, revealing 25 gleaming silver needles inside. These 25 needles followed the principle of 5 times 5, with 5 needles forming a group corresponding to the 5 yang organs: heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys. When all 25 needles were employed, it was said they could defy fate itself, reviving the dead and altering destiny. Su Minghui personally removed his son's shirt, exposing his pale and emaciated body. Su Menglong lay on the bed with closed eyes, awaiting the judgment of fate. Everything was ready. Chun Yu's eyes gleamed as he said in a solemn voice, "First needle at the Baihui point on the crown of the head. Insert diagonally downward at a 30-degree angle, 1.5 inches deep." Though Lin Yuanshan was advanced in years, he had maintained excellent health through careful nurturing. His hearing and vision were sharp, and his needle insertion was steady and precise, infused with Taoist inner energy. Second needle, at the Fengqi point behind the head. Use the rotating scraping technique and insert straight in 1/2 inch. Leave it for 5 minutes. Third needle, at the Tianding point beside the throat. Routine insertion, no retention. The fourth needle at the Shinsong point above the chest. Following the prompt in his mind, Chun Yu directed Lin Yuanshan to needle Su Menglong's major acupoints from head to toe, according to an acupuncture point combination never before seen in traditional Chinese medicine history. Though Lin Yuanshan doubted whether this completely novel acupoint combination would be effective, with the arrow already on the bowstring, he had no energy left for skepticism. He could only exert every ounce of his skill, praying for a miracle to occur. His 5 yang divine needle technique required coordination with Taoist internal energy. The two complemented each other. The tremendous expenditure came from channeling this internal energy through the silver needles to stimulate the acupuncture points. Before long, beads of sweat formed on Lin Yuanshan's forehead, his hand holding the needle, trembling slightly. But he desperately tried to steady himself, exerting all his strength, yet could only manage to insert 17 needles into Su Menglong's body simultaneously. Each time Chun Yu recited the 18th acupoint, Lin Yuanshan would pull out the first inserted silver needle before attempting to insert a new one. Whenever a needle needed to remain inserted, he would hastily seize the moment to recover his energy. If one attempted to forcefully execute the 18th needle without sufficient inner strength, Lin Yuanshan would suffer severe repercussions, either sustaining serious injuries at best or losing his life at worst. Lin Wani was acutely aware of her father's secret. Her palms grew sweaty with worry, tension written across her face. Everyone held their breath and watched as the room fell silent. Only Chun Yu remained solemn-faced, giving commands while time ticked by minute by minute. Nearly an hour later, Chun Yu raised his voice. "One last needle, the Yongquan point at the sole of the foot. Leave it in for 5 minutes before withdrawing." Lin Yuanshan seemed to see the light of victory as he gritted his teeth and inserted the needle into the Yongquan point. Once it was done, he let out a long sigh of relief, his vision darkening as he nearly collapsed. Lin Wani, who had been standing guard beside him, was ready and quickly steadied him. Lin Yuanshan said weakly, "It's nothing serious, just exhaustion of energy. I'm old and useless now." "Young friend Xin Yu, has it taken effect?" Su Menglong's previously pale and ghastly skin now showed some color, and his spirits had revived considerably. The overall improvement was visible to everyone, with obvious results. Chun Yu focused intently on observing Su Menglong, reading the information, and said joyfully, "There's progress. Life extended by at least 6 months. To completely cure him, we'll need to combine it with medicinal treatment and find the most crucial blood Ganoderma." Lin Yuanshan exerted every ounce of his strength, utilizing Taoist inner energy and the 5 yang divine needles to perform acupuncture, restoring most of Su Menglong's bodily functions from the inside out. The symptoms of porphyria affecting mental, digestive, and hematologic systems will no longer trouble Su Menglong in the short term. Only one thing remains: the root cause of porphyria, The hemoglobin synthesis disorder must be addressed through consuming blood Ganoderma coupled with acupuncture therapy to achieve complete reversal. Lin Yuanshan, disregarding his exhaustion, reached out with trembling hands and placed them on Su Menglong's pulse. After diagnosing for a moment, an excited smile appeared on his face, happy like child. It's effective, truly effective. His heartbeat has become stronger. Half a year's extension of life is no lie. I've finally found a treatment for porphyria. No one doubted the diagnosis from the revered old doctor, and the expressions from the surrounding physicians looking at Chen Yu were filled with shock. Countless renowned doctors have been powerless against porphyria, yet this young lad had actually mentioned a viable treatment. How was this possible? If word got out, Chen Yu would rise to fame by stepping on the old miracle doctor's reputation. His future would be limitless. Su Minghui was moved to tears. If not for the silver needles still in his son's body, he would have rushed forward already. Instead, he turned and tightly grasped Chen Yu's hand, his voice trembling with gratitude as he said, "Young miracle doctor, thank you so much. You are a benefactor to our Su family. Whatever reward you want, I will agree to it. Speak, what do you desire?" Chapter 36. Terms of Exchange. Lin Wani looked at Chen Yu with astonishment and admiration in her eyes. She hadn't expected his method to actually work. How had he managed to memorize so many acupuncture points so precisely? Just yesterday, her father had remarked that Chen Yu surpassed her in diagnostic techniques, and she had bristled at the idea. Now, it turned out he had surpassed even her father. Faced with Su Minghui's gratitude, Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, "I merely happen to know how to treat porphyria. Honestly, I didn't do much. It was old Master Lin who put in the real effort. You should thank him instead." Su Minghui froze at these words, a pang of shame striking his heart. Not long ago, he had mistaken Chen Yu for someone seeking attention, or worse, trying to cozy up to the prestigious Su family. Yet here he was, asking for nothing in return, deepening Su Minghui's gratitude even further. "If it weren't for your treatment method, my son wouldn't have seen hope for recovery. Such profound kindness can't be repaid with mere words. I, Su, will engrave this debt of gratitude in my heart. If there's ever anything you need in the future, don't hesitate to ask." At this moment, however, an unpleasant voice chimed in as Wang Hanlin interjected. "Commissioner Su, if I may be frank, even if the blood Ganoderma could help your son's condition, it's nearly impossible to find in this world, as this medicinal mushroom is already extinct." Wang Hanlin had always been prejudiced against Chen Yu. He couldn't stand the thought of Chen Yu stealing his master spotlight, and even believed Chen Yu had fabricated the whole story about extinct medicinal ingredients. He was determined to expose him. "What? The blood Ganoderma has gone extinct?" Su Minghui felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this, his excitement plummeting from its peak into an abyss. Yet soon after, his gaze grew resolute with determination. Even if he had to scour every corner of the world, he would find the blood Ganoderma to save Su Menglong. The Su family was a true antique dynasty, powerful, resourceful, and wealthy beyond measure, throwing vast sums of money at the problem. He firmly believed they could either locate the supposedly extinct blood Ganoderma or find a suitable substitute. Then his eyes settled on Lin Yuanshan as he spoke with utmost reverence. "Thank you, venerable doctor, for saving my life. I must still trouble you to continue the acupuncture treatments for my son. Rest assured, I will handsomely compensate you for your services." Lin Yuanshan waved his hand weakly and said, "Young master, Su hasn't been fully healed yet. Without merit, I cannot accept rewards. When he's cured, thanking me won't be too late." He charged fair prices for treatments, but more than the fees, he valued the sense of achievement in overcoming difficult cases. Having finally encountered another porphyria patient and discovering acupuncture as a solution, he was determined to study it thoroughly. Su Menglong, now properly dressed, repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Yuanshan and Chen Yu before leaving tightly wrapped up with Su Minghui. His condition had improved but wasn't fully cured, and he remained sensitive to light. After resting for a while and recovering some energy, Lin Yuanshan looked at Chunyu with admiration in his eyes and asked cheerfully, "Young friend Chun, would you be willing to transfer the acupuncture method for treating porphyria to me? I'm willing to pay a high price for it." Chunyu's eyes lit up, and after a moment's thought, he replied, "I'm willing, but I have one condition." Doctors like Wang Hamlin all wore expressions of anger, eager to reprimand Chunyu for being presumptuous. Their master offering to pay for his acupuncture method was an honor, yet he dared to make demands. "What condition do you want?" Lin Wani quickly interjected. "It's simple. Teach me authentic acupuncture techniques, and I'll provide the porphyria treatment method for free," he said. Porphyria is an extremely rare condition. Keeping the acupuncture methods to himself would be useless for Chunyu, so he might as well trade them for something practical and awaken Zhou's mother sooner. However, in the eyes of a doctor like Lin Yuanshan, who dedicated himself to healing the sick, a set of acupuncture techniques for treating rare and complex diseases was worth more than gold. He never expected Chunyu would only ask for the opportunity to learn acupuncture in exchange. At the same time, he was deeply curious. How did Chunyu know the treatment for porphyria if he didn't even know acupuncture? Could he really have just read it in an ancient text? Smoothing his beard, he smiled warmly and agreed. "Very well, I accept your terms. Wani can teach you the basics of acupuncture. Once you've mastered the fundamentals, I'll pass on the advanced techniques to you." Lin Wani still harbored some resentment towards Chunyu and was very reluctant. But since her elderly father had agreed, her opposition was futile. With the matter settled, Chunyu took Xiao Hao and said his goodbyes before leaving. Returning to Joy Home Orphanage, the place was in complete disarray. Aunt Deng and Gao Dakue were busy packing up belongings, with the sensible older children helping out as well. Chunyu immediately joined in, without stopping for lunch. With everyone's efforts, they finally managed to pack up everything. In the afternoon, Gao Dakue called some workmates and rented 2 more trucks to load all the belongings and move them to their newly rented courtyard house. For the children, it was their first time seeing their new home. Being naturally playful, they soon forgot their sadness about leaving the old orphanage and began happily playing in the spacious courtyard. Looking at the spacious courtyard and the antique-style house, which was much better than the orphanage, Aunt Deng was very satisfied and repeatedly praised Chunyu and Gao Dakue for their capability in renting such a nice place. When she asked about the rental fee for the courtyard, Chunyu and Gao Dakue exchanged a knowing smile. The two had already agreed to claim it was 3,000. In reality, picking up that antique blue and white Narcissus cup from this residence was equivalent to living there free for over 20 years. In the evening, Aunt Deng prepared a lavish dinner to celebrate the orphanage's relocation. The two brothers clinked glasses, eating and drinking merrily with the children, temporarily forgetting the distress of being driven out of their former home. Because they had worked late, neither Chunyu nor Gao Dakue left, spending the night in the new house as a makeshift arrangement. Early the next morning, Chunyu, still in the midst of his dream, was abruptly woken up by Gao Dakue. Sleeping, get up already, come with me to collect scrap." Stretching lazily as he sat up, Chunyu glared at Gao Dakue with displeasure, thinking to himself, "Me, a bona fide multimillionaire, still going around collecting scrap? What kind of international joke is this?" Gao Dakue declared with fervor, "All the residents near the orphanage are moving out. There's bound to be loads of discarded junk up for grabs. What a golden chance to make money. Let's hurry and cash in. And don't even mention that damn cup. If you don't sell it, it's worth nothing, and you'll stay dirt poor." Chunyu felt a pang of frustration. This guy was still obsessed with the Narcissus cup. Well, he'd already collected 3 of the blue and white 12 floral cups, and wasn't keen on selling them just yet. To nip Gao Dakue's sinful impulses in the bud, he had no choice but to compromise. Fine, let's go. Scrap collecting it is," he relented. After freshening up and having breakfast, Chunyu rode his tricycle, trailing behind Gao Dakue's motorized trike as they headed to the old district near the orphanage. The street was in complete chaos, with every household moving out, people coming and going in a hurry, vehicles flowing non-stop. Anyone unaware might have mistaken it for a bustling market. Lu Qiao's notoriety was simply too well known. Not a single household dared to object, all agreeing to move out within 3 days. After all, no one wanted to be sound asleep at home, only to be crushed in a pulp by a bulldozer with a sudden boom. Chenyu had lost interest in collecting scrap. Instead, he came with a different goal: to snag some overlooked treasures during the move. Chapter 37. Another huge bargain. Chenyu and Gao Dakue spent most of the morning collecting a sizable amount of scrap metal and junk, which would fetch them a tidy little profit when resold. But Chenyu hadn't come across any worthwhile finds he wanted to pick up, leaving him quite frustrated. Along the way, they encountered many thugs working for Qiao Lu. These men went door to door, aggressively pressuring residents to relocate, their behavior overbearing and their arrogance palpable. Today is the deadline, and these thugs have vowed that if anyone hasn't moved out by midnight, they won't be responsible if anyone gets crushed during demolition. When encountering residents who complain, they either curse at them lightly or resort to beating them severely. The sight of these people made the displaced residents seethe with hatred. They cursed them behind their backs, yet knowing they couldn't afford to provoke them, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. As they passed by an old residential building, a gray-haired, wrinkled old man with a hunched posture called out to Gao Dakue and Chenyu, wanting to sell scraps. The two followed him to the 4th floor, where the living room was piled high with useless junk. Although there were plenty of items, few held any real value. Most were worthless trash. Gao Dakue furrowed his brows, flipped through the items with his hand, and said, "Old man, seeing you've had a tough time, I'll take this whole pile for 50. Consider my good deed helping you clean out the junk." The old man wasn't counting on getting much money from these scrap items. Being elderly and frail, he couldn't be bothered to sort through them. So he nodded and said, "All right, take it all away." Gao Dakue handed over the money and signaled Chenyu to put on gloves as they began picking out items that could be sold. Chenyu gave the pile a quick scan when suddenly his eyes lit up. He pushed aside some household waste to uncover a rolled-up scroll. Carefully unfolding, it revealed a nearly 1 meter long, 60-centimeter wide painting. At the same time, a string of information surfaced in his mind. Lotus Pond Mandarin ducks, painted by Renbanian during the late Qing dynasty, slightly damaged, affecting its value, estimated between 800,000 to 1 million yuan. His heart swelled with joy. This trip wasn't in vain. He'd finally struck gold. Beside him, Gao Dakue leaned closer, glancing at it with feigned expertise as he commented, "What kind of junk is this anyway? All dirty and grimy. Just a few crappy birds and some shabby leaves, not even colored properly. And look at all these wrinkles around it, plus 2 grains of rice stuck on it. Clearly worthless. Ignorance is truly frightening." Chenyu shot Gao Dakue a sidelong glance. Having already picked up several overlooked treasures worth millions, he felt elated but maintained a calm demeanor as he asked, "Uncle, how much did you pay for this painting?" The old man grinned, revealing his sparse remaining teeth, and chuckled, "Didn't cost a thing. My late wife brought it from her rural hometown years ago. The painting's worthless, just hung it up for decoration. Now that I'm moving to my son's place, I won't need it anymore. Might as well toss it out with the trash. Dakue, let's hurry up and finish moving this stuff?" Chenyu nodded, saying no more as he carefully stowed the painting away before continuing with his seemingly ordinary cleanup work. Before long, they collected all the sellable scrap and sorted it properly. The two clapped their hands and were about to leave when Chenyu felt a twinge of guilt. Taking advantage of the old man's momentary distraction, he quietly tucked all the cash he had into the bundle of clothes. This antique trade operates by ironclad rules. Technically, if a seller gets outmaneuvered due to lack of discernment, the buyer isn't obligated to offer a single cent in compensation. But Chenyu's heart softened, thinking how tough life must be for the old man living alone. So he secretly left over 2,000 yuan behind, considering it the decent thing to do. Carrying the scrap downstairs and loading it onto the tricycle, Gao Dakue leaned against the vehicle, lighting a cigarette for a breather. Chenyu took out the painting Lotus Pond with Mandarin ducks and began to admire it carefully. Under the lens of aesthetic appreciation, the artistic mastery of this piece instantly ascended to an entirely higher level. For mandarin ducks frolicked among the lotus fields, where broad leaves stretched basin-wide and elegant blossoms seemed to exhale subtle fragrance, flowers, birds, and fish merging seamlessly into a vibrant tableau of playful vitality. The negative space between brushstrokes served both to breathe life into the composition and refresh the viewer's gaze, achieving that wondrously modeled ambiguity attainable only through consummate mastery. The depiction of the mandarin ducks appears ancient yet vivid, with bold and vigorous brushstrokes. The meticulous handling of details is precise and composed, conveying the essence with succinct elegance. Every aspect showcases Rinbonian's distinctive and superior craftsmanship. Since the painting primarily employs ink wash techniques, someone like Gao Dakue, who lacks professional knowledge, would naturally find it dirty and unappealing. The edges are worn, but it doesn't detract from the overall beauty at all. What a magnificent piece. Retracting his gaze, Chinyu let out a long sigh. Admiring a master's work could always immerse him so deeply that he forgot to breathe. Just then, Gaodakue gave Chunyu's shoulder a hefty slap and joked, just swiping a brush around randomly. I could churn out hundreds of these in a day. Quit staring and let's go. Chinyu sighed helplessly. Glancing around to ensure no one was listening, he whispered, "You don't know shit. If you could paint like this, you wouldn't be scraping by collecting scraps. This is an authentic masterpiece by a late Qing dynasty painting master, worth millions." Gao Dakue exhaled a puff of smoke and sneered. "Nonsense. Keep spinning your tales. First the rain dew brocade and the narcissus bird-feeding cup, and now you've stumbled upon a famous painting? Who do you think you are? The darling son of Lady Luck or the treasured grandson of the god of wealth? No choice, I've got the keen eye. That's just how badass I am." Chinyu felt a sense of pride and disregarded Gao Dakue's disdain, thinking it necessary to educate him. Just in case he ever encountered something similar, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Chinyu pointed at the painting of mandarin ducks in the lotus pond and explained, "The style of this ink wash painting is bright, clean, elegant, simple, and warm. It's undeniably a late-period work by Rinbonian. Although Rinbonian came from humble origins and had limited education, resulting in his paintings lacking deeper literary resonance and subtle undertones. His techniques in brushwork, ink application, and composition were incredibly rich, placing him among the foremost artists of his time. Now, look at the signature. Rinbonian's original name was Rin-E, and his signature style was quite distinctive, typically brief, without poetic inscriptions, simply noting the recipient's name, the year, his hometown, his signature, and the location where the painting was created. Additionally, after turning 38, he wrote the character E in cursive script, which has become a key marker for authenticating his works. Chinyu spoke with confidence, leaving Gao Dakue thoroughly impressed. Under Chunyu's detailed explanations and insights, even this rough-and-tumble man had to admit that aside from minor wear and tear, the painting was an exceptionally rare masterpiece. He gulped and asked in disbelief, We struck gold again? How much is this painting worth?" Chinyu crossed his arms and confirmed with a smile, "That's right, even more valuable than the ice Sol J du brocade. It could fetch around $1 million. Just moments earlier, Gao Dakue had scoffed at the painting, certain it couldn't be worth much. Now that he knew it could sell for $1 million, he immediately snatched it from Chunyu's hands, not caring in the slightest that it had been fished out of a trash heap, planted a kiss on it, and cheered boisterously with excitement. "Huh, we're rich again, another $1 million. We're going to be rolling in money." Chinyu was startled and quickly covered his mouth, scolding, "Are you crazy? Why shout so loudly? We can't reveal our wealth, understand?" Gao Dakue had a loud voice, and his sudden exclamation immediately drew the attention of people on the street. "What's this fortune you're talking about? Spill the details." The long-haired youth who had rudely delivered the orphanage's eviction notice happened to be passing by. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he stepped forward to ask. Chapter 38. It takes a villain to tame a villain. The long-haired young man, named Kai Kuan, was followed by 4 youths with ruffian-like appearances. They closed in with leering smiles, their eyes fixed on the painting in Gao Dakuei's hands, their intentions clearly malicious. Gao Dakuei's heart sank as he silently cursed himself for getting carried away. His careless shout had summoned Qiao Lu's henchmen, and they were clearly no pushovers. "That painting's worth $1 million? Hand it over and let me see it." Kai Kun barked with sheer arrogance, his demeanor domineering. He didn't think a shabby old painting could be worth millions, but since he had nothing better to do and had already stumbled upon it, he figured he might as well take a look for some amusement. "It's nothing valuable. I was just talking nonsense." Gao Dakuei hastily tucked the painting away, knowing that once he handed it over, it would be like throwing meat buns at a dog, gone forever. "Me wanting to see your crappy painting is an honor for you. Give it here whether you want or not, or don't blame me for being rude." Kai Kun snapped impatiently. "This painting really isn't worth anything, brothers. How about I buy each of you a box of Furong Wang cigarettes as an apology? I'll go get them right now." Gao Dakuei was wary of Qiao Lu and wanted to avoid conflict with these thugs. He forced an awkward smile and made an excuse about buying cigarettes as a pretext to slip away. Kai Kun's face darkened. The more Gao Dakuei resisted showing them, the more suspicious he became. Moreover, the repeated refusals had wounded his pride, fueling his anger. He flung the cigarette in his hand to the ground and roared arrogantly, "Damn it, if you refuse a toast, you'll be forced to drink a forfeit. I'm checking this today, whether you like it or not. Grab it for me." The four youths accompanying him immediately fanned out, surrounding Gao Dakuei and Chunyu just as they were about to make their escape. Chunyu already disliked these people, and now they were acting so arrogantly, it was downright bullying. His expression darkened as he took the scroll from Gao Dakuei and retorted firmly, "This painting is mine. Why should I let you see it? You're not even worthy. Another fool asking for trouble, whose zipper was left open to let you out. You're still too green to act tough with me. Beat them up, teach them a lesson, and grab that painting while you're at it." Kai Kun had already recognized Chunyu and Gao Dakuei from the orphanage. Convinced these two had no powerful backing and that beating them would carry no consequences, his arrogance surged even more. Though they posed as demolition workers, these men were actually street thugs, naturally aggressive and unruly. How could they tolerate two nobodies causing trouble right under their noses? The four thugs nearby glared with malice, spouting obscenities as they attacked one after another. Because Gao Dakuei was burly and not easy to handle, they decisively chose to gang up on the relatively thinner Chunyu, who was holding the scroll painting, figuring they'd take down one first before dealing with the other. Forced to relocate the orphanage without receiving any compensation, Chunyu felt a seething rage with no outlet. When someone showed up asking for trouble, and especially since they were one of Qiao Lu's lackeys, Chunyu wasn't about to hold back. His eyes flashed as he swiftly detected the attacker's moves, nimbly dodging while tucking the scroll behind his back to free his hands for counterattacks. Though Chunyu's fighting skills were average, with the aid of his ocular ability to predict his opponent's trajectories, he dodged preemptively. Within moments, his strikes had repelled all four attackers. Daring to fight back? You got a death wish. Kai Kun hadn't expected Chunyu's competence, and, seeing his four lackeys outmatched, joined the fray himself. Outnumbered 5-1, Chunyu stood fearless, fists flying. When dealing with street thugs, reasoning was pointless, only sheer dominance worked. "Damn it. Touch my brother, and you're dead." Gao Dakuei, who was as close to Chunyu as a brother, couldn't just stand by and watch him get beaten. Without warning, he lashed out, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag straight at two of the thugs. With Gao Dakuei's help, Chunyu fought even more effortlessly. A single kick aimed below the belt took down one assailant, while a well-placed punch shattered another thug's nose. In the blink of an eye, only Kai Kun remained standing. Kai Kun was secretly shocked. If 5 of them couldn't even defeat 2, it would be utterly humiliating. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he struck with lethal intent, swinging his fist viciously toward Chunyu's head. Chunyu swiftly turned his head, seemingly narrowly avoiding the punch, but in reality, he had everything under control. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful punch to Kai Kun's abdomen with all his strength. Kai Kun let out a wail of pain as he involuntarily doubled over. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu grabbed his long hair and drove his knee upward, landing several brutal strikes. With one final kick, he sent Kai Kuan sprawling on his back. Gao Dakue, relying on his strong physique and considerable strength, overpowered the other two thugs, knocking them to the ground as well. The brawl drew a crowd of onlookers from nearby relocated households, all of whom found the scene deeply satisfying, clapping and cheering in approval. The scroll is right here. Still interested in seeing it? Chen Yu raised the painting with biting sarcasm, using concrete action to teach Gao Dakue a lesson. Endless tolerance is futile. Sometimes it takes a villain to rein in villains. We admit defeat. We were wrong, one of the skinny youths answered with trembling voice. Spineless coward, shut your mouth. Kai Kuan cursed fiercely, struggling to his feet while wiping blood from his lips. With malice in his eyes, he threatened, "Don't you dare run. Boss Lu is nearby. Just wait till he gets here. Then you'll see what's coming. Get lost. Whoever you bring won't change anything." Chen Yu retorted coldly, his disdain for these social scum evident in every word. The five hoodlums supported each other as they fled in panic, going to report their humiliation to Xiao Lu, who was supervising nearby relocation operations. Gao Dakue said nervously, "If Xiao Lu really comes, we won't get off easy. Let's get out of here quickly." Chen Yu shook his head and sneered, "We've acted upright with nothing to hide, so what's there to fear? Let him come if he dares. In fact, I've been meaning to meet him again, to demand more compensation for the demolition." Gao Dakue couldn't help but be astounded and tried to dissuade him. "Are you out of your mind? Xiao Lu has both numbers and power. We're no match for him." However, no matter how hard Gao Dakue tried to reason with him, Chen Yu stubbornly refused to leave. He had backed down once before and failed to protect the orphanage. He had sworn to himself he would stand tall like a real man and never allow himself to be humiliated again. Before long, Xiao Lu arrived in grand style, flanked by a gang of enforcers, his menacing presence causing the surrounding residents facing demolition to scatter like they were avoiding a venomous snake or scorpion. Xiao Lu was usually arrogant and domineering, but after partnering with the Song family, he became even more brazen and unrestrained. Surrounded by dozens of people, Chen Yu showed no fear, standing tall and meeting Xiao Lu's gaze with chilling defiance. Gao Dakue's face turned ashen. 4 or 5 riffraff might have been manageable, but facing 20 to 30 men was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, with Xiao Lu leading the team personally, they wouldn't get off easy today unless they were beaten half to death. Gao Dakue forced a smile and apologized. "Sir Lu, this is all just a big misunderstanding. We'll cover all the medical expenses for those brothers. No need for you to trouble yourself with such a minor matter." "Bullshit. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Don't turn coward now, if you've got the guts." Kai Kunli stood beside Xiao Lu, borrowing authority from the tiger's might, yet in the blink of an eye groveled like a servile underling, nodding and bowing while stirring up trouble, saying, "Sixth Master, they have $1 million masterpiece on them. We just wanted to borrow it for viewing. But not only did they refuse, they launched a sneak attack, showed you disrespect, and spewed malicious insults. They must be taught a proper lesson." Zhou Lu snorted heavily, his expression cold as he demanded, "Where's the painting?" Chapter 39. Better to be a broken jade than a whole tile. If that antique painting caught Xiao Lu's attention, there was no way $1 million would keep it safe. Gao Dakue forced a smile, even uglier than a frown. "Just some common worthless painting, not worth $10. Wouldn't even catch Sixth Master's eye." "Bullshit. You were yelling earlier about how that painting's worth $1 million, right in that kid's hands." Kai Kuan barked angrily, jabbing a finger at Chen Yu. Knowing concealment was pointless now, Chen Yu produced Lotus Pond with Mandarin ducks and declared firmly, "This belongs to me. You've no right to look at it." "Damn, you dare act tough in front of Sixth Master? You've got a death wish, completely looking down on Sixth Master." Kai Kuan perfectly demonstrated what a lackey looks like, hopping mad as he screamed. Xiao Lu didn't seem angered, instead sneering coldly with amusement. "You've got some guts, kid, but you're using them in the wrong place. Even dogs have to tuck their tails between their legs in front of me. You even dare to hurt my brothers. Hand over that painting as compensation, and maybe I'll spare you some pain." The Song family patriarch was about to celebrate his grand birthday, and Xiao Lu needed to cement his relationship with the family by making a suitable gesture. However, he wasn't willing to spend big, yet cheap gifts wouldn't impress the old man. Coincidentally, a priceless masterpiece worth millions solved this problem for him. Though he wasn't entirely sure about its authenticity yet, getting his hands on it first was the priority. Chen Yu countered sharply. The only things worthy of being under your command are a few tail-tucking dogs. Since the dog bit first, why should I pay compensation? His words insulted all of Xiao Lu's underlings. The 2 or 3 dozen thugs present were all red with anger, rolling up their sleeves and waiting for Xiao Lu's order to beat this reckless loudmouth into a cripple. Gao Dakue quietly pulled Chen Yu's sleeve, signaling him to watch his words. A wise man knows better than to fight when outnumbered. It's been a long time since nobody dared speak to me like this. You've got a sharp tongue, daring to act arrogantly before me. You'll die ugly. Hand over the ancient painting, kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare your miserable life. Xiao Lu didn't take Chen Yu seriously at all, feeling it was beneath him to bring so many people just to deal with one reckless young man. Kai Kuan, borrowing the tiger's ferocity, roared, "You bastards, kneel and apologize immediately. Hand over the painting, and we might spare your miserable lives." Seeing dozens of men rolling up their sleeves, ready to strike at any moment, Gao Dakue grew increasingly anxious. He whispered anxiously, "Brother, a wise man knows when to retreat. Our lives are what matter most. Let's admit defeat." If I dared stay, I never planned to back down. Chen Yu wasn't being reckless. He'd anticipated this scenario and planned to capture the ringleader first. His greatest asset was still his perceptive eyes, able to see through ordinary people's movements. He was confident he could subdue Xiao Lu before these ruffians even lifted a hand. However, the root of the trouble stemmed from acquiring a million-yuan antique painting for a bargain, which aroused the suspicion and greed of thugs like Kai Kuan. Unless this problem was resolved, more trouble would surely follow. To tell you the truth, this painting is Run Bonian's Mandarin Ducks in Lotus Pond from the late Qing dynasty. A genuine piece like this is truly worth over $1 million. Chen Yu's words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. $1 million yuan was enough to make these thugs work hard for over a decade. No one could resist such temptation. They burned with greed, itching to rush forward and snatch it immediately. But you scum aren't even worthy to touch this. Before the thugs could react, Chen Yu did something completely unexpected. With a loud crack, Chen Yu tore the Lotus Pond Mandarin Ducks, painting clean in half, and threw the pieces to the ground. Everyone present, including Gao Dakue and Xiao Lu, gasped in shock, their faces filled with dismay. This was $1 million masterpiece, torn apart just like that. Once damaged, the painting's value plummets. Already halved, it's now practically worthless. To crush everyone's thoughts of snatching it, he actually tore the painting apart. What a ruthless kid. Chen Yu continued in a chilling tone, "I'd rather break the jade than preserve the tile. I'd rather destroy it than let you have it." Xiao Lu's eye twitched violently. Even for him, $1 million was no small sum, yet this kid could be so resolute. Chen Yu's actions were tantamount to publicly slapping Xiao Lu in the face, enraging him as he waved his hand and ordered, "Get him together, take him down." More than 20 men rolled up their sleeves, shouting curses, and some even scrambled to find makeshift weapons. As the fight seemed inevitable, Chen Yu grabbed an iron rod from the tricycle, ready to strike first and take control of Xiao Lu. "Xiao Yu, you go first. I'll hold him off even if it costs me my life." Just as Chen Yu was about to charge forward, Gao Dakue grabbed him tightly. Though Gao Dakue feared Xiao Lu and his gang, his bond with Chen Yu was as close as brothers. Knowing there was no peaceful way out today, he steeled his heart and prepared to risk his life. Moreover, the root of this trouble lay entirely in Gao Dakue's careless outburst that revealed the antique painting's value. Racked with guilt, he was determined not to let Chen Yu come to harm. Chen Yu inwardly cursed their rotten luck. The fleeting opportunity had slipped away when Gao Dakue grabbed him, losing their best chance to capture Xiao Lu. But he couldn't blame Gao Dakue. Moved, he said, "Good brother, I'll find a way out of this. You go first. I won't leave." At worst, we'll fight it out to the bitter end. Gao Dakawei had thrown caution to the wind, grabbing 2 iron rods. Just as the one-sided brawl was about to erupt, a crisp feminine shout rang out from the crowd's periphery. "Everyone, stop right there!" The voice was melodious as a lark song, yet laced with palpable fury. The voice sounded familiar to Chenyu. Raising his gaze, his eyes fell upon a stunningly beautiful figure, none other than Song Yan. Clad in a white dress with cascading hair, her exquisite features and graceful figure made her appear like a celestial maiden descended to earth. The group of thugs instinctively turned to look, spotting a strikingly beautiful woman whose looks could rival any celebrity. They immediately broke into lewd grins, their eyes gleaming with lustful intent. "Hold it, don't lay a finger on her yet. Everybody back off." Qiao Lu, after all, was working for the Song family and recognized Song Yan, so he hurried forward to greet her respectfully. "Miss Song, what brings you here?" Upon hearing that it was the Song family's young lady, the surrounding thugs quickly averted their gazes, all forcing smiles and bowing obsequiously. Even their boss, Qiao Lu, had to tread carefully around the Song family, let alone them. Dare they misbehave? Song Yin ignored Qiao Lu and strode straight through the crowd to Chenyu. Seeing him unharmed, she finally exhaled in relief. Unable to help Chenyu secure the conditions to save the orphanage, she still felt guilty. Remembering today was the final day of the relocation, she'd come specifically to check on the orphanage and ask if they needed any assistance. Upon arrival, she discovered Happy Home Orphanage was completely deserted. Chenyu's phone went unanswered when she called, asking passers-by. She learned Qiao Lu was currently leading a group in a brawl. Song Yin knew Qiao Lu was her cousin's lackey. Not wanting him to tarnish the Song family's reputation, she rushed to stop the fight, never expecting the ones being surrounded would turn out to be Chenyu. "Aren't you ashamed? Dozens of you ganging up on just 2 people." Song Yin turned her head and snapped angrily. Fortunately, she'd arrived in time. Otherwise, bloodshed would have been inevitable. Chapter 40. A dog will always be a dog. "Miss Song, you can't blame me. Those 2 beat up my brother, refused to compensate, and then provoked us with insults. We're just seeking justice." Qiao Lu openly twisted the facts, spinning lies without the slightest blush. "Oomph. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child?" Song Yin clearly didn't believe him and turned to Chenyu. "What really happened? Tell me the truth. I won't stand by while they bully decent people." Chenyu briefly recounted the events. As Song Yin listened, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Looking down at the torn lotus pond and mandarin ducks painting, she exclaimed, "1,000,000 yuan, and you just tore it like that?" Her heart stirred with emotion, and her impression of Chenyu changed yet again. Even with his life threatened, he remained composed and unyielding. This kind of man truly had backbone. "Qiao Lu, I demand a reasonable explanation for this matter." Song Yin turned to press him again, her tone calm, yet icy cold. The commanding presence of a wealthy heiress was no bluff. Qiao Lu hadn't expected Chenyu to know Song Yin. Unwilling to concede, he argued defiantly, "He was the one who tore the painting. It has nothing to do with me. Your men tried to seize the painting first, then you failed to distinguish right from wrong, ganging up on the weaker party and bullying with your influence. Don't you think you owe an apology?" Song Yin reprimanded coldly. Chenyu sneered. "They're just a pack of biting dogs. Their apologies mean nothing to me." "You little brat, who do you think you're talking to?" Qiao Lu, now also insulted as a dog, flew into a rage, wishing he could chop Chenyu into pieces on the spot. Song Yin, however, stepped in front of Chenyu and said coldly, "Dare to throw hands in front of me? Do I mean nothing to you? Don't blame me if I report this to Grandpa later. He'll make sure you regret ever being born." Qiao Lu, thoroughly chastened by the scolding, shut his mouth awkwardly. Some young girl didn't scare him, but the powerhouse of the Song family behind her was an entirely different story, a behemoth in Ninghai City that he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Seeing their leader so humiliated, the surrounding thugs stayed deathly quiet, especially the 5 with Kai Kuan, who had clashed with Chenyu earlier. Their faces turned green, legs trembling like sieves, praying desperately that Miss Song wouldn't turn her wrath on them. Percent. Even Xiao Lu couldn't protect himself, let alone these small fries under his command. One can only imagine how miserable their fate would be. Fortunately, Song Yin couldn't be bothered with them. After giving Xiao Lu a furious dressing down, she angrily shouted, "Scum like you only bring disgrace to the Song family name. You're unfit to work for us. When I get back, I'll report this to the elders and terminate our cooperation with you. Chinyu, let's go." With that parting remark, she stormed off, and no one dared block her path. Gao Dakue rolled his eyes a few times, gave a sly chuckle, picked up the tattered painting scroll, and followed Song Yin closely, pushing the tricycle out of the crowd. Xiao Lu was seething with anger, but didn't dare vent it at Song Yin. When Chinyu passed by him, he lowered his voice and hissed viciously, "Kid, you got lucky today. Next time, without Miss Song around, let's see who can save you." Chinyu stopped in his tracks and retorted with firm conviction, "A dog remains a dog. No matter how many there are, it can never become a wolf. All they know is to bully the weak and fear the strong." Xiao Lu clenched his fists in hatred, his eyes flashing with intense, murderous intent. Known in the underworld for his ruthlessness, today he'd been insulted by a nobody. If he didn't beat this guy to a pulp, he might as well quit the underworld. But he wasn't some naive pushover either. He knew exactly which battles to pick and which people not to cross. Right now, Song Yin was clearly shielding Chinyu. If he laid a finger on Chinyu, there would be no way to handle Song Yan's wrath. Swallowing his anger for now was the only option. As Chinyu and Song Yin walked away, Kai Kuan clenched his fists in indignation, grumbling, "Sixth Master, this is just too damn humiliating. I might swallow raw insults meekly, but cooked ones, never. When those two brats are alone someday, I'll gather the boys and—" Ouch! Smack, smack. Before he could finish speaking, Kai Kuan received 2 heavy slaps across the face. Xiao Lu's prosthetic finger was forged from pure gold, exceptionally hard, and it left a bleeding gash on the man's cheek. Xiao Lu was so furious that smoke seemed to be coming out of his 7 orifices. If Song Yan's words were true, he would soon be kicked aside by the Song family like a dog. Without the Song family as his towering tree of support, his influence would be drastically diminished. I thought I could latch onto the prestigious Song family, but who knew some scrap collector would ruin such a golden opportunity? Chinyu's words infuriated Xiao Lu even more. Despite being a respected figure in the underworld, that brat showed no fear and even dared to humiliate him. Staring at his golden severed finger on the left hand, Xiao Lu gnashed his teeth and growled, "You dare humiliate me, kid? You'll pay dearly for this." On the other side, the 3 walked to a secluded spot, where Gao Dakue handed Chinyu the torn halves of the Lotus Pond and Mandarin Ducks painting. Chinyu glanced at it, and the information in his mind displayed. Lotus Pond and Mandarin Ducks, by the late Qing Dynasty painter Ren Bonian, severely damaged, affecting its value. Current estimated worth, 30,000 to 50,000. The damage can be repaired. The restoration method is... The materials required for repairing severe damage include... A solution for restoration flashed through Chinyu's mind, filling him with both astonishment and delight. However, the method mentioned a specialized glue for antique calligraphy and painting repair that was virtually unavailable on the market. Song Yin had no idea what Chinyu was thinking about, but staring at the torn ancient painting with regret, she suddenly brightened up and said, "The dean of our Ninghai University's College of History and Culture, Professor Tan Yunyan, is an expert in antique restoration and also serves as the dedicated antique consultant for the Song family. I can take you to Professor Tan for repairs. So it can actually be fixed? We can't just throw away $1 million. Gao Dakue grinned excitedly through his teeth and urged them, "You guys should hurry and go. As a rough guy, I won't meddle in this. I'm going to sell this truckload of scrap and lay low at home for a while." Though the information prompt told Chinyu he could restore the painting himself, he didn't have the heart to refuse Song Yan's enthusiastic kindness. Nodding in agreement, he said, "All right then, I'll trouble our campus bell to show me the way." As an ordinary student without gifts or connections, he had no way to reach dean-level university leadership. Without Song Yan's introduction, he wouldn't even have been able to get through the door. Before leaving, Gao Dakue deliberately lowered his voice and whispered in Chinyu's ear, "Brother, Miss Song is so beautiful. a wealthy heiress no less, and seems interested in you. You should seize the opportunity and win her over soon. If one day you can marry into the Song family and become their son-in-law, us brothers will rise like liberated serfs, singing joyful songs. We'll enjoy lifelong wealth and never worry about food or clothing again. Damn it. Chen Yu's face darkened. What kind of terrible friend would encourage him to become a kept man? But truth be told, eating soft rice from Song Yin is probably something countless men would fight tooth and nail to do. Gao Dakawei had a naturally loud voice. His attempt at whispering was merely his own misconception. In reality, every word of his advice reached Song Yan's ears clearly. The usually cold and aloof Song family heiress couldn't help but blush slightly, her interactions with Chen Yu becoming somewhat awkward. As noon approached, Chen Yu invited Song Yin to lunch, and she didn't refuse. The two went to eat French cuisine. It was Chen Yu's first time having Western food, and he appeared somewhat reserved. During the meal, Chen Yu expressed his gratitude and talked about the Happy House Orphanage's relocation. Song Yin listened with great interest, thinking he was a good man who possessed courage, backbone, responsibility, and kindness. Any fortunate girl who married him would have the greatest blessing. Chapter 41. Answering the Dean's Questions. After finishing their meal, Song Yin drove Chen Yu back to Ninghai University, which they hadn't visited for several days. The fiery red Ferrari 488 drew exclamations of surprise everywhere it passed. Just the car alone was something many people couldn't afford in 2 lifetimes, let alone the fact that it carried a campus belle goddess they could never have the chance to marry in 10 lifetimes. Song, the campus belle, is so beautiful. Dressed in pure white, she looks like a fairy that stepped right out of a painting. No kidding, I think I'm in love. Wait, who's that guy? Why does he have 2 rags in his hands? Holy shit, that's scavenger Chen Yu from the archaeology department. What right does he have to walk with the campus belle? Dressed in ordinary clothes and holding 2 aged fragments of Lotus Pond with mandarin ducks painting, Chen Yu formed a striking visual contrast with the elegantly dressed Song Yin in white. He gave a contemptuous glance at the passing classmates. He wasn't inferior to anyone. Why couldn't he walk with Song Yin? Just a bunch of sour grapes losers. Song Yin, accustomed to being the center of attention, paid no mind to the astonished gazes around them. She led Chen Yu with practiced ease into the school administration building and knocked on the door of the Dean of the College of Historical Relics office. The office was spotless, with display cabinets lining 2 walls filled with various antiques, resembling the treasure gallery of a seasoned collector. Behind a rosewood desk sat side by side a bespectacled, gray-haired man in his 60s and a middle-aged man around 40 years old. Both wore worried expressions as they stared at a somewhat tattered calligraphy scroll on the desk, sighing heavily. The elderly man was none other than Dean Tan Yunyan. Looking up and recognizing Song Yin, his face broke into a kindly smile as he asked, "Yin Yin, what brings you here?" The middle-aged man was named Ho Liangping, the academic dean of the archaeology department, notorious for his inflexible impartiality, which made him somewhat unpopular among students. However, his genuine expertise made him Dean Tan's prized protege. Song Yin greeted them politely. "Dean Tan, Director Ho, I have an unusual request. A calligraphy piece by student Chen Yu is severely damaged, and I was hoping Dean Tan could help restore it. Unfortunately, Liang Ping and I are currently working on this rubbing of the Han Dynasty, a Yongling Chao Quan stele, and have run into some difficulties. Please have a seat and wait a while." Tan Yunyan had served as the Song family's antique consultant for over a decade, having practically watched Song Yin grow up and held deep affection for her. As for Chen Yu, Tan Yunyan couldn't be bothered to spare him another thought. After speaking, he lowered his head again to continue discussing restoration issues with Ho Liangping. Chen Yu pursed his lips. If not for reluctance to reject Song Yan's kind gesture, he would never have sought outsiders to restore the calligraphy. Since you look down on me, don't blame me for slapping your faces. Then, his gaze swept across the Chao Quan stele on the table. The corners of his mouth lifted in a knowing smile as he cleared his throat and inquired, "May I ask, Director Tan and Director Ho, at which stage of restoration are you encountering difficulties?" His train of thought interrupted. Tan Yonian frowned with displeasure. Ho Yongping angrily snapped. Which department are you from? Don't you know basic manners? Can't you see Song Yin isn't saying anything? Why are you butting in? If even we can't figure this out, do you really think you'd understand? Chunyu secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of the dean of academics, his words truly packed a punch. However, he didn't take it to heart and calmly responded. The Chao Quan stele is an important inscription from the Eastern Han Dynasty, erected in the second year of the Zhongping era. In 1956, it was moved to the Xi'an Forest of Stone Steels Museum in Shaanxi Province for preservation. It's a representative work of Han Dynasty clerical script, renowned for its elegant and varied style along with its balanced structure. Highly esteemed by calligraphers throughout history, it holds immense collectible value. What we have here, though a rubbing copy, is still an antique passed down from the Tang Dynasty. Once fully restored, it will be worth at least 6 million. After listening to Chunyu, Ho Yongping was stunned. Did the history department really have such exceptionally knowledgeable students? Tan Yonian's eyes lit up. Adjusting his reading glasses, he praised, "You're absolutely right. To recognize it as a Tang Dynasty rubbing without even handling it, your discerning eye is truly remarkable." Even Tan Yonian himself wouldn't dare make that judgment without physically examining the piece. Yet this young man had identified it with just a glance. His gaze toward Chunyu now brimmed with admiration. His attitude completely transformed. Chunyu replied modestly, "You flatter me, Dean. Though I do know some techniques for restoring calligraphy copies, I wouldn't presume to showcase them before such distinguished experts. Percent. No problem. Let me hear it." Chunyu's displayed knowledge and eloquence made Tan Yonian recognize his potential. This was promising talent worth encouraging even if he made mistakes. Chunyu spoke confidently. Restoring calligraphy copies isn't exactly difficult, nor is it simple. To replace missing paper with paper, replenish ink where it's lacking. It all comes down to the word finesse. One must perfectly match the paper's texture and dimensions. The ink's mixture, density, and color. All these must be precisely controlled. Otherwise, restoration becomes harder than climbing to heaven. Thought you'd have some profound insight. Just textbook knowledge. Ho Yongping scoffed dismissively. All right now, there aren't many students in the history department who can recite textbook knowledge word for word. This student has a very solid foundation of basic knowledge, which is commendable. Tan Yunian appeared relatively approachable, but his face couldn't conceal a hint of disappointment. After all this discussion, they still hadn't come up with a good solution. What a shame for such a priceless copy of the renowned Chao Quan steel rubbing. Chunyu glanced at the prepared paper and ink on the desk and immediately understood. He continued, "The paper is fine. Could it be, professors, that you've hit a dead end with the ink? No matter how you mix it, there's still a color discrepancy with the writing on the rubbing." "How did you know that?" Ho Yongping exclaimed in astonishment. Tan Yonian's eyes lit up again, giving Chunyu an encouraging look to continue. Chunyu calmly explained, "When ancient people ground ink, they used natural stream water, a gift from nature, unpolluted and crystal clear. But what do modern people use? The more convenient tap water. While tap water is fine for drinking, it has drawbacks for ink grinding. Water treatment plants typically use chlorine to disinfect natural water sources. The chlorine content makes it fundamentally different from spring or stream water. If the water differs, how can we expect the ink's color to remain the same?" Hearing his words, Tan Yunian and Ho Yongping exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of regret. "Why didn't I think of that?" They nodded in unison and said simultaneously, "You're right. We were careless. We used distilled water from the office, which isn't quite the same as spring water. Anything else?" Chunyu pointed at the newly prepared ink on the table and said, "The ink itself is also problematic. The ancients used ink made from natural raw minerals, while this ink is artificially manufactured and contains many impure chemical additives." Bang! Tan Yunian suddenly slapped the table, startling Song Yin and Ho Yongping, and exclaimed excitedly, "Now I finally understand why there's a color discrepancy. So this is the reason. Xiao Chun, thank you so much." Tan Yunian stepped forward eagerly and grabbed Chunyu's hand, his admiration for talent palpable in his expression. Song Yan's gaze toward Chun Yu carried a newfound appreciation. Even the dean, an expert in his field, had been unable to solve this difficult problem. Yet Chun Yu had cracked it with just a few words. Truly remarkable. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, Rapping Knuckles produced a rapid series of knocks on the door. After being granted permission, in walked a male, student dressed to the nines, though his face sported two livid bruises, who turned out to be none other than Zhao Jiajun. Zhao Jiajun spotted Chun Yu immediately and angrily shouted, "You've been expelled from Ninghai University. You're not qualified to be our school, you scum. Get lost right now." Chapter 42. I'm reporting you too. Upon hearing about his supposed expulsion, Chun Yu found it downright absurd and retorted mockingly, "Zhao Jiajun, have you lost your damn mind or been kicked by a donkey? When was I expelled from school?" "In your dreams." Ho Yangping seemed to recall something and said solemnly, "Student, your name is Chun Yu, right? What Jiajun said is true. You were already expelled by the dean's office this morning. They just haven't had time to notify the entire college yet." "Liangping, what's going on here?" Tan Yunyan asked, displeased, feeling annoyed inwardly. Chun Yu's insight and knowledge were exceptional, and the school rarely produced such promising talent. How could they expel him? Ho Yangping replied sternly, "Professor, student Chun Yu has skipped nearly a week of classes, disregarded school rules and regulations, and even publicly assaulted a classmate in the classroom, causing extremely negative repercussions. He was reported by concerned classmates, ground enough for expulsion." Chun Yu didn't need to think hard to figure out who those so-called concerned classmates were, aside from Zhao Jiajun. Who else could it be? If you want to play dirty, then don't blame me for not holding back. Chun Yu glanced at Zhao Jiajun and Ho Yangping, picking up some information from them, his lips curling into a cold smirk. With the smug look of a petty villain, Zhao Jiajun added fuel to the fire. "Director Ho is right. The injuries on my face were caused by Chun Yu. He also attacked Wei Yang and others, spread rumors, and slander my reputation. The entire class can testify to this. Having been swindled out of 3.7 million by Chun Yu, humiliated multiple times, and losing all dignity, even getting beaten by his own father, Zhao Jiajun was seething with hatred, unable to swallow his rage. That's why he resorted to such underhanded tactics. Taking advantage of his father's close relationship with Director Ho, he secretly gave Ho Yangping an antique and reported Chun Yu, urging Ho Yangping to expel him. He had been waiting for the day Chun Yu would return to school, eager to personally deliver the bad news and humiliate him thoroughly, settling not just one old score, but several grudges at once. When Chun Yu arrived at school today in Song Yan's car, it caused quite a stir. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Jiajun was the first to catch wind of it and came looking for trouble. Before Chun Yu could rebut, Song Yan angrily retorted, "The injuries on your face were from your own father. I can testify to that. How dare you slander Chun Yu? Have you no shame?" Zhao Jiajun was momentarily speechless. In the excitement of seeing his vengeance nearly fulfilled, he had forgotten Song Yan was still present. She had witnessed everything when his father struck him. Tan Yunyan had initially intended to firmly defend Chun Yu, but now, with Song Yan's testimony, he had even more justification. In a stern, angry voice, he rebuked Zhao Jiajun. Given Miss Song Yan's standing, she would never stoop to lying. "You slandered Xiao Chun, spread malicious rumors, and even shouted loudly in the dean's office. Utterly despicable. Consider this a major demerit on your record." Zhao Jiajun was instantly dumbfounded. Before Chun Yu could even face consequences, how had he wound up with a major demerit instead? What fucking bullshit? "Liangping, withdraw the expulsion decision against Chun immediately," Tan Yunyan commanded in a deep voice. Ho Yangping hesitated. "Professor, Chun Yu did violate school regulations and cause serious consequences. Wouldn't expulsion be the appropriate action?" Tan Yunyan slammed the table and declared domineeringly, "Does this dean not even have that much authority? You saw Chen's performance yourself. Outstanding talent. Such promising material. On what ground should we expel him?" The usually strict disciplinarian Ho Yangping stood rigid before his professor Tan Yunyan, murmuring like a scolded child. But his skipping classes and assaulting others are undeniable facts. "Director Ho, didn't you hear Miss Song Yan's testimony? Xiao Chun was framed. Are you doubting the words of Miss Song, the young lady from the Song family? Or are you harboring malicious intentions? Tan Yunyin's tone turned cold as he asked. Hearing his teacher mockingly address him as Director Ho Yangping nearly fell to his knees in fright. Trembling, he replied, "Teacher, I was wrong. I agree to revoke the disciplinary action against student Chen Yu. I'll handle it immediately." Zhao Jiajun hadn't anticipated this outcome. The cunning scheme he'd racked his brains to devise had been effortlessly dismissed by Tan Yunyin with just a few words. He didn't dare confront the dean directly, so he turned to Ho Yangping for help instead. Pointing at Chen Yu indignantly, he protested, "Director Ho, we previously—" "Shut up!" Ho Yangping hastily interrupted with a sharp reprimand, glaring fiercely as if fearing Zhao Jiajun might let slip something crucial. "The dean has already ordered the revocation of Chen Yu's punishment. Whatever objections you have, keep them to yourself." Zhao Jiajun understood the implicit meaning in Ho Yangping's words, warning him not to speak recklessly. Moreover, the entire Institute of Historical Relics was under Tan Yunyin's control, and with the dean's staunch backing, no one could touch Chen Yu. Fuming with anger, yet helpless, he unwillingly shut his mouth, silently cursing in his heart. "Director Ho, I'd also like to file a complaint." Chen Yu suddenly spoke up after remaining quiet for most of the time. "I want to report Zhao Jiajun for bribing you with a late Qing dynasty rosewood calligraphy brush worth over 10,000 yuan. These words exploded like a thunderclap, leaving both Zhao Jiajun and Ho Liangping thunderstruck, frozen in shock with looks of utter disbelief. Zhao Jiajun thought he had been very discreet when giving the gift, believing no outsiders were present. So how did Qin Yu know about it? Tan Yunyin, being an experienced old fox, quickly guessed the situation from their expressions and angrily scolded. "Well done, Ho Yangping. You dare accept bribes? Is this true or not?" Ho Yangping stammered, too afraid to lie to his teacher, yet equally terrified to admit it. "No, I never gave anything." "Qin Yu, don't you dare falsely accuse me." Zhao Jiajun snapped back to reality and hurriedly denied the allegation. "Shut up, I didn't ask you." Tan Yunyin was genuinely furious, his eyes blazing with anger as he demanded again. "Ho Yangping, did you or did you not accept bribes from your classmates? Answer honestly, or if I find out later, our master-disciple relationship ends here." Throughout his journey to becoming dean, he had always led by example, maintaining a spotless reputation. The idea of accepting bribes from students utterly violated his moral duty as a teacher. How could he not be enraged? Ho Yangping trembled in fear, hanging his head as if too ashamed to face anyone. Defensively, he argued, "Teacher, it's true, I accepted a calligraphy brush from Zhao Jiajun, but it wasn't a bribe, just a token of goodwill from a student. I'll return it immediately." Hearing Ho Yangping confess outright, Song Yin turned to Chen Yu in stunned disbelief. He had predicted it. How did he know? Was his ability somehow supernatural? If Zhao Jiajun hadn't sought your favor, why would he present such an extravagant gift worth over 10,000? You dare not admit it, yet you want to expel a talented individual like Xiao Chun. This corrupts the school's integrity, and you're unworthy of being an educator. Tan Yunyin, known for his rigorous academic standards and strict demands on his disciples, grew increasingly agitated. Furious, he declared, "Starting today, you're expelled." Coincidentally, the Cultural Relics Bureau has a batch of antiques needing restoration. Your punishment will be to repair artifacts for a year and reflect on your mistakes. With a single sentence from Dean Tan, Ho Yangping was stripped of his position as Director of Academic Affairs and sentenced to artifact restoration, an exceptionally severe penalty. Yet Ho Yangping dared not utter a word protest. In deep remorse, he said, "Teacher, I acted foolishly in a moment of weakness and committed a grave error. I willingly accept this punishment." This time they had come to humiliate Chen Yu, but in the end, Chen Yu remained unscathed while Ho Yangping got caught instead. Zhao Jiajun, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. If even the prestigious Director Ho from the Academic Affairs Office could be fired, wouldn't the punishment for a mere student like him be even more severe? His face turned ghastly pale, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he was at a complete loss. Chapter 43, Monster Level Genius. After dealing with Ho Yangping, Tan Yunyan turned to Zhao Jiajun and barked with full authority. And you, spreading rumors and offering bribes secretly, you'll receive a school-wide disciplinary notice and be placed on probation. One more offense, and your graduation certificate will be withheld. Once the diploma was withheld, Zhao Jiajun's 4 years of university would have been wasted. Without a diploma, unless he worked in his family's shop, he wouldn't be recognized in the antique-related industry. Zhao Jiajun felt his face burning with shame, his composure completely shattered. Truly, he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Glaring viciously at Chunyu, he slunk away like a ridiculous clown. Serve him right. Watching Zhao Jiajun leave in defeat, Chunyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Dealing with such a despicable person required a harsh lesson, an eye for an eye. As for Ho Yangping losing his position as the dean of the Academic Affairs Office, it was purely an undeserved misfortune. However, since he had accepted favors from Zhao Jiajun and tried to expel Chunyu had no reason to be courteous. Everyone must pay for their own mistakes. Ho Yangping couldn't bear to stay any longer. Like a frostbitten eggplant, he walked out of the office with his head hanging in dejection. Tan Yunyan also felt disgraced and slumped onto the sofa, somewhat despondently. Dean Tan, please don't be upset. There's no need to punish yourself for others' mistakes. Chunyu hurried forward to console him. Seeing how the old man could severely punish his own disciple proved his moral character was beyond reproach, and Chunyu felt a surge of respect rising in his heart. The two of them were in cahoots from the start and deserved punishment. Dean Tan shouldn't blame yourself. Song Yin also chimed in to comfort him. It's my failure as a teacher. Tan Yunyan sighed deeply, waved his hand dismissively, and composed himself before saying, Xiao Chun, you came to have calligraphy restored, didn't you? I'll handle it for you right away. Dean Tan, please take a rest first. I'll handle the restoration myself. You could just guide me if needed. Chunyu had originally planned to repair it alone to practice his skills, but he couldn't refuse Song Yan's kindness, which was why he came here. He also knew Dean Tan wasn't in the best mood right now, so it was perfect timing for him to take action himself. Tan Yunyan nodded and said, There are tools ready on the table. Go ahead, and I'll supervise from the side. This was Chunyu's first time restoring an antique. However, with the guidance of his eye's supernatural ability, as long as he worked steadily, there wouldn't be any difficulty. He flipped the two halves of the Lotus Pond Mandarin ducks, painting to their reverse side, carefully aligning them before applying specialized antique restoration glue with a small brush, executing each step with meticulous precision. Since his mind's information prompts refreshed after completing each step, he didn't worry about lacking direction. His movements began somewhat clumsily, but became increasingly proficient. Tan Yunyan stood watching nearby, initially wanted to offer guidance, but soon realized Chunyu required no instruction. Every step was executed flawlessly. What astonished him most was witnessing Chun use transformation from an evident novice with unpolished movements to someone operating with the effortless skill of a seasoned veteran. This left him utterly astonished. There was really no better way to describe it other than calling it an extraordinary gift. After nearly half an hour, Chunyu straightened up, rubbing his sore lower back, and said cheerfully, Mission accomplished, Dean Tan. Take a look. Are there any areas that still need work? Tan Yunyan had watched every minute of the 30-minute performance. Now, the torn edges of the scroll had completely disappeared, as if it had never been damaged at all. He couldn't help but praise, Excellent, truly excellent. Restored to perfection, no traces left. Even I couldn't have done better. Restoring antiques requires not only skilled hands and extensive theoretical knowledge, but most importantly, a strong heart. After all, when dealing with items worth millions, one wrong move can spell complete disaster. The immense pressure means few enter this profession, and even in the entire city of Ninghai, true restoration masters are rare. Yet Chunyu, despite his youth, managed to flawlessly restore it on his first attempt. Truly astonishing and unbelievable. Though Song Yin knew little about restoration, watching Chunyu's series of precise movements still left her utterly amazed. Your ability to appraise treasures is exceptional, and your restoration skills are equally impressive. Your expertise in antiques is truly profound, almost rivaling that of renowned experts. Tan Yunyan had already forgotten his displeasure over expelling his disciple Ho Yongping. His gaze toward Chenyu was now filled with deep admiration. What a promising talent! He resolved to cultivate this young man diligently, certain that his future achievements would surpass his own. Intent on testing Chenyu, he asked with a warm smile, "Xiao Chun, do you know how to mount scrolls? I can give it a try, though I've never done it before," Chenyu replied with a nod. Framed calligraphy and paintings are not only sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, but also enjoy extended longevity, making them more convenient for collection and display. As the ancients said, restoring an antique artwork is like treating an illness. With a good doctor, it revives instantly. With a poor one, it perishes immediately. This principle holds true here. Tan Yunyan didn't know what kind of surprise Chenyu might bring him. Judging by Chun Yu's restoration skills, his mounting technique couldn't be far behind. He nodded approvingly. "Go ahead and try. Let me see." Over the next half hour, Chenyu once again astonished Tan Yunyan beyond measure. Chenyu first mounted the painting of mandarin ducks on paper backing, then framed it, and finally installed the roller rods to complete the artwork. The 3 steps of mounting the painting core, framing, and burnishing were executed by him with impeccable precision, flawless in every detail. Soon, Chenyu lifted a pristine scroll painting. Indeed, calling it pristine was no exaggeration. Lotus Pond with mandarin ducks seemed to have regained its vitality, with even the previous damage from the garbage dump, as well as minor flaws and holes, restored to their original condition. If Renbanian were to come back to life and see this piece, he would surely be astonished beyond words. A century of weathering had passed. How could his work still look exactly as it did when it was first created? Chenyu fixed his gaze once more and obtained entirely new information. Lotus Pond mandarin ducks, painted by the late Qing dynasty artist Renbanian, restored once with adhesive mounting techniques, showing no apparent flaws. Current estimated value between 1 million and 1.1 million. The value increased. Chenyu was overjoyed, his face blooming with delight. Over 1 million had returned to him. Song Yin had been watching with her watery, beautiful eyes blinking in amazement. This guy had openly admitted having no restoration experience, yet his first attempt turned out so perfectly. Beyond describing Chenyu as exceptionally gifted and extraordinarily courageous, Song Yin couldn't think of any other words to characterize him at that moment. "Xiao Chun, your restoration and mounting skills have caught up to mine. If you say you've never practiced before, no one would believe it. You're practically a monstrous-level genius." Tan Yunyan was so excited he didn't even know how to praise Chenyu enough. Only an expert like him could truly grasp just how extraordinary Chenyu's talent was. Barely in his 20s, Chenyu had already reached a level that took Tan 4 decades of diligent study to achieve, a realization that was nothing short of astounding. Song Yin was even more shocked. She knew Tan Yunyan well. As Ninghai City's top restoration master, his praise labeling Chenyu as a monstrous-level genius would surely make jaws drop across the industry if word got out. With a cheerful smile, Tan Yunyan added, "So, how do you plan to handle this Lotus Pond and mandarin ducks painting?" Chenyu pondered for a moment. There was no need to keep everything as a collection. After all, he had discovered the items together with De Kuei. He decided to keep the Narcissus cup for himself, while the painting should rightfully be split with his brother. Having made up his mind, Chenyu said, "I plan to sell it, but I don't have good connections at the moment. Since you're asking, Dean, would you be willing to help make an introduction?" "Smart," Tan Yunyan praised. "I have a friend whose organization has been purchasing antiques in bulk recently, and their prices are absolutely fair. I can take you to meet him." Chapter 44, A Gentleman Loves Wealth, but Acquires It Rightly. Song Yin stood up and said, "Now that the painting has been restored, I should head back. There are still some matters to handle at home." Chenyu knew Song Yin was leaving to inform her family elders about terminating the partnership with Xiao Lu. Grateful, he said, "Miss Song, thank you for your help. If you ever need anything in the future, I'll do my utmost to repay your kindness." Song Yin nodded. The relationship between the two had grown closer, eliminating the need for insincere formalities. Watching the campus bell depart, Chenyu turned his head and asked, "Dean Tan, where are you taking me to sell the painting?" Tan Yunyan explained, "The Cultural Relics Bureau has been purchasing antiques in large quantities recently. I'll take you to see it. It'll be a good chance to broaden your horizons. Chunyu estimated that selling it to the Cultural Relics Bureau might fetch a lower price, and he wasn't keen on the idea. After all, he wasn't rolling in money, but since Tan Yunyan recommended it, he felt it would be rude not to go. They got into the old director's car and drove for about half an hour before arriving at the Cultural Relics Bureau. Tan Yunyan was a frequent visitor at the Cultural Relics Bureau, and with Chunyu in tow, they passed through without hindrance. When they reached the chief's office door and saw it slightly ajar, they simply pushed it open and stepped inside. Inside, a gray-haired elder was engaged in hushed discussion with a middle-aged man, both closely examining a bronze statue no larger than a palm. Chunyu glanced over, and the old man's basic information surfaced in his mind. Li Qingshan, 63 years old, director of the Cultural Relics Appraisal Department, nearing retirement, and an old friend of Tan Yunyan. Without needing to read the middle-aged man's information, Chunyu recognized him at once. It was Su Minlong's father, Su Minghui, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Su Minghui and Li Qingshan were deeply engrossed in their conversation and didn't notice the two people entering. Director Li, this bronze sheep has an archaic and simple style, bearing the charm of the Warring States period. We've tried 2 authentication methods. Gently scraping the patina doesn't remove it, and when touching the edges by hand, we can feel the mold marks left by the piece mold casting technique. It should be genuine. Li Qingshan sighed and said, ordinary methods can't identify it, but I've been collecting antiques all my life, and my intuition has always been sharp. The moment I laid eyes on this bronze sheep, I felt it was fake. It's a pity that no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find any flaws. Su Minghui frowned and remained silent for a moment. Born into a family of antique connoisseurs, he had seen countless artifacts and shared the same intuition. This bronze sheep seemed off. Yet, oddly enough, after examining it with Li Qingshan for a long time, they couldn't find any solid evidence of forgery. This bronze sheep had been donated by a philanthropist and was slated for display in a museum. If a counterfeit were submitted, not only would it embarrass the Cultural Relics Bureau, but Su Minghui would also bear the responsibility. He thought to himself that if all else failed, he'd have to let his father take a look. If even the old man couldn't tell, then there probably weren't many people left in Ninghai, or even the whole country, who could identify it. Oh, little miracle Dr. Chun. Dean Tan, what brings you here? Suddenly, Su Minghui caught sight of 2 figures standing at the doorway out of the corner of his eye. After a careful look, he recognized Chunyu, his face lighting up with surprise and delight. Seeing his old friend, Li Qingshan also stood up, greeting Tan Yunyan with hearty laughter. Both men were in considerably better spirits. Temporarily setting aside the troublesome bronze goat, Su Minghui became especially warm toward Chunyu, the savior of his precious son. After they took their seats, Tan Yunyan privately wondered why Su Minghui was so enthusiastic toward Chunyu, even addressing him repeatedly as young miracle doctor. Chunyu was an archaeology major. How had he become a miracle healer? Besides, I'm too young to be called a miracle doctor. Seeing Su Minghui engaged in an animated conversation with Chunyu, Tan Yunyan couldn't get a word in and had no choice but to temporarily suppress his doubts. Knowing that Chunyu had come to sell the painting, Su Minghui, eager to repay the favor, readily said, I'll purchase this painting in my private capacity. Young miracle Dr. Chun, name your price. Chunyu was pleasantly surprised, but also a little embarrassed. You want to buy it without even unrolling the painting? Aren't you afraid it might be worthless junk? He unfolded the scroll, explained its details, and quoted a price. This Mandarin Ducks and Lotus Pond painting could easily fetch $1 million on the market, but since Director Su and I are friends after all, I'm willing to offer it for $800,000. Out of the question, Su Minghui shook his head seriously and said, this Mandarin Duck painting is impeccably preserved and has enormous appreciation potential. I'd like to compensate you for its future value increment up front, $8 million. $8 million. Chunyu couldn't help exclaiming. Were they not mere acquaintances, he'd have reached out to feel Su Minghui's forehead to verify he wasn't delirious. Paying $8 million for something priced at $800,000? After working in this field for some time, this was the first time he'd heard of a buyer showing consideration for the seller by compensating for potential appreciation in advance. Tan Yunyan and Li Qingshan beside him were equally bewildered. The usually shrewd Su Minghui. Why was he acting so foolishly today? Absolutely. I'll take it for 8 million. The painting is mine. What's your bank account number? I'll make the transfer immediately. Su Minghui pulled out his phone, his expression dead serious, clearly not joking. Although Su Minghui's salary as bureau chief wasn't hefty, the Su family came from generations of antique collectors with vast wealth. A mere 8 million was nothing in his eyes. Chen Yu understood that Su Minghui was repaying him for extending Su Menglong's life by half a year and prescribing the blood Lingji remedy. He didn't want to owe such a debt of gratitude. Rolling up the Mandarin duck painting with a jerk, he refused. Sorry, Director Su, I'm not selling. Su Minghui was taken aback. What? Do you think my offer is too low? What about 10 million? To him, his son's life was priceless. For the benefactor who could relieve Menglong's suffering, he was willing to agree to any terms. Tan Yunyan and Li Qingshan were even more stunned. Even their hearts were swayed. Had the painting been theirs, they would have rushed to sell it. To his surprise, Chen Yu shook his head firmly once more, standing straight as he declared, "A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. What's fair is fair. I won't exploit your gratitude for excessive profit. That's not the kind of man I am. I hope Director Su will respect me and treat me as a genuine seller." His words rang with such conviction that they left Su Minghui deeply unsettled for a long while. 10 million was no trivial sum, yet Chen Yu refused it outright. This proved that his willingness to treat Su Menglong wasn't some scheme to ingratiate himself with the Su family. He was simply fulfilling his duty as a healer. Su Minghui's admiration for Chen Yu soared immeasurably. Once again, he asked for the Lotus Pond Mandarin duck painting, this time examining it through the lens of a true buyer. With a chuckle, he remarked, "I've examined it carefully this time. It's genuinely a Ruan Bonian original. I'll offer 1 million. Will our young miracle doctor agree to the transaction?" Of course. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction, gladly accepting the transfer. At this point, his bank account balance had reached nearly 7 million, bringing him one step closer to his goal of building an orphanage. Tan Yunyan's appreciation for Chen Yu also grew significantly as he nodded approvingly to himself. Once the painting sale concluded, Li Qingshan eagerly pulled Tan Yunyan aside and invited, "Come now, old Tan, you're a university professor, a cultured man. Help us authenticate this bronze sheep figure." Chapter 45. One needle reveals the truth. Chen Yu's gaze swept over as he had already noticed the bronze sheep statue and discerned its authenticity. But out of courtesy, since the senior dean hadn't spoken yet, it wasn't his place as a junior to steal the spotlight, so he kept quiet. Tan Yunyan lifted the bronze sheep statuette, observing how 3 intertwined tiger-headed dragons coiled along both sides of the sheep's body. The front half of its back was symmetrically adorned with a pair of long-tailed phoenixes, while another pair of conjoined phoenixes with sharp crests and beaks stood atop its spine. Beside each phoenix crouched a wolf-like mythical beast. He examined it carefully for a long while, first picking at the patina, then running his fingers over the casting marks, before finally murmuring to himself. The corrosion on the bronze sheep vessel's body and hips appears slightly dry and detached, with patterns that seem somewhat overly intricate and chaotic. Though suspicious, there's no clear flaw to pinpoint. Its authenticity remains hard to judge. Su Minghui and Li Qingshan exchanged glances and smiled wryly. "We're puzzled by the same thing," they said. "It looks genuine, yet there are questionable aspects, but we can't definitively say it's fake." "Xiao Chen, what are your thoughts?" Tan Yunyan already held Chen Yu in high regard and had begun considering taking him as a disciple, actively posing the question. "I think it's fake," Chen Yu declared with unwavering confidence. Li Qingshan was meeting Chen Yu for the first time. He had no way to gauge the young man's capabilities, but someone that young couldn't possibly have sharp, discerning eyes. He curled his lips contemptuously and lectured, "Kid, confidence is one thing, but you can't just spout nonsense. Even we can't determine its authenticity. Why do you think you can claim it's fake?" Su Minghui frowned, sharing Li Qingshan's thoughts but keeping them to himself. "Of course I can prove it. Chen Yu flashed a faint smile as he walked over to the appraisal toolbox and picked up a tiny acupuncture needle. "What are you trying to do?" Li Qingshan hurriedly stepped in to stop him. Though the Warring States bronze sheep was obtained through donation without spending a penny, if authenticated as genuine, it would be worth at least 10 million yuan. If this reckless youngster damaged it, what then? Prove it's fake. If my judgment is wrong, I'm willing to compensate at full price. Chen Yu remained calm and composed, exuding unwavering confidence. Having witnessed Chen Yu's extraordinary talent, Tan Yunyan had complete faith in his abilities. Seeing the young man's exceptional confidence, he encouraged from the sidelines, "Xiao Chun, go ahead and try without hesitation." Li Qingshan shot Tan Yunyan a displeased glare. If this reckless youngster caused trouble, the old fox wouldn't escape responsibility either. With permission granted, Chen Yu inserted the fine needle about several dozen millimeters into the bronze patina of the sheep statue while explaining. The ancient bronze patina is extremely hard and difficult to penetrate, while those glued-on patinas not only allow easy penetration, but will also retain the needle with their adhesive when released. The truth becomes immediately apparent upon testing. With these words, he released his grip. To everyone's astonishment, the barely inserted millimeter-thin needle remained embedded in what should have been solid bronze patina. "Xiao Chun, are you suggesting the patina is fake?" The three appraisal experts started as if discovering new continents, sudden understanding dawning on their faces. However, Li Qingshan soon raised another objection. "But this alone seems rather hasty, no? Perhaps you applied excessive force when inserting the needle, or maybe the bronze ram structure was inherently porous. In any case, the fate of a single needle can hardly convince the crowd." Chen Yu nodded calmly and said, "Don't rush. This is just the beginning." Then he lit the alcohol lamp, pulled out the fine needle, heated it until it glowed red-hot, and directed it toward the bronze sheep once more. Crack! Pop! The bronze rust on the sheep suddenly emitted a splitting sound, accompanied by wisps of pungent blue smoke. At this, the three experts completely lost their composure. They knew that ancient bronze rust was typically difficult to burn. Only crystalline resin-based glue would crack, melt, and burn under high heat, producing smoke and emitting the sharp odor of burning plastic. The spot burned by the hot needle oozed a small amount of melted gelatinous substance, which quickly solidified again, forming a semicircular groove following the shape of the heated needle. Chen Yu promptly added, "Ancient bronze patina is naturally formed mineral crystallization. Under high temperatures, it neither melts nor burns easily, let alone emits odors. Only applied glue would exhibit such characteristics. This proves the bronze ram is a replica, and its patina is transplanted corrosion. So, the patina was indeed problematic. Something we experts couldn't identify was actually diagnosed by a junior." The three specialists felt conflicted. Being genuinely outmatched by a younger generation left a rather unpleasant taste. Li Qingshan felt his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Having just questioned Chen Yu, he was now proven wrong so quickly, and by a junior at that. He simply couldn't save face. To confirm his suspicions, with Su Minghui's permission, Chen Yu set aside the fine needle and picked up a specialized scraper used for removing bronze patina. He carefully scraped off a section of the verdigris from the bronze sheep's surface. Gathering all three to examine the exposed material beneath the patina, he pointed and explained. "The rust reveals bare copper color underneath, whereas genuine ancient bronze patina typically has a dark brown or silvery oxidized film beneath. Clearly, this is a counterfeit. It doesn't deserve to be called a national treasure." Clap, clap, clap. Su Minghui, Tan Yunyan, and Li Qingshan stood up simultaneously, giving Chen Yu a round of enthusiastic applause. What formidable talent the younger generation shows. When they were barely 20, they were still clueless apprentices, while Chen Yu, at the same age, could enlighten these half-buried old-timers, using nothing but a single needle to authenticate imitation bronze artifacts. They suddenly recalled an awe-inspiring saying, "If I had a son, I'd want him to be just like this." The three of them surrounded Chen Yu with praise, making him grin from ear to ear and even feel a bit lightheaded. Tan Yunyan bent down to pick up the scraped-off patina, pausing for a moment before sighing softly and saying, "The patina on this transplanted rust was actually taken from other antique bronze objects and glued onto this counterfeit bronze goat with special adhesive. No wonder we were deceived when we only examined the surface rust layer. It was precisely because the glue was inside and the genuine rust outside that the three experts couldn't detect the forgery. Otherwise, for masters of their caliber, they would have immediately spotted even the slightest flaw." Su Minghui suddenly sensed something amiss and asked, "Wasn't Chen Yu supposed to be skilled in medicine? How is he so proficient at appraising antiques too?" Tan Yunyan said proudly, "Xiao Chun is a talent from our university's archaeology department. Naturally, he's got a knack for identifying antiques. An archaeologist who also practices medicine, no matter how Su Minghui thought about it. These two professions seemed completely unrelated to each other." Then he suddenly remembered that Chun Yu had mentioned the porphyria treatment method came from an ancient manuscript. So Chun Yu was studying archaeology that explains how he discovered the cure through historical texts. "Wait a minute, that's not right." Li Qingshan, oblivious to their conversation, asked in confusion. Xiao Chun, the counterfeiter, was a master craftsman who hid glue within layers of genuine rust. Aside from that flaw, the piece was otherwise perfect. How did you spot it? Of course, Chen Yu wouldn't mention anything about his eyes. He chuckled evasively and said, "Maybe it's because I'm younger and have sharper eyesight." His offhand remark might have been inconsequential to him, but struck a nerve with the three experts, especially Tan Yunyan and Li Qingshan. Age. When you grow old and your vision blurs, you can't even authenticate relics anymore. Time surely shows no mercy. Tan Yunyan was contemplating retirement. Having witnessed Chun Yu's exceptional appraisal skills firsthand, admiration for the young man's talent stirred within him. He proposed generous terms before posing the question. "Xiao Chun, your talent in antique appraisal and restoration is truly exceptional. Would you like to pursue graduate studies after graduation under my supervision as your advisor, with full tuition waiver and an annual scholarship of no less than 100,000 yuan?" Chapter 46, The Coveted Prize. Li Qingshan glared displeasedly at Tan Yunyan, cursing inwardly over and over. "You old bastard, you actually got ahead of me. 100,000 yuan scholarship per year, plus guaranteed graduate admission. You're really going all out." To everyone's surprise, Chen Yu declined politely. "I'm sorry, Dean, but I'm not particularly interested in pursuing graduate studies. With graduation coming up, I want to leave campus and venture out into the world to prove my worth." These words were merely his modesty. In reality, he believed that with his supernatural abilities, he ought to pursue greater ambitions and carve out a career in the wider world. What was the point of always hiding within the confines of school, sheltered like a greenhouse flower? There are only a few guaranteed graduate admission spots each year, especially when the advisor is the renowned Tan Yunyan. Top students practically fight tooth and nail for these positions, yet Chen Yu actually declined, much to the dean's surprise. Still refusing to give up, he raised his offer further. "Then how about a doctorate? As long as you're willing, you could pursue 18 degrees if you wanted. Become my student, and you'd have free reign at Ninghai University." Chen Yu kept shaking his head, saying apologetically, "Dean Tan, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." "Haha, perfect timing. What's the point of school anyway? A real man should start working right after graduation." Before the old dean could speak again, Su Minghui seized control of the conversation and began bombarding Chun Yu with his opinions. "In this day and age, the only way to prove yourself is by landing a job at a major corporation. But in our China, what's the most impressive and respected profession? Without a doubt, it's being a civil servant. Xiao Chun, listen to me. After graduation, come work at the Cultural Relics Bureau with no entrance exams. Start from the ground up and just write. Old director Li Qingshan will retire in 2 years. You catch my drift, don't you?" Anyone who wasn't a fool would understand Su Minghui's implication. Once Li Qingshan retired, Chen Yu would slide straight into the director's seat. For an ordinary person, this was an offer too generous to refuse. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh wryly. When had he become such a hot commodity? Being fought over by two powerful figures like Tan Yunyan and Su Minghui was truly a happy predicament. However, He wasn't swayed by sweet words and tactfully declined once more. "I'm sorry, Director Su, but I'm too much of a free spirit. I'm not suited for bureaucratic work or being managed by others. I sincerely appreciate your kindness." That much was true. For Chunyu, scouring the streets for scrap metal beat the monotony of a 9-to-5 grind any day. Seeing his determination, Su Minghui and Tan Yunyan each sighed inwardly. Indeed, he was no common creature. Even a gilded cage couldn't contain him. A brilliant young man like Chunyu, destined for greatness, could only be allied with, never subdued. The two shrewd men exchanged glances and changed tactics, starting to offer benefits freely. Ning Hai said, "Chunyu, let me tell you this. When it comes to antique restoration, there aren't many in Ninghai better than me. If you ever need help, come find me anytime. Xiao Chun, if you run into trouble, just give me a call." Officially, as the director of Cultural Relics Bureau, I have some influence and face. Privately, my Su family connections can solve the vast majority of your problems for you. Chunyu stopped refusing and nodded in agreement. To rise to the top, connections were essential. No matter how one looked at it, Su Minghui and Tan Yunyan were two excellent connections to pursue. After spending some time at the Cultural Relics Bureau, as dusk was falling, Chunyu declined dinner invitations from the three experts and left the premises with his newly earned 1 million yuan. Grabbing a quick bite at a random street stall, he hurried off to Jishir Hall. He had made arrangements with Dr. Lin to learn acupuncture today. For Annie Zhou's speedy recovery, this matter couldn't afford any delay. Arriving at Jishir Hall, there were few remaining patients inside, leaving the place nearly empty. Several middle-aged doctors were each attending to their own tasks, but the most striking figure was Lin Wani sitting at the central counter. Having removed her mask, her strikingly beautiful features were clearly revealed. Her back was ramrod straight, exuding an air of refined upbringing as she lowered her head to write medical records. The meticulous expression on her delicate face was truly enough to make anyone's heart flutter. "Dr. Lin, I've come to study acupuncture." Chunyu walked over to greet her, wanting to gauge Lin Wani's attitude toward him. Lin Wani glanced up at him and said in a very cold tone, "Wait a moment, I'll deal with you when I'm done." Chunyu acknowledged with a response, casually pulling up a chair to sit down before calmly fixing his gaze on her. Before long, Lin Wani grew unsettled under his stare and demanded with displeasure, "What are you looking at?" "Just admiring the beauty. If you won't teach me, I'll have to admire you instead." Chunyu replied with a playful grin, deliberately teasing Lin Wani to hurry up and instruct him. After a tiring day, he wanted to finish learning early and go home to sleep. Shameless." Lin Wani spat out the words and immediately tossed the paper and pen at him. "I'll teach you, but first write down the acupressure points for treating porphyria from memory." She hadn't forgotten the exchange agreement between Chunyu and her elderly father, each getting what they needed, one mastering acupuncture, the other acquiring the treatment for porphyria. Of course, Chunyu deftly caught the paper and pen and began writing quickly from memory. It didn't take him long to finish, and he handed the acupoint records to Lin Wani. Lin Wani took the acupoint records and couldn't help but feel astonished. Is this real? Dozens of acupoints, and you remember them all?" Chunyu smugly pointed to his head, using action to show her that his intelligence was actually quite high. "TCH, Lin Wani pouted and got up to head to the warehouse. A few minutes later, she struggled to carry out a life-size bronze figure along with several ancient medical texts, saying coldly, "We'll start with the basics first. Memorize the acupuncture points needed for a few simple illnesses, then practice needling techniques on the bronze figure. I'll correct any mistakes in your posture or pressure." She wasn't particularly enthusiastic about teaching, especially to Chunyu, whom she didn't have a favorable impression of. But with her father's orders being hard to defy, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and complete the task. Chunyu turned his head to look at the bronze figure and exclaimed, "An acupuncture training model. Now, that's a treasure, truly worthy of a divine physician, to obtain even a replica of this quality." The acupuncture training model was a medical teaching device from the Song Dynasty. Created under the supervision of acupuncture master Wang Wei, its interior contains all 5 solid and 6 hollow organs, identical to human anatomy. Its limbs and internal organs could be detached, with 354 acupuncture points engraved on its surface, specifically designed for trainees to practice acupuncture techniques. Before use, it would be filled with mercury. After calibration, one could begin needling practice. When acupuncture points were correctly located, mercury would automatically seep out. Only 2 original pieces existed, both long lost to history. Through his insight ability, Chunyu observed that this reproduction at Jishitang was remarkably accurate and undoubtedly expensive. He believed that with such a treasure assisting him, the time needed to master and apply acupuncture techniques would be significantly reduced. Lin Wani's gaze held something different. Porphyria, the acupuncture bronze figure. How did he know about all this? Chunyu then calmed himself and began observing intently, committing to memory the primary and secondary acupoints for treating an ailment, the angles of insertion, and the duration of needle retention. Having previously studied on his own for some time, he already had a foundation. He quickly got into the rhythm of it. After reviewing the acupoints, he started attempting to insert needles into the bronze figure. His first few attempts lacked coordination, and he struggled to control the pressure. But after several misses, with Lin Wani's guidance in correcting his mistakes, he gradually became more skilled and soon found himself improving steadily. Chapter 47. A Good Brother Beaten. To treat migraines, insert the needle at the midpoint between Tu Wei and Subin points. Select bilateral Tai Yang and Feng Qi points to regulate the qi and blood flow of the 12 meridians. For the affected side, perform subcutaneous needling at Sizhukang and Shuaigu points. Apply moderate to strong stimulation with fingertips at the local pain area. Manipulate the needle intermittently and retain it for 20 minutes. Chunyu murmured to himself, reciting the treatment methods for migraines as he precisely inserted silver needles into the corresponding acupoints of the acupuncture bronze figure. His technique, strength, and precision flawless. Lin Wani's small face was filled with shock as she watched the mercury flow from the bronze figure's head. In just half an hour, how could he improve so rapidly? It was nothing short of miraculous. She had once been called a prodigy, yet it had taken her months just to locate the acupoints and familiarize herself with the techniques when she first started learning. Chunyu's learning ability was so outrageously superior. It was truly frustrating how people could differ so vastly. Suddenly, Lin Wani seemed to recall something, her face changing as she questioned sharply. Normal people couldn't learn this quickly. You must have studied medicine before. How dare you lie about being a novice and come here to steal knowledge? What exactly is your purpose? Her deep-seated prejudice against Chunyu made her overly suspicious. She couldn't help but think this guy must have ulterior motive for approaching their father-daughter pair, likely a spy sent by competitors to steal their 5-yang divine needle technique. Chunyu froze for a moment, then put on an innocent, bitter smile. Lady, come on now. I'm just an archaeology student. It's perfectly normal that I don't know acupuncture. You're overthinking this. If you were properly studying archaeology, why did you switch to acupuncture then? Lin Wani clearly wasn't buying it. She interrogated him harshly, treating him like some kind of criminal. At the mention of this, Chunyu's gaze softened as he thought of Mother Zhou, who had taken meticulous care of him, and answered with deep affection. I want to save the person I love most. She was in a car accident and became a vegetable, now lying unconscious. I must personally heal and wake her. Chunyu's demeanor wasn't put on. This caught Lin Wani completely off guard, making her believe him despite herself. Her tone softened considerably as she asked, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Could you tell me your story with her? Chunyu sighed for a moment, glanced at the sky outside, and stood up with a smile. It's getting late. Maybe another time. I should head back now. Thank you for your guidance today. It helped me a lot. With that, Chunyu stepped out of Jishitang. Lin Wani watched his figure gradually disappear into the night, her impression of him shifting for the first time. For someone who studied medicine so diligently for the one he loved, his character couldn't be too bad. It seems I misjudged him all along. On the other side, Chunyu strolled along, recalling the acupuncture techniques he had mastered that evening in his mind, reinforcing and consolidating them. striving to fully grasp them as soon as possible to awaken Aunt Zhou. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, Chen Yu's phone rang, interrupting his train of thought. Pulling out his phone, he saw an unfamiliar landline number. Thinking it might be a spam call, he answered, only to receive heartbreaking news from the hospital. Gao Dake was severely beaten, sustaining terrible injuries with multiple fractures throughout his body, a broken leg, serious internal damage, and was left unconscious. He is currently undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. Qiaolu. Chen Yu's mind immediately conjured up the name. Gao Dake had few enemies, and those audacious enough to openly attack someone like this. Aside from Qiaolu, whom they had just offended that morning, he couldn't think of anyone else. The situation was urgent now. Suppressing his immense rage, he quickly hailed a taxi and rushed to the hospital. At the emergency room door, Chen Yu paced anxiously, unable to sit still as he waited for nearly 2 hours. In the early hours of the morning, a doctor clad in a white lab coat pushed the door open and stepped out. Chen Yu urgently stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Doctor, how's my friend? Is he going to be all right?" The doctor took off his mask, his face weary with relief as he said, "The patient is out of critical danger, but remains in a coma and requires further observation." "Glad he's out of danger. Thank you. Thank you so much." Chen Yu let out a long sigh of relief, having genuinely feared something terrible might happen to Gao Dake. Before long, medical staff wheeled a mobile hospital bed out of the emergency room. Unconscious on the bed lay the towering Dake, wrapped up like a mummy with many gauze bandages stained crimson from seeping blood. His right leg was encased in plaster and suspended high in the air, a truly pitiful sight. Chen Yu instantly exploded with rage. As his gaze swept over, information flashed through his mind. Gao Dake, orphan, 24 years old, suffered severe assault 3 hours ago with internal organ damage, 11 fractures throughout his body, and a fractured right tibia. After emergency treatment, currently out of life-threatening danger. Location of injury: rental house in Dongqing Shantytown. Perpetrators: Kai Kuan, Lu Hua, Zhang Yu. Kai Kuan. Chen Yu's eyes burned crimson, his face twisted with fury. Rage erupted like a volcano, filling his chest cavity as he ground his teeth in hatred, fists clenching with brute force. He had endured humiliation since childhood, but never had he felt such explosive rage before. Mockery, insults, ostracism, he could bear them all. But his sworn brother, Dake, and the orphanage, which was like home to him, were his final line in the sand. No matter who it was, anyone who crossed that line would pay a painful price. Chen Yu wiped away his heartbroken tears as he escorted Gao Dake to the intensive care unit, silently vowing to himself, "Brother, this beating won't go unanswered. Kai Kuan, Qiaolu, they'll repay this debt in blood." His anger reached its peak, yet he calmed down instead, realizing brute force would be useless. Qiaolu had numerous henchmen and the protection of the Song family. To exact revenge, he'd have to take them down one by one. But time was running short. Tomorrow morning would mark the official launch ceremony for the demolition, with many high-ranking city officials reportedly attending. If the city officials were successfully brought into the scheme, Qiaolu's protective umbrella would undoubtedly expand indirectly, making matters even tougher to handle. At this thought, a cruel smile flickered across Chen Yu's lips. "So there's going to be a launch ceremony, huh? With city officials present, eh? And the Song family's involved, is that it? Well then, I'll make sure your ceremony never gets off the ground. After all, a barefoot man fears no shoes. Let's see who outplays whom." After settling Tall Kuei in safely, Chen Yu finalized his revenge plan and left the hospital. Taking a taxi to the former site of Happy Home Orphanage in the Old District, he arrived deep in the dead of night when complete silence reigned. Pretending to enter the orphanage, he circled around before scaling the wall and leaping back out. Under the cover of night, Chen Yu traversed the quiet streets for over 10 minutes before emerging at a spacious square. At the very center of the square stood a temporary raised platform covered with red carpets, adorned with banners, and furnished with a row of seats alongside a podium for officials to deliver speeches. Next to the platform, a van was parked with several young men inside, snoring soundly in deep sleep. Chen Yu focused his gaze, and the information emerged in his mind. They were all Xiao Lu's underlings, assigned to guard the site and ensure the demolition commencement ceremony would proceed smoothly the next day. The guards had fallen asleep, which was exactly what Chen Yu wanted. Light on his feet, he crept toward the high platform. Chapter 48, Major Accident. Dimensions, length 15 meters, width 5 meters, height 2 meters. Main materials, steel reinforcement, timber. Construction supervisor, Kai Cohen. Maximum stage load capacity, 17 tons, with load-bearing points located at. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes at the podium stage as a string of information flashed through his mind. When the final piece about load-bearing points appeared, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "You're the one," he sneered inwardly. While several venue guards were lost in their grandiose daydreams, Chen Yu rolled up his sleeves and ducked beneath the stage, tinkering away busily. He repeatedly checked the information appearing in his mind, removing several critical load-bearing screws until the stage's maximum capacity reached his desired standard. Only then did he dust off his hands and leave, his face brimming with satisfaction. The following morning, Chen Yu arrived early at the square, blending into the crowd of onlookers as he waited for the show to begin. Yet it must be said that the Song family's influence runs deep, and their prestige in Ninghai City looms larger than the sky itself. Beyond the directors and deputy directors of the 4 key departments, the Demolition Office, Housing Bureau, Land Administration Bureau, and Investment Promotion Bureau, along with other influential figures, even Vice Mayor Huang Qigong, responsible for urban construction, personally graced the occasion. Also present was Song Yan's cousin, Song Ming. At 26, he was clad in an expensive suit, exuding elegance and handsome charm. His expressionless face carried an air of aloofness, radiating an almost disdainful superiority over everything around him. His appearance immediately drew gasps from the crowd, with many unmarried girls staring transfixed. Marrying such a scion of wealth would truly be like a sparrow transforming into a phoenix upon ascending a high branch. Yet from start to finish, Song Ming never properly glanced at the crowd, only performing ceremonial handshakes and conversations with a few powerful figures. It seemed in his world, these commoners whose homes he'd bought cheaply and displaced were unworthy of being considered people, just meaningless data in an investment report. Watch as a group of journalists trained their camera lenses on Song Ming, clicking away incessantly with their long and short lenses. Chen Yu curled his lips disdainfully and muttered under his breath, making such a show of this demolition ceremony. Who are they trying to impress? Just wait, they're in for some bad luck soon. At the auspicious time chosen for the event, Deputy Mayor Huang Qigong and others took the stage to deliver speeches, spouting a bunch of meaningless drivel before inviting the powerful partners and various municipal department leaders to join them for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Huang Qigong and Song Ming stood in the center, while the others flanked them as mere background decorations. As the overall overseer of the demolition project, Xiao Lu was also among the ranks of the privileged partners. Yesterday, Song Yin went home and complained to her grandfather, vehemently denouncing Xiao Lu's misdeeds and demanding the Song family stop employing such people for tasks. But Xiao Lu was under Song Ming's wing. Though Song Ming and Song Yin were cousins, their relationship was superficially cordial, yet inwardly discordant. He wouldn't give Song Yin face, merely paying lip service while secretly keeping Xiao Lu in his employ. One by one, over 30 people ascended the stage, lining up in a row while holding up a banner, their faces brimming with smiles. Kai Cohen, dressed to the nines, stood below the stage, bowing and scraping obsequiously to those on the podium with the shameless fawning of a perfect sycophantic lapdog. Chen Yu's gaze swept over several key adversaries, Xiao Lu, Kai Cohen, Song Ming, and the cold smile at the corner of his lips grew increasingly pronounced as he silently counted down in his heart. Huang Qigong, holding golden scissors and beaming with delight, announced in a loud voice, "Next, I officially declare that the Song Corporation's snip." Before he could finish, a thunderous crash suddenly erupted. The grand stage violently shuddered, and in the blink of an eye, the shocking incident unfolded. The stage that Chunyu had modified the previous night finally buckled under the weight. With a thunderous boom, it completely collapsed. The well-dressed dignitaries stumbled like duckweed on the sea, swaying unsteadily from side to side in utter disarray. Amid their startled cries, without exception, everyone plummeted into the wreckage of the collapsed stage, a scene of shocking devastation. The spectators, unprepared for such a sudden disaster, erupted in waves of screams as they scrambled to flee to safety, desperate to avoid being caught in the chaos. Xiao Lu's security team stood dumbfounded around the perimeter, particularly Kai Kun. Though he'd managed to dodge the collapse from his position below the stage, his legs gave way the moment he stopped running, sending him collapsing onto the ground. The influential figures on the stage were all people Kai Kun couldn't afford to offend. If any one of them were to suffer even a scratch, it would spell disaster beyond his means, like the heavens collapsing upon him. Chunyu crossed his arms, wearing a malicious smirk as he cursed. "Serves you right. Let's see how you'll host your ribbon-cutting ceremony now." Sabotaging the demolition ceremony was just the beginning. There's much worse retaliation coming your way. The stage wasn't particularly high, certainly not enough to be fatal. But when those well-dressed individuals struggled to their feet, their suits were already covered in dust. Many had sustained injuries, leaving them in a thoroughly humiliating state. The most tragic case was that of Deputy Mayor Huang Qigong. Positioned right at the center of the stage when it collapsed, he was the first to fall. In the chaos, the scissors he was holding plunged straight into his chest. Soon, he was pinned down by the people nearby, and his fate hung in the balance. Song Ming was also struck by the steel pipes used to construct the stage, but fortunately, he shielded Huang Qigong beneath him, so the fall wasn't severe. He barely managed to stand up and tried to help Huang Qigong, only to find Huang's clothes soaked in blood, a gleaming golden scissors still lodged in his chest. "Mayor Huang, are you all right?" Song Ming was badly startled. Setting aside his usual air of arrogant pride, he hurriedly gathered helpers while angrily cursing. "What the hell are you all standing around for? Get Mayor Huang to the hospital immediately." Reporter, stop filming. "And as for those wretched commoners, clear them out this instant. Anyone who dares spread this will suffer the consequences." Just a deputy mayor, the Song family wasn't particularly concerned. But if an accident occurred during the launch ceremony, the damage to the Song family's reputation would be catastrophic. The order-keeping staff snapped out of their daze and scrambled into action, dispersing the crowd and grabbing cameras from reporters, making the scene even more chaotic. Chinyu held up his phone, capturing the entire scene on video as insurance for future needs. After crawling out, Xiao Lu rushed to Song Ming's side and hastily explained, "Young Master Song, that stage was designed to bear over 10 tons. There's no way this should have happened accidentally. I suspect someone must have tampered with it." With a resounding slap, Song Ming, livid beyond measure, flung a stinging backhand and coldly snarled. "The stage was built by your people, and now, with such a major problem, you must take full responsibility. If anything happens to Deputy Mayor Huang, I'll hold you accountable." Today's incident was destined to become a disgrace for the Song family. A leading real estate company in Ninghai City. Before the construction even begins, the stage for the groundbreaking ceremony collapses. If word spreads, it'll become a laughingstock. If Huang Qigong were to suffer any misfortune, there would undoubtedly be public pressure, and it's highly likely the demolition project would be temporarily suspended. But since the damage is done, the priority now is to act quickly to remedy the situation and minimize the losses as much as possible. Song Ming demonstrated strong, on-the-spot adaptability. After sending people to rescue the officials and partners, he stepped forward to apologize, promising generous compensation and hoping they wouldn't take offense. Chunyu had no interest whatsoever in how Song Ming handled the aftermath. His gaze followed Xiao Lu's movements instead. After being slapped, Xiao Lu was seething with rage but didn't dare vent it on Song Ming. Immediately remembering Kai Kun, who was responsible for building the stage, he roared in anger. "Damn it, where's Kai Kun? Get the fuck over here now." Chapter 49. The wicked are doomed by their own deeds. Kai Kun was utterly terrified, trembling as he shuffled forward and stammered, Sixth master, why you called for me? To hell with you. I put you in charge of supervising the stage renovation, and this is the bullshit you pull? If anything happens to Mayor Huang, I swear I'll make sure your whole family dies screaming." Xiao Lu was beside himself with rage. A disaster of this magnitude was beyond what he could bear. With a vicious snarl, he kicked Kai Kuan to the ground. Then, in a blind fury, he grabbed a metal pipe from the collapsed stage debris, swung it with all his might, and brought it crashing down on Kai Kuan. He unleashed his fury from the slap. Song Ming gave him entirely on Kai Kuan, revealing his ruthless and vicious side. Once Song Ming finished his business elsewhere and returned, goodness knows how he'd deal with him. "Sixth master, please stop beating me. I was wrong. I've been diligently supervising, not slacking off at all. How could this stage not even support the weight of a few dozen people? Ouch, oh God, it hurts so much." Kai Kuan didn't dare dodge the blows. Soon enough, he was battered black and blue, covered in blood, struggling and wailing for mercy, an utterly pitiful sight. Watching from afar, Chunyu couldn't help but feel a surge of schadenfreude. "Last night, you led the beating of De Kuei. Today, you're getting back twice what you dished out, and you deserve it even if you were beaten to death." He beat Kai Kuan until only half a life remained in him, the iron pipe now stained crimson with blood. Yet Xiao Lu still felt no satisfaction. With a vicious snarl, he smashed several more brutal blows on Kai Kuan's legs. A bone-cracking sound echoed as Kai Kuan let out another blood-curdling scream, clutching his broken leg and writhing in pain. Only then did Xiao Lu cease, spitting heavily before snarling viciously. "Today, I break one leg as atonement. From now on, you're no longer under me. Get lost and wait. If anything happens to Mayor Huang, I'll personally come for your worthless life." After cursing, Xiao Lu smashed the iron pipe on Kai Kuan once more before turning to leave. Chinyu saw everything clearly and couldn't help but laugh. "Karma's a bitch. You totally deserve this, but I promise your end will be far worse than De Kuei's." Just then, one of the thugs shooing away spectators came up close, barking, "Scram, all of you. Stop gawking or I'll gouge your eyes out." Chenyu glared fiercely at the man, but avoided a confrontation, pretending to turn and leave. The square was nearly empty now, no reason to stay any longer. Until everything was settled, there was no need to reveal himself. Whistling a cheerful tune, Chenyu walked further away while secretly observing Kai Kuan being dragged off. He considered following to check on Kai Kuan's condition. If the injuries weren't severe enough, he might just give the guy an extra helping hand. But halfway there, Chunyu stopped in his tracks, drawn by the sound of a child's crying. There stood a grubby, hulking simpleton with hair messier than a bird's nest. His eyes were dull and vacant, his face wearing a vacant grin, clearly not all there mentally. The simpleton had snatched the child's ice pop and shoved it into his mouth, licking it while giggling foolishly. "Hee hee, so tasty, so good. Dachuan, you damn fool, bullying kids again. I'll beat you dead this time." The enraged father picked up a brick and smashed it hard against Dachuan's back. An ordinary person would have jumped in pain, but Dashikin seemed completely unfazed as he kept licking his popsicle. "So tasty, I gotta save half for sis. Where did my sister go?" Chunyu initially paid no attention, but after a cursory glance, his entire body jolted with shock. "Feng Yinyan's younger brother. Feng Yuchen?" he exclaimed. At the same time, a string of information surfaced in his mind. Feng Yuchen, 25 years old, suffers from severe schizophrenia. Feng Yinyan's younger brother. 2 years ago, while persistently investigating his sister's death, he was brutally beaten on Xiao Lu's orders, resulting in severe brain nerve damage. Chinyu held his breath, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The reason was none other than Xiao Lu. At their first meeting, he could already see that Xiao Lu had personally taken 3 lives, with Feng Yinyan being one of them. Xiao Lu was the mastermind behind the harm done to Gao Dakuei and remained a fugitive murderer. Eliminating him to rid the people of Scourge would simply be natural justice. This Feng Yuchen is the key player. We must use him to our full advantage. Bro, stop hitting him. Take this 100 yuan and buy your kids some extra popsicles. With his mind made up, Chenyu quickly stepped forward, pulling out money to send the abusive father on his way. Without hesitation, he grabbed Shachuan's grimy hand and asked, Feng Yuchen, do you remember who you are? What exactly happened 2 years ago? How did your sister die? My sister, popsicles. Feng Yuchen couldn't comprehend Chun Yu's questions at all, cheerfully enjoying his popsicle with imaginative gusto. Chun Yu realized he'd been too impatient. He needed to try a different approach, guiding the conversation gently and methodically. However, to his surprise, whenever the words Qiao Lu, Feng Yinyin, or sister were mentioned too frequently, Feng Yuchen's head would suddenly ache violently. After the pain subsided, he still couldn't remember anything. The only noticeable reaction was when Qiao Lu's name came up. Feng Yuchen would grow exceptionally furious, nearly losing control. After observing with his special vision, Chun Yu sighed deeply, realizing there was nothing more to uncover. Feng Yuchen's brain was in complete disarray, and modern medicine offered no cure for his condition. The 3 lives lost were supposed to be the best leads to bring down Qiao Lu. But now, even after finding the key witness Feng Yuchen, the trail had gone cold. Chun Yu pondered for a moment before deciding to give up. Continuing the questioning would only cause more severe damage to Feng Yuchen's brain. He went to buy some ice pops and, like coaxing a child, lured Feng Yuchen into following him. The simple-minded boy, enticed by the ice pops, obediently followed Chun Yu, eating one and holding another, skipping along cheerfully. Throughout, Chun Yu didn't forget to keep an eye on Kai Kuen's whereabouts and noticed he had been thrown into a nearby alley. Entering the alley, Chun Yu saw Kai Kuen in a pitiful state, covered in blood, lying on the ground like a dead dog. When Xiao Lu beat him, his phone had already disappeared, and all the nearby relocated residents had moved away. With no one to turn to, he couldn't even get to the hospital to mend his broken leg. Observing Kai Kuen's condition calmly, Chun Yu remarked indifferently, beaten like a dog by your own boss. How ironic. Heaven's punishments can be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones are beyond redemption. Help me, it hurts so much. Hearing voices, Kai Kuen lifted his teary eyes pleadingly toward Chun Yu. But Chun Yu remained unmoved, sneering coldly. Did you ever consider there would be consequences when you brought people to beat up my brother last night? Kai Kuen was momentarily speechless, drowning in utter despair. Chun Yu squatted down and examined Kai Kuen seriously for the first time. Before this, he had never given Kai Kuen a second glance, just a dog unworthy of his attention. His eyes gleaming, after sweeping over Kai Kuen, none of the latter's hidden secrets could escape his scrutiny. Kai Kuen, 26 years old, a drug addict, currently severely injured with a fractured right leg that cannot be healed. Having followed Qiao Lu for nearly 6 years, he has committed endless wicked deeds, earning a monthly income of 8,000 yuan. He owns 2 properties in Ninghai City, one of which is under his parents' name. Oh, Chun Yu noticed some unusual information and sneered. You're just a lackey, yet quite wealthy, both a drug user and owning 2 properties in the city. Your monthly salary is less than 10,000 yuan. Where does the extra money come from? Chapter 50, Scheming Revenge. What money? I don't understand. Kai Kuen's heart sank violently as he bared his teeth in denial. Beaten to a dog state, don't you want treatment? Waiting to die here, Chun Yu sneered coldly. If you truthfully explain where the money for drugs and property came from, I'll send you to the hospital. Otherwise, stay here and fend for yourself. Panic immediately gripped Kai Kuen. With no residents around, if Chun Yu left, no one would help get him to the hospital. He might die from the agony. Compared to that, his life was clearly more important. Seeing Chun Yu grow impatient and rise to leave, he hurriedly said, I'll talk, but you mustn't let anyone else know. Chun Yu scoffed, talk or don't talk. You're in no position to make demands with me. Whether you live or die is entirely up to you. If you dare utter half a lie, you'd still be waiting for death. Kai Kuen, racked with unbearable pain, took a few steadying breaths before gritting his teeth and saying, I'm Qiao Lu's right-hand man. Besides my salary, he'd give me a share of rewards for other tasks he assigned, like falsifying accounts and drug trafficking. Fake accounts? Drug trafficking. Chun Yu's eyes lit up, pressing further. Explain in detail, and did Qiao Lu leave any incriminating evidence behind? Kai Kuen's expression twisted into one of fear and horror. If this got out and reached Xiao Lu's ears, he would undoubtedly die without even a decent burial. He didn't dare continue, shaking his head as he said, "Even if there was evidence, there's no way he'd let me know about it." Chen Yu sneered coldly. "You can refuse to talk. I'll just go ahead and announce that you betrayed Xiao Lu, and let's see how he deals with you." "You!" Kai Kuen was on the verge of tears, cursing silently. He had fallen into a trap. Whether he spoke or stayed silent, he was entirely at Chen Yu's mercy. If he speaks up, Xiao Lu might remain unaware of leaks, and he could preserve his life. But if he stays silent and lets Chen Yu spread rumors, there's only a dead end waiting. After an intense internal struggle, Kai Kuen chose to reveal the truth in desperation, to survive the immediate crisis and seek timely medical treatment. Turns out, over years of contracting demolition projects, Xiao Lu had always employed various schemes to embezzle compensation funds. Particularly with this collaboration involving the affluent Song family, he'd amassed staggering profits. As Xiao Lu's former right-hand man, Kai Kuen was privy to all these dealings. To buy his silence, Xiao Lu had paid him over $1 million in hush money. As for drug dealing, it was the Lu family, competitors of the Song family, who corrupted Xiao Lu and supplied him with goods to sell within the Song family's nightclub under his supervision, letting him keep all the profits in order to tarnish the Song family's reputation. This high-profit, low-risk business was irresistible to Xiao Lu's greed, so he agreed. He thought that selling drugs clandestinely, keeping it secret with Kai Kuen and Lu Hua handling the operations discreetly, the Song family wouldn't find out. In reality, the Song family indeed remained unaware. Unfortunately, the matter was thoroughly reported to Chen Yu by Kai Kuen, who had just been expelled from the team. Chen Yu listened carefully, not wanting to miss a single detail. Through his observation, he knew Kai Kuen wasn't lying. When Kai Kuen mentioned the ledger, Chen Yu pressed further. "You're saying Xiao Lu's kickback and drug-dealing records are all stored in the safe at his home?" Kai Kuen said with a bitter face. "Exactly. It's a foreign-made safe, without the password. Not even a submachine gun could blast through it. The ledger was the most powerful evidence to retaliate against Xiao Lu and had to be obtained." Chen Yu made up his mind to steal it. Then, he pointed at the foolish Feng Yuchen and asked, "He's Feng Yinyan's younger brother. Tell me, how did Feng Yinyan die 2 years ago?" At this point, Kai Kuen spilled all of Xiao Lu's dirty deeds. Facing certain death, one more crime didn't make a difference. He took a deep breath and began, "I've heard some rumors, but don't know the details. Feng Yinyan was a beautiful college student, and Xiao Lu took a fancy to her, forcefully taking her for himself. Feng Yinyan's parents died early, leaving her to depend on her younger brother. Unable to resist, she had no choice but to submit and even became pregnant. It said Feng Yinyan had a boyfriend. When she was about 8 months pregnant, she was caught by Xiao Lu during a secret rendezvous with her lover. Later, both of them and their unborn child mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Damn it, worse than a beast. How could he have the heart to kill a pregnant woman and her unborn child? With the debts from the orphanage and Gao Dakue's case, he must pay for these blood debts with his own blood. Chen Yu cursed silently, feeling there was nothing more to ask. He made a call to summon an ambulance for the decently performing Kai Kuen, then walked out of the alley with Feng Yuchen in tow. Feng Yuchen looked dazed and foolish, as if the story Kai Kuen told had nothing to do with him. Chen Yu shook his head with a melancholy sigh, purchasing a large amount of food before settling Feng Yuchen in the now deserted ruins of Happy Home Orphanage. The demolition commencement ceremony turned into a tragic accident. With the demolition temporarily postponed for a couple of days, Feng Yuchen could continue living there safely. After leaving the orphanage, Chen Yu made a risky decision to go alone to Xiao Lu's residence and steal the crucial evidence. At this moment, Xiao Lu was running around outside, overwhelmed with handling the aftermath of the ceremony accident. He had to pull strings at both higher and lower levels while also stationing people at the hospital to monitor and report every update on Mayor Huang's condition. If Huang Qigong were to meet his demise, Xiao Lu's days of comfort would likely come to an end as well. Chen Yu took advantage of this very point, striking with unexpected precision. Over the years, Qiao Lu had amassed a fortune through forced demolitions, living in a lavish villa. Standing outside the villa, Chun Yu cursed under his breath. How could such scum deserve to live here? It was a complete waste. Seizing the moment when no one was around, he effortlessly scaled the wall, dodging surveillance cameras. With his supernatural vision, he confirmed the villa was empty. Qiao Lu was unmarried and usually lived with his bodyguards, but they had all gone out on business, conveniently leaving Chun Yu free to act. He leapt in through an open window and found the safe in the bedroom, still that tacky gold color. With just a glance, the information materialized in his mind. European-made, bulletproof safe. 1 meter tall, single door. The combination is... Chun Yu's eye ability revealed the numerical code, and a smirk curled his lips as he effortlessly opened the safe and retrieved the ledger. He skimmed through it roughly. The pages were filled with detailed records of every transaction over 500,000 that Qiao Lu had received over the years. With the evidence from the ledger, taking Qiao Lu down would be more than enough, but he couldn't let him off easy. He had to carefully plan and set things up so that not only would Qiao Lu lose everything, but he would die in disgrace and bitter regret that would truly satisfy. After closing the safe again, Chun Yu took the ledger and slipped out of Qiao Lu's villa unnoticed. On his way back to the orphanage, he photographed the most critical parts of the ledger and sent the pictures to Song Yan, then gave Miss Song herself a call. At 7 in the evening, Chun Yu appeared outside Xinyuan nightclub and dialed Qiao Lu's number. Your safe's ledger is in my hands. No matter where you are, you have half an hour to get your ass to the Shengyuan nightclub owned by the Song family to meet me. If you don't show up, I'll send Song Ming all the evidence of you embezzling demolition funds and falsifying accounts. Damn it, how did you beat? Qiao Lu was stunned at first, then started cursing violently. But before he could finish his sentence, Chun Yu hung up directly, leaving him livid with anger. But there was no choice but to go. Who knew whether that little bastard was telling the truth or not? There wasn't even time to rush home and check the safe. After some thought, Qiao Lu decided to bring along dozens of men and march fiercely toward Xinyuan nightclub.